Hello, and welcome to the Dusty Love Connection, where we explore the dusty, derelict, and downright dysfunctional dating habits of the most unproductive men, aka the Kangs, street name Scam Trail, and his continental cousin Scam Tunde. Happy weekend, everyone! Hope your entire week went off without a hitch and that all of your plans go well this weekend. Hey, Geisha Peach! Hey, Queen Cascade. I don't know if she's still here. Tonight's topic of discussion is going to be a book written by Khadija Nassif, and it's called The Sojourner's Passport, A Black Woman's Guide to Having the Life and Love You Deserve. This book is the Black woman's gospel. It's written from the perspective of African American women, but I believe that there's certain chapters that are specific to the African American woman experience here in America. But I do believe that this book can resonate with Black women all across the diaspora because our basic issues, our cultural issues, although our cultures may be the same, our cultural issues mirror each other, regardless of where we're from in the diaspora. Um, hey, pro white male leadership. Um, I read this book about 3 years ago, and it was about the time that I discovered Nyla and Sin. Because I actually discovered, I think I watched Nyla first and I was led to Sin. I can't remember exactly how, but I had recently read this book and I was on the internet looking for like minded Black women, and I stumbled upon many different Black women and different perspectives. And for me personally, I just kind of piecemealed all together the topics that I thought were most constructive to my own personal life. So yeah, and it really is. I highly recommend that. I mean, it's $5 on Amazon for the Kindle, and then it's like 15 for the paperback. I would. I mean, I'm more of a paperback person, so I bought the book, and it's a quick read. It's not very long. She's very straight and to the point. Um, I wanted to read a chapter out of it, and then maybe we could discuss. I don't know how the whole reading of literary works goes, but I don't keep any of my videos up these live streams up on YouTube, so it really shouldn't be a problem. Okay. We're going to read the first chapter together. It's not very long. I don't know if I'm going to read it all. There's just like some pieces. I would like to read it all, but I don't know. Like I want to read the first 12 pages. Like I want to come like ask you guys, would you be down to list like me reading 12 pages and then us discussing, or would you prefer that I just take out like the bits that I think are most relevant? Because I mean, it's not that long of a read. Why am I so nervous right now? I hate when this happens. Since no one is answering in the chat, I guess I will just read, and then we will. Oh, the bits that are relevant. Okay. All right. So, for those of you who are wondering what a sojourner is, as described by Khadija Nassif in her book, she says, being a sojourner isn't about a particular political ideology or religious belief. Freedom of movement is what defines the sojourner. The freedom of movement is coupled with the commitment to keeping the sojourner's path open and available for other African American women and girls. A sojourner is free to go wherever she chooses. She is free to leave whenever she wants. She is not confined or trapped, either by other people or by a prison of her own making. A sojourner is free to seek self-actualization and follow her bliss wherever it leads her. The way of the sojourner has absolutely no room for groupthink or uniformity. The only constants are one, movement of freedom, and two, a commitment to keeping the path open. The sojourner's path is unique for every woman who chooses to walk it. She makes her own path. Her travels are her own. Yeah. So, and she says she travels wherever she pleases as a self-respecting Black woman who respects her own unique ethnic history. That's where she came up with the term Sojourner from Sojourner Truth. Um, I think Sojourner's real name was Isabella Bon Bonfree or something like that. A sojourner is not a beggar. She knows that she brings great value to any place that she visits and any endeavor that she chooses to participate in. I'm just gonna read the foreword because I feel like this is pretty much sums up what like all she's saying about the sojourner. Um, a sojourner is not defined by her interactions, if she chooses to have any, with Black men. A sojourner is not emotionally enmeshed with Black men. She can choose to involve herself with Black men who have proven themselves to be of value. She is also free to decline any involvement whatsoever with Black men. Even though she can be angered by the injustice of many Black men's ongoing betrayals and attacks on Black women and children, the sojourner is not emotionally enmeshed in all of that. The sojourner has developed a more clinical detachment from Black men and their many failures and betrayals. A sojourner does not find her identity in hardships and struggle. There are always challenges in life, but a sojourner does not define herself by them. She does not struggle for the sake of struggling. Like this forward is amazing. And I feel like it describes a healthy journey on which I feel like more Black women need to go on. There are points in the book that I don't absolutely agree with, because where she said, where she's talking about the injustices um, of many Black men's ongoing betrayals and attacks on Black women and children. And she says the sojourner is not emotionally enmeshed in all of that. I kind of feel like that contrasts with her idea of clearing a path for Black women. Because if you're not concerned about the injustices that are facing Black women and children, are you really clearing a path for other Black women to walk into their womanhood and into their freedom, however that looks for them? But that's just my own 2 cents. I don't know how you all feel about that. Um, there's a chapter on here about the pretty much the book breaks down the varying stages that Black women go through upon their realization of the toxicity and dysfunction that is rampant in the Black community as it pertains to our position in society and the positioning of our I'm not gonna say our men, but of Black men. But like there's several points in the book that I don't wholeheartedly agree with, because like I said earlier, I don't see how you could make a path while not being enmeshed in the injustices that Black women and their children are going through. So now we'll jump on. I think I'm just going to hit on like, because I'm not going to read it like word for word, but I'm just going to kind of like, I want to go over the first chapter tonight, and then I'll open up the panel and we can delve deeper into the conversation. So there's some themes throughout this book that I find very interesting, and the way that she espouses these experiences, like the picture she paints, makes it very clear. Like I feel as if you as a Black woman were to read this book and to say something like, "Oh, this is trash," this is like, you are so deep in your Black male worship that I think you may be a Black man, because like I read some of the reviews. And some Black women, I guess they took offense to some of the things she was saying in the book. But I feel as though she's... Hey, Tanika. I feel as though... I forgot I saw Tanika and then completely forgot my train of thought. Anyway, so the next entry is called How Big Mama's House Turned into a Dangerous Prison for Black Women. There's a scene in the movie The Shawshank Redemption where a prisoner, played by Morgan Freeman, explains the concept of the institutional man to a new inmate. The Freeman character describes the process in which a prisoner adapts so completely to the prison that he cannot function on the outside as a free man. These things get to the point where all meaning and ability to function is only found within the confines of the prison walls. This is comparable to the experience of those of us who were raised in all Black settings. Often, Black folks raised in multicultural environments just don't understand it. It's about more than simply being narrow minded. Once upon a time, staying within the Black community socially was a means of protection from a genuinely hostile, physically dangerous, and racist outer community. I also there's bits and sections of this book that I like, this whole where she says, I understand, the whole idea behind racism and segregation and all of these things, but even during that time, like, Black people still had to go out and venture to do business with white people. So there was never really a complete time where Black men were self-sufficient in this country. So there's that. But and then she goes on to say, we're quick to forget that Black teenagers were beaten and killed when they strayed into non-Black neighborhoods. These put you in a hospital bed beatings frequently happened when I was a teenager in Chicago, in the neighborhoods with names like Marquette Park and Cicero. Throughout the book, like, I feel as though I agree with her arguments, but I feel like at some points in the book, like, she's sort of contradicting herself. But then again, like, I think when she wrote this book, I don't like some parts in it, like, she really adheres to the victim narrative, and me in my own personal life, like, I've let that section of Black history go, because I think it just further coddles not only Black women but Black men and the Black community as a whole. And I think that's why we've gotten to the place that we are right now, because we can't get out of the past. But anyway, and she says, I remember Chicago was not unique. It wasn't just white kids who might stomp you to death if you came around them. The Mexicans were also good for that sort of thing. In Chicago context, racist whites would often unite with racist Latinas against Black people. These racist white neighborhoods allowed Latinos to move in. Many of our people told us to stick with our own, socially, literally, to save our lives. They weren't trying to harm or unnecessarily limit us, so let's not forget that not significant detail. There are things in it, like, I feel like this chapter was I didn't really, like, agree with everything she was saying here, but based on, the understanding that a lot of Black Americans, and myself included, before, like, I learned more and, did more in-depth research about Black history, like, we all at some point or another adhere to these sort of, like, Black history ideals. So anyway, it says, another reason many of our parents encourage us to stick with our own is because they grew up in an era where all of one's social needs could be met within a Black environment. In my mother's day and earlier, any Black woman who wanted a husband was reasonably assured of being able to find one within Black circles. Many of our parents never anticipated a day when dangers and pitfalls of remaining within all Black settings would outweigh the dangers and pitfalls of mingling with the wider society. I don't know. Like, I just don't feel like in America there's ever been a time where there has been, like, completely self-sustained Black economy. So I don't know what era she's actually speaking about, or maybe she's talking about when there were more Black businesses when the neighborhoods looked differently, but at the same time, that's not really, like, a separate Black economy. So, like, that was like my huge issue with this, because she almost makes it seem like Black people at some point in time were self-sufficient, and we actually never have been in this country. But that's neither here nor there. Also, the denial and delusions of some early Black extreme multiculturalists horrified many of us raised in all Black settings. We saw that to many of these people, paradise was anything and anyone non-Black. We noticed that they hated all things Black. They mostly pretended that anti-Black racism didn't exist, and then were often blindsided and shocked, I say, that they were victimized by an agent of racism. I mean, that's still happening now. We have tons of people soft shoe dancing for the validation of the non-Blacks. That's never going to change. Like, I don't think the collective um, self-esteem of Black people is ever going to get to a point where we're not looking for validation from outside groups. I hope the music in the background, I'm playing some compa. I hope that's not too loud. Um, and this is the key point that I wanted to take from this chapter. Times and circumstances have changed. Behavior patterns that used to be adaptive are now maladaptive to, to current circumstances. What was originally intended to be protective has atrophied into a prison. That's how she's saying that the Black Mama's house, where we used to find solace, where we could find, peace or respite, no longer exists. And there are some Black women who are trying to recreate that sort of quote unquote big mama's house, where maybe there was a two-parent home or whatever big mama house represents to you. Like, she's saying that modern Black women are trying to recreate this in the current times, and it's never going to happen because the men are going to stop. Like, they're not on board. So she said the so-called Black community has become so violent and dysfunctional that it is physically safer for Black women to be outside it rather than inside. The Black family has disintegrated to the point that the odds are against a Black woman finding a husband from within the so-called Black community, and yet Black women are still being socialized to stay within the confines of Black social circles. Because once again, the idea that the Black race, the longevity of the Black race, lies solely at the feet of Black women when it takes two to create a Black person. But that's just the way our community works. It says, because of continued residential segregation, all Black settings are all that some of us know. We work with others, but then return to our all Black segregated areas. However, if Black women want to have fulfilling lives, we'll have to venture outside of our all Black comfort zone. We'll have to leave the prison yard. Increasing numbers of African American women are divesting from the non-reciprocal exploitative interactions that prevail in all Black social constructs. Every sojourner has divested from such things, but not every woman who divests is a sojourner. Many Black women have escaped the prison of Black residential areas and all Black social constructs, but are still not sojourners. Let's discuss in some detail what a sojourner is not. I think this is very true because, and at some point in time, like I guess you could say, like, I as a Black woman wanted to recreate this idea of like big mama's house, this whole, like healthy Black family, Black children, Black love, things like that, because I saw my grandparents, and I would go to their house in the summers, and it was just always, for me, seeing my grandparents together, it always brought me like a sense of joy. Like, I knew that it was going to be a good time going there. So I could see why we as Black women may want to recreate that dynamic in modern times, but we don't have the ability to do that. We just don't. And I feel like what we're seeing with a lot of like Black women empowerment channels, specifically those that haven't come to the conclusion that it's not Black women that need to change, not saying that we don't, but the demographic that needs to do the most changing is the men. And this whole idea that somehow Black love is going to solve all of our problems it's delusion. Like, it's very much so delusion. And I used to be one of those women. Like, I was just like, I knew that I was like, oh, I want to have my little chocolate babies. I want to have my little Black family, just like the little Black family I grew up in. But that's not the case. Like, most Black American women or Black women in America aren't going to end up married. And I think that's why a lot of us are still we're holding on to the notion that maybe if we change ourselves, if we do this, if we try to mold ourselves into the things that Black men say that we should be, that maybe then they will do the same. And that's not going to happen. And that's a hard pill to swallow. And that's where I feel like a lot of the Black women content creators online are at. Like, although they may say, Black women, go out, be your best, do this, do that. At the same time, when Black men make these remarks, make these comments, you're feeding into it. So you haven't actually let go of wanting to correct the image that the black men hold in their minds about black women. You have to let that go, sis. You have to move on. You have to. Okay, so now we're going to get to the stages in which a woman becomes a sojourner. There's the first one, sojourner. These are the things that a sojourner is not, actually. A sojourner is not an institutionalized prisoner. An IP can't imagine life outside the prison yard. This is the mammy. IPs are deeply afraid of the outside because they feel there is no place for them there. And so they choose to remain imprisoned. I've realized that it's not that African American women are oh so pro black. They simply feel that they have no other place to go. It's not that African American women just love black men that much. They simply have the erroneous belief that they have no other options. What has Sin been telling you? And this is key, because you hear things like, when mammies, I hate using it, but whatever. When mammies say, oh, white men aren't marrying black women at this rate, Asian men aren't marrying black women like this. I mean, of course not. A healthy man wants to marry a woman in his image. Like that's just the norm. That's, so these women, they don't want you to escape the prison. So what they're doing is they're literally mirroring the things that black men say that will happen to black women when they venture out and taste the rainbow, if you will. Because she herself does not want to be alone in the misery that is the black man. Like they say, misery loves company. And then furthermore, it says African American women have been deceived. This mass deception that has them believing that they must remain in all black social constructs is this is consistent with the observations I made during 2 previous decades that I spent as a black nationalist. From what I've seen, African Americans of both genders are generally pro-black and lip service only, and I highly agree. Some IPs can't function on the outside in their current state. They would have to make extensive internal and external changes to navigate the outside world. And this goes back to the conversation we were having last week. And pro black male, white male leadership, don't take this wrong. I'm just using this as like a teaching tool. Like when I was talking about how we don't want black women just thinking they can carry that toxic baggage over with them to non-black men. You need to learn how to function properly if you're going to, venture out, and you want to do it in a manner that is, where you're able to find what it is that you're seeking. And that's what, like, you don't want black women going over and they're still institutionalized prisoners. So there we have that. Because that's what I felt like would happen if black women don't heal themselves before casting, their nets in the non-colored sea. So here we go. Some IPs can't function on the outside in their current state. They would have to make extensive internal and external changes to navigate the outside world. That includes changes in thought, behavior, and external self-presentation. All of this leads to IPs demanding that other black women remain in prison so that prison life can remain bearable for the IPs. Okay, and then so here we go. A sojourner is not a resentful prisoner. A resentful prisoner can imagine and see examples of the life on the outside. Some RPs can remember what things were like before the prison. Some RPs remember, did I tell you, is it not a resentful prisoner? Some RPs remember when what has now become a prison was still Big Mama's house. RPs are usually focused on trying to, 1, convert the prison back into Big Mama's house, or 2, escape into a good, decent married life that Elijah Muhammad described as money, good homes, and friendships in all walks of life. The core problem with the first mission is that it's impossible. We can't ever go back to how it was at Big Mama's house. Big Mama's house was the result of a specific set of historical circumstances. Circumstances have changed, and African Americans don't have the collective will to rebuild Big Mama's house together. That leaves escape as the only viable option. The core problems with the resentful prisoners' escape plan is that all depend on Black men's cooperation. These are the women that um, these are the women that are like, oh, speak life into Black men. Black men, we've done you wrong. Black men, we're here to help. Black men, Black men, Black men. They're the ones begging. Like, they need Black men to come back. They view themselves through the lens of the Black male gaze. RPs are deeply angered by the massive ongoing portrayals of Black men who escaped. RPs discovered that Black men lied when they said they were going to help reconstruct Big Mama's house. They lied when they said they would take Black women and children with them when they escaped. Instead, Black men sought their own individual bliss and left Black women and children behind in Black residential hellholes. The Black men that left generally escaped into lives of endless sexual conquest without marriage, illegitimate children that they never live with, and minimal weekend and telephone parenting. Or these men escape into lives of offering money and good homes to non-Black women. RPs refuse to move on from this point. Instead of making their own escape plans, RPs stand around the prison yard, justifiably berating the escaped Black males who betrayed them. I was a resentful prisoner for many years, then I escaped. That's hers. And I'm going to read the last one, and then we can, yeah. I actually want to really talk about the Take Back Your Crown. But anyway, also there's the escaped prisoner. The escaped prisoner lives on the outside. They're often disoriented by being outside the prison. This is because the only identities and self-definitions that many escaped prisoners are familiar with are the ones within the prison walls. Many are unsure of where to go or what to do. For them, prison routines don't apply to life on the outside. Some EPs are still caught up in the impossible mission of rebuilding Black Mama's home. This is the mammy social justice worker. This is the one who's moved on. She may have a white boyfriend. She wear hair natural. Not to say there's anything. I wear my hair natural too. And she's very, very pro-Black while being in a full-blown romantic relationship with a white man. She's still tied to Black men, even though she is no longer actively seeking them out for partnership. That's who I think the escaped prisoner is. I wonder who you guys think it is. It says, like the RPs, many EPs are preoccupied with the false promises that Black men made to Black women and children, and they're angry about them. Many EPs refuse to move on emotionally from this point. Healthier EPs have developed a more clinical detachment from Black men and their many failures and betrayals. I transitioned from being a resentful prisoner into being a disoriented, escaped prisoner. And here's the other one. A sojourner is not a refugee. A sojourner is not a refugee. Refugees learn new routines and ways of living on the outside. They do so as servile beggars to non-Black people. Refugees have absolutely no ethnic or racial self-respect. Instead of traveling among outsiders as a self-respecting people with their own proud history, refugees seek to lose themselves among outsiders. I feel like this is like, you have some Black women, I guess, empowerment who do this, like where it's almost like a racist dog whistle. Yes, they may be bringing stats, but they're also bringing like these racial slurs into it. And I mean, like, some people say niggers is a racial slur. I don't think so, because Black men refer to themselves as the N-word. So I just see that as that. Anyway, it says, like others, some refugees are still emotionally enmeshed with Black men ongoing betrayals and failures regarding Black women and children. As a result, these enraged refugees will eagerly support any and all tongue lashings of Black men, even when they come from races. Other refugees have developed a more clinical detachment. I think like a prime example of this would probably be like Candace Owens, or I've seen some Black women, I guess I feel like as Black women empowerment, for me, and this is my own personal understanding of what Black women empowerment is and how I think it should operate, because I'm a proud Black woman, like I don't feel the need to throw racial slurs at Black men. Like there are too many statistics and there's too much factual data for me to then dumb down my argument with slurs. Like that's just how I feel about it. Maybe other people feel a different type of way, but I'm too proud of a Black person to turn around and hurl racial slurs, even though I feel no type of way about Black men. Like I just don't feel the need to do that because I respect not only myself but my ancestors, and that's just my take on that. So there was one more chapter, and then I'll drop the link, and we can. This is the chapter I want to read. Black women, take back your crowns. My sisters, you are robbed of your birthright. Look around. In this country, no other group of women is living like the majority of African American women. You already know the details. You know the statistics that show the absence of marriage among us. You know the overwhelming majority of our children are born out of wedlock. You know the generations of chaos and suffering that these conditions create. You also know that other women generally aren't living like this. You know that other women in this country enjoy having reasonable opportunities for legitimate, wholesome marriages and family life. You know that women from other races in this country enjoy having reasonable opportunities to have their beauty and value recognized. They enjoy reasonable opportunities to have fulfilling lives that they love. These benefits are the feminine crowns that these other women are proudly wearing. My sisters, you also deserve to enjoy these benefits. You also deserve to wear crowns. It is your birthright as women to have reasonable opportunities for legitimate, wholesome marriages and family life, just like it is every other woman's right. It is your birthright as women to have your beauty and value recognized. It is your birthright to have reasonable opportunities for fulfilling lives that you love. However, your crowns were stolen. You've been robbed of your birthright by artificially narrowed options and circumstances. These circumstances are the result of African American women buying into corrupt dogma. Because of them, African American women are selling for far less than what we are rightfully due. Most of these dogmas encourage African American women to accept and normalize conditions that are totally abnormal. There's nothing normal about almost an entire race of women living alone, raising children alone, and dying alone. There's nothing normal about a group of women being expected to socialize young boys into manhood. This sort of lifestyle for a group of women is unheard of in the annals of human history. I suspect the reason is because it doesn't work. Instead, this lifestyle ultimately destroys the women and the group who attempt to live like this. The woman ultimately collapses from mental, emotional, and physical exhaustion. Large numbers of African American women are collapsing from all sorts of ailments, such as high blood pressure and diabetes. This group ultimately destroys itself in a maelstrom of chaos. That's what's happening in Black residential areas, which are imploding from increasing waves of violence and crime. And this was written, almost 12 years ago? The crime has only gotten worse. Regarding working African American women, I challenge anyone to tell me exactly how our collective quality of life is substantially different from that of our enslaved foremothers. That knocked the wind out my chest. It completely knocked the wind out of my chest when she made this comment, because speaking only from the context of being, a descendant of chattel slavery, I can't so much speak about like the African experience. But when you really think about it, it really isn't all that different. Like, she said so much in that one little sentence. For most of us, there is never enough of what we need, let alone any abundance in our lives. For the most of us, there are no men to protect or to provide for us and our children. For most of us, there is no true fellowship. Instead, there is plenty of misery that loves company. There's no need for you to feel embarrassed or ashamed of your missing crown. There's no shame in being robbed. You were robbed. There was also no need to blame yourself. Most people accept without questioning whatever is considered normal in their immediate circles. There are so many people who benefit from your stolen crown. These people have a high investment in encouraging you from questioning the absence of your stolen crown. Like, this is probably, it's a very short chapter called Black Woman Take Back Your Crown. And this is probably like my favorite um, excerpt from the book. And yeah, exactly. We're accepting husbandless marriages because you have to think about it. When did becoming a baby mama in the Black community become normal? When did it become the norm for Black men to be known to not raise their children? Like, there's a global context behind that because I've lived overseas. It does not matter. Like, it does not matter if they are Blacks from Africa, from Europe. Like, it's still the same. Like, they still say Black men make baby mamas everywhere they go. Like, this is literally, we've gotten to the point that maybe this is just who they are. And it may be time for us as women to move on, because you can't continue to partake in delusion and not think that you're going to be affected by insanity. Like, it just, I don't get it. What else? There is also, she also speaks on about Black women in our image, because I guess the writer, she's a light-skinned Black woman, and I feel like there's a call to section called "My Dark-Skinned Sisters, Stop Letting Biracial, Multicultural, Bicultural, and Light-Skinned Women Wear Your Stolen Crowns." I applaud her for this chapter because, like, this to me is the most real and raw version of like a light-skinned Black woman who's being truthful about the experience of Black girls, dark-skinned Black girls. Because I feel like oftentimes it's kind of, they give like this watered down version. They're never like, there are a few, I'm not going to sit there. I do believe there are some light skinned, because I'm brown skinned, there are some light skinned women who know that that colorism benefits them. But I always feel like they always try to make it seem like they're also a victim. Because I've never heard, like, it almost seems like they're like reverse colorism when it comes to like a dark-skinned Black woman telling her side of the story. And I feel like this was a very unbiased, very raw, very real version. So I applaud her for that. Like, I feel like dark-skinned women, especially, like, they need that. They need Black women, brown-skinned Black women, light-skinned Black women to be honest about the things that they experience at the hands of other Black people in our community. Like, we all need to acknowledge that we all play a part in that. No one is not guilty. But to then turn around and to deny a dark-skinned Black woman experience is absurd. And I see that a lot online. And that really bothers me. So I'm going to drop the link. I don't know if you guys want me to read a little bit more. I wish, like, I tried to find it where it was like narrated or like the pages could be up on there, but y'all, I ain't had time to be doing all that. But yeah, like, it's a really good book. I think I'll read she talks about leaving behind hive mentality, developing your critical thinking skills. And she also speaks about speaking truth to yourself. And I feel like that can be difficult for people, not just Black women. I'm talking about anyone, because we all as human beings lie to ourselves. And so as Black women, I find that it is very important for us to have honest conversations with ourselves about how we feel about ourselves, how we view ourselves. And if at any point in time you may have a negative self view, you need to work on that, because you don't want to take that sort of, I don't want to call it, I don't want you to take that broken mentality with you. Like, I want Black women to heal. Like, I want Black women to resonate a glow so deep that, no one can rain on your parade. And self-esteem and how you view yourself and self-presentation, because she also talks about this. And there was about how the way you present is a reflection of how you feel about yourself. And we all know that the old saying goes, if you look good, you feel good. And there was a specific excerpt from the book where she's saying that Black women have internalized the way Black men feel about them, and it presents, and in some of us, it may present in the lack of self-care. We've allowed Black men's opinions, because even if you aren't responding to these negative comments that you're seeing online, like, they're being stored in your unconscious mind. Like, they're in your psyche. They're deeply embedded in there. So even though you may not verbally acknowledge that, the things that you're seeing, your mind is picking up on that. And there may be bits in the backs of your psyche where you don't even know, because it's unconscious, that it's affecting how you view yourself. So I always tell Black women, you have to be mindful of the sort of content that you're also allowing, that you're watching, because all of these things can have an adverse effect on how you feel about yourself and your psyche. And the unconscious mind is very powerful. So that's why, like, even though I make these videos where I'm seeing all of these hideous and these demeaning comments about Black women, I always make sure at the end that I go and watch a video that is uplifting of Black women, where I see Black women in a positive light, because through seeing Black women in a positive light, I also see myself in a positive light. And she also talks about, because there was another thing in this book that I have always felt like was weird. And because I have a friend who actually has a picture of Marilyn Monroe in her house, and I always thought that was weird, because growing up, like, my mother always kept pictures of, like, very beautiful Black women. Like, my entire house is covered in Black women. Like, I have a huge, almost floor to ceiling poster of this Black woman with the afro. Like, my coffee table books are photos of beautiful Black women. You need to celebrate your beauty, because if you celebrate the beauty of other Black women, it's like you're by proxy celebrating yourself. And so I also think that's important, seeing positive images of yourself to counter the derogatory images that are being put out by Black men and other losers. Hey, Cheyenne.
Hey, sweetie. Hey, chat.
Hey.
I agree with you. I actually wanted to chime in on what you just said right now. And I think that when you do present well and you feel good inside, it will show up. And I think that has a lot to do with the way we see ourselves, whether we do it or not. I mean, just Black women in general, when we see them going around in stores with bonnets, pajamas, just not taking an effort in their appearance.
Yeah, because every time I see a fly Black girl, I get super happy. It's almost like yes, this
because that's me. And don't let me be close to her, because I'm going to pay her the compliment and say, thank you. You look beautiful. I love that. But that's how I was raised. Even though that there was Black male worshiping tendencies, one thing I remember my mom will always tell me is that if a woman looks beautiful, especially when she's Black, she's looking good. I am so proud. That's what I like to see. And I like to uphold it.
Yeah. And something that I also do, because A demographic of our community that is often overlooked is older Black women. Whenever I see like a nice looking older Black woman, I'll tell her she looks nice, or oh, I like your dress. Like I like to see a like on women like my mother's age. Like I like to see older women complimented, older Black women,
Mm-hmm.
because like
Yes,
when their faces, like it lights up even more so than like a younger Black woman.
it does. And it makes sense. And why wouldn't it? I mean, how can you pay a compliment to anybody but your own? Now, I personally believe in, if I like something, I don't care who you are, what race, whatever. If I like it, I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to stare. I don't do that. But I do think that I would think that for any Black woman or girl, they would go out their way to make somebody feel good that looks like them. And I feel like we've been so conditioned and so beat down and tore down within this community. The image, it's just been very disrespectful. It hasn't been good to Black women, and it's very sad. And I think it shows up when it comes to their health, the way they present, sometimes. And sometimes we get embarrassed, the women that do, take care of themselves and like to present well and look good and
Yeah,
do
because
normal things.
like even if you look at I was once reading a psychological study on women who um who survive domestic violence. Like these women have a long, like they have a long road ahead of themselves trying to repair their self-esteem. And it's like if you have to take like the situations that Black women are going through, like this is basically a DV situation. Black women are in a DV situation with the entire Black male population. It's like they
Hmm.
come online and they just all beat us down.
Exactly. It's
And
true.
that can
That is
affect how
sad.
you view yourself.
Hmm.
Well, literally, like if you're taking in all of this negativity, like you need to cleanse your mind and your spirit and see Black women in a positive light. And you need to try to do something like it daily. Like, and for me personally, like on YouTube, like when YouTube shorts come up, if it's a Black woman, I automatically like it. Like I just
Me
like
too. Me too. Me
like I'm
too.
like that on TikTok. If I see a video, I'm gonna give you the like, sis. Like I'm just gonna give it to you, even if I
Me
don't
too.
really,
I don't have to
as
know
long as
her.
you're not
I
saying
just give
nothing
it for
really
all I know.
outlandish. Yeah, as long as
She
you're
could
not
be
doing
a
nothing,
man.
yeah.
She could be a Black male worshiper. If she's looking good, she's doing a hair tutorial, whatever, I'm gonna like it. I don't
Exactly.
care. I just
Like,
like it because I like what I see, because it's a representation of me. And I want, number one, Black women to feel good. And that goes for the Black male worshipers. They make me sick to my stomach. But I do understand that it's a conditioning, and it's going to take time, and it is not going to happen overnight, because we are really dealing with some demons walking this earth. And it's sad. It just saddens me.
oh, Tanika, I'll read some more for you. I definitely will. There's like several. I wish I knew how to do like discourse. I'm not technologically savvy, y'all. It's sad that I'm a millennial that
No,
is not
you're
tech
not the
savvy.
only one. I don't do all this. My mother, she said, sweetie, you always want to buy the new phones. I'm like, no, I kept one of my smartphones for 5 years. I said, leave me alone. I'm not buying no
I
new
know
phone
I
every
still
2
got I got an
years.
iPhone XR. I'm like, I'm not. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
rock this phone till the wheels fall off.
Exactly.
My mom always
That's
tell
right.
me, my mom and daddy tell me I'm cheap, but that's so
Because
what
I
it
paid too much for it. Exactly. I'm not doing that.
is. Okay, I want to read this. It's the chapter called "My Dark Skinned Sisters: Stop Letting Biracial, Bicultural, Multicultural, and Light-Skinned Women Wear Your Stolen Crowns." My sisters, let's be clear about your stolen crowns. Your Black men stole your crown. In earlier decades, Black men stole your crown of recognized beauty and gave it to light skinned women like me. I've watched and denounced this practice since I was in high school in the early 1980s. I hate oppression, which is why I've always rejected stolen goods, especially stolen goods based on devaluing Blackness. This analogy, like, sis is,
That's the truth.
sis, her analogy is like our next level.
Mm-hmm.
Like she is good with this. And then she says, I've always rejected Black men who have a fetish for light skin. You see, my crown does not depend on devaluing other women. My crown rests on my head because it belongs there, based on my individual charms. I do not want a stolen crown from some other woman. And also, because I'm one of these Black women, I don't believe in the whole idea of female allyship, especially with non-Black women. It never works in our favor and never has. So I want to address it. She says many Black women's bad faith and collaboration with oppression. This is speaking to basically, like, the light skin or the preference within the black community, how oftentimes she revels in the oppression of, the darker black woman.
Of course, because it's not her.
Yeah. I've raised my voice against intra black colorism since high school. Over the years, I've had very few light skinned sisters in arms speaking out against this with me. Most of us don't have any dark skinned sisters back. Most of us didn't have our dark skinned sisters back in the day. Many light skinned black women did not take black men's self hating choices seriously until these choices began to crimp in their lives, until they lost their spot at the top of the preferred by black men heap, until Negroes snatched the already stolen from dark skinned sisters' crown off their heads and placed them on the heads of Becky, Lupe, J Lo, and Maylene. Sis,
Hmm.
she
She's
was
been,
ahead of her time. She was ahead of her time.
yes, she was, and she said this years ago. I mean, you look at the stuff now. Recently, I'll say, to me, 2 years is still recent to me. I had heard something on the internet where this light skinned girl was proud. She said, "Oh, back in slave times, oh, I would have been a house nigga." She was proud of being in a house where you slept on the damn floor. She was proud of that. It's like, what? How are you
But you have to
proud
think
of
about it.
being
Like,
property?
really think about it. That's what black people are praising. Black
Oh my
people
God.
black people uplift this whole white light and damn near white. You're literally praising the rape of your ancestors.
Yeah, you really are. How do you praise that? Let me get something straight real quick. Black American women, like black women all over the diaspora, whether they have mixture, whatever, because we know, of course, how we were colonized and what happened.
Hmm.
Black women look different. Black women have different features to a certain extent. You can still tell they're black, but in
Hmm.
certain areas. Black is beautiful in every form and complexion. But when you are sitting up here and you think it's a prize to be closer to your oppressor, you don't have to hate yourself. Hell, if you're light skinned, you're light skinned. Nothing wrong with that. But when you sit up there and say something that foolish, that's exactly what you're doing. You're praising the people who have preyed on the dark skinned woman, lusting after her, the dark skinned woman, hair covered, minding her business, picking the cotton, while someone is forcing themselves on her at 16, 15 years old while she screams bloody murder. You are happy about that? That's embarrassing. I shouldn't hear that come out of anybody's mouth. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand people like that. And I think that people that have that mindset and don't want to change it need to be eradicated from the black community. They just really do. We have to start over. This is a problem. But I do agree that now that so much has hit, we won't even go by biracial women and get to that point. I just think with the lighter skinned black woman, because she has felt the wrath of Tyrone,
Hmm.
all hell done broke loose. At first, it was like, oh well, yeah, that's wrong, but I mean, he ain't saying it to me. You felt like a prize for a little bit. Now that it hit you, all hell done broke loose. And let's not get started on the biracials. Halle Berry's ear didn't get bopped and messed up the way it did if it wasn't for Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me her biracialness didn't, it wasn't some Wonder Woman shield? You mean that didn't stop her from getting hit? Just like this light skinned woman back in the day. I remember it was a terrible story what happened to her. But she was out walking and some black men scarred up her face, raped her, and did all kinds of stuff. And the thing of it is that makes it so cold is her own family members, some of her brothers said, I don't know why he would do something like that. I mean, she was so pretty and feminine, she's light skinned. I don't know why he would do that. That was their answer.
Mm.
Like, what the hell? That is so scary.
Yeah. And then
That's scary, Coco.
yeah. She says this is an example of bad faith, not any solidarity. From what I hear,
Hmm.
it hasn't gone unnoticed by dark skinned sisters. However, I've also noticed that many dark skinned sisters cooperate with the robbery, aiding and abetting those stealing their crowns. Often we have allowed black male thieves to redefine the theft of our crowns as a matter of their personal preferences. Let me give some examples. When a black male celebrity such as Neo says, all the prettiest kids are light skinned anyway, he's stealing your crown and giving it to light skinned women. If you persist in listening to and buying this creature's products, you are helping him snatch your crown off your head and put it on someone else's. When a black male celebrity such as Young Berg says that he doesn't date dark butts, he's stealing your crown. If you persist in listening to and buying this creature's products, you are helping him steal your crown.
Mm-hmm.
Obvious examples of collaboration. There are many that are less obvious. When you embrace mediocrity in your self presentation, you are helping to validate black men stealing your crown. You are also
Mm-hmm.
helping to validate other women's decisions to steal your crown.
No boundaries.
Yeah. Uh, this one is, I don't want to read that one. Okay. I'll read this one. Celebrate yourself and the women most like you first. We're going to need some affirmative action amongst ourselves to get this situation righted. I mean affirmative action regarding whom we hold up to our children and ourselves as representing our ideal. The look, the color neutral, the let's celebrate our internal rainbow doesn't work because of everything that has become before it. It's similar to whites wanting to play colorblind after centuries of accumulated injustice went down. In both examples, doing this leaves pre-existing problems firmly in place. And I completely agree. I do
Mm-hmm.
believe that there has to be a definitive definition of what a what like even though this woman may not represent the complexity of black skin tone, like she should represent our majority.
Our
You know,
mindset.
like
Yeah.
yeah, and because oftentimes what we're doing, what you see is lighter skinned black women are heralded as, the standard in our community when we all know that brown skin and dark skin are what's the majority. And I'm not saying that we can't celebrate the likeness of black women because light skinned black woman because she is still black. But to uphold only her beauty in the vast array, the vast array of darker skinned black women it's not going to further the black woman's image. It's not, we're just further reinforcing colorism. We're further
Yeah.
reinforcing a standard that was not set by black women. It was set by black men.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then she says, as black women, we have the power to turn this around. How? By taking our crowns back and taking our rightful place on the global stage. It doesn't matter what most black men think about us, since most of them don't protect or provide for us. They are generally of no or low value to us. The only thing that matters is what we think of ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
If you have black oriented magazines in your house, whose image are you surrounding yourselves and your children, if you have any, with? Are you surrounding yourselves with images of white women's children like Alicia Keys, Halle Berry, Lisa Bonet, Persia White, Rashida Jones, Jennifer Beal, Jasmine Gray, Victoria Roswell? Are you surrounding yourselves with images of black women who look like white women's children like Vanessa Williams? Are you watching music videos packed with biracial light-skinned women? If so, have you considered the possibility that this is not healthy for your psyche?
Mm-hmm.
If all of the above are true, are you willing to find images that affirm you and the women who look more like you? Black self
Mm-hmm.
is so deeply entrenched that it will be a long, long time before people like me are in any real danger of having our self-worth assaulted because of some corrective internal affirmative action. I don't
Mm-hmm.
feel threatened by efforts to raise my darker sisters up to their beauty so that their beauty can be appreciated. Everyone has our own rightful crown. Collective, we need to get ours back. Nobody is going to voluntarily return our stolen crowns to us. A thief never returns what he has taken. We're going to have to snatch our crowns back ourselves. The first stop is to stop aiding and abetting the thieves.
Mm. She said a mouthful. That is so true. That's
Yeah,
exactly what
I
we need to
completely
do.
agree with you, Tanika. I'm going to read. She says, I think the ongoing pattern of being silenced when abused and being ignored rather than honored and protective made black women passively accept black men's degenerate behaviors. Black men are praised for works they have not done. Girl,
Mm-hmm.
you said a
Yep,
whole word.
Tanika.
What Granny say? A whole
A
word.
whole word. She told the truth, and it's so true, and it's sad. The thing of it is what we need to start in the black community when we're talking about black women and taking care of black women. We honestly need to start with the dark skinned black woman's mindset.
Yeah.
Sadly, this is just the bottom line. because that has been, I mean, I can think about the names that I've heard, tar, but I just horrible stuff. And I didn't understand that because even though I'm a darker skinned person, I would be considered, I get even darker in the summer. And I didn't think that was a big thing, but people would act like you tan. You gotta. How is that pop? But you're black. Yeah, black people tan.
Like
It will
everybody
not,
gets darker, huh?
exactly, and some people don't because most black people they have that beautiful deep like Lupita. She is the foundation. Her skin tone is the foundation. That's what we should have looked like. But after all the horrible colonization, black men not protecting and having these masters, whatever you want to call them,
But I mean,
on
not
top of
every
black
slave that
women.
came over was super dark skinned because we West
Okay,
Africans,
exactly. It
yeah,
wasn't
like just West
until all
Africans
of
that
the
are like,
genocide, all of that happened. So we're not going to have to go through history to find out why we have certain lips. Whitney Houston has small lips, why Kenya has the eyes, and we're not going to go into that. Anything can happen, but we do know what blackness is. And the bottom line is that it does come in all shades. But you ain't about to sit here for the longest because the black man has beat the black woman down and her self-esteem so bad. Sadly, black women have just had too much on their plate and they've accepted everything. They've accepted black men's degeneracy. They've
yeah.
accepted biracials. They've accepted everything because it hit them the hardest, and it's
But I
sad.
think the reason we as black women have accepted so much is because for so long we were giving nothing. So when we see
Hmm.
like when we can get a piece of a man, we think, oh, okay, but that's not true, sis. Like it's I rather have I rather have a quality man I rather have no man than a man of no quality. That's what I meant to say.
Hmm.
And I think that's something that black women we need to get comfortable with because we oftentimes, I mean, I think this exists for women worldwide because in our community it's always like, oh, you ain't got a man, you got a man, you got a man, you know,
Hmm.
and it's time that we view ourselves outside the lens of black malehood.
Hmm.
Like we have to develop and create what black womanhood looks like to you.
Yeah.
There's no monolithic black woman archetype that we all need to be.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Geisha Peach.
Like we're black women, and whatever your womanhood looks like, step into it fully, embrace it, and be happy about the choices that you've made.
Hmm.
Okay, and I also want to read this: settling for looking sort of good. Hold on, actually, let me see. Okay, I want to read this one. I've been thinking about this a lot recently because it intersects with so many issues that confront most black women: self worth, cultural issues, and class issues. Too often, we can Too often we call certain attitudes modesty when they really reflect a lack of self-worth. Let me be clear. I'm not talking about using clothes for other material things as magic totems to acquire self-respect or status. I'm talking about how many black women's exteriors you getting some uh oh, I'm getting some reverb. I'm gonna mute you. I just muted you for a second, Cheyenne. Um Too often, we call certain attitudes modesty when they really reflect a lack of self worth. Let me be clear. I'm not talking about using clothing or other material things as magic totems to acquire self respect or status. I'm talking about how many black women's exteriors reflect a total lack of self worth. In the milder version of this phenomenon, most black women's exteriors don't come anywhere near the level of their internal selves. And I don't know how I feel about that comment because I don't believe that because I believe how you feel internally reflects in your presentation. So I don't agree with her where she says black women's exteriors don't come anywhere near the level of their internal selves, especially if she's saying that black women's lack of self-worth is mirrored in her presentation. So then those two things can't really exist because if black women internally felt better about themselves, then externally they would also feel better about themselves. So that's where like there's like she in some parts of the book, like she sort of contradicts herself, but I see where she was going with the ideas. Like, so I want to point that out just in case anyone else was like, because there's certain parts in the book where it's just like, but sis, this is what you said that doesn't really mesh up well.
Yeah. And I think just when she was, I think that when we listen to a lot of stuff Black women say in general, it is a contradiction.
Yeah,
When we think about how they speak about Black men and we talk about all the problems about, oh, abandoning us, the single fatherhood being broke and all this, and these niggas ain't shit. Hearing all of that in the same breath saying, oh my God, they're being harmed in the streets is a complete contradiction. It's a problem, and this is how we've been, I feel, groomed to think.
yeah.
It doesn't matter
It's,
how
it's
bad the Black man behaves. I mean, just take it.
black women and girls are groomed to accept degeneracy. We're groomed to accept abuse. We're groomed to accept violence, black male violence. It's just
Hmm.
literally normalized as a part of the black woman's existence.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that other women, all women exist with some level of violence because the world is violent and it's ruled by men.
Of course.
At the same
That's
time,
true.
black women face astronomical rates of violence in our communities, in the places where we're supposed to feel safe, where we're supposed to feel protected. There is no safe
Hmm.
space for black women in America, and there has never been.
Yeah.
It's time that we as black women come to that realization and do what is best for us. And if you have children, for your children. Because at the end of the day, the black community isn't going to get its shit together in our lifetime. I don't think it's going to get, it's not, it can't happen. Like, we need like at least a century. And then we would have to have men and women working together. That's not, like, we're just too far gone for that.
Yeah. I
Like,
agree,
the black
sadly.
community is literally like a crackhead that's two pipe hits away from their support. Like, I mean, I know that analogy is wild, but it's the truth. It's
I don't think it's that wild. You remember what Themis said on his thing when he was laughing. He said, "I know you didn't compare black men to crack." When he said, I think it was New World Tarot. She said, "Black men are crack to black women. It just is what it is. It feels good that high, and as soon as you come, it's terrible. You're addicted. Your teeth fall out. You're staying in prison.
dang,
You're dead." Yeah.
sure, you a mess. Let me.
When I heard Queen say that, I was rolling, and Themis was crying. I could. He said, "I know you didn't compare black men to crack." She said, "Yes, I did. Black men are cracked," and it's sad. I mean, when you think of it, even in a metaphoric way. I mean, think about Whitney Houston. Sadly, who got her hooked
I
on
wouldn't
it?
even say it was crack. I'd say black. It's more like heroin.
It is.
Crackheads can function. I don't know too many functioning crackhead. I mean, heroin addicts. Like, black women get a hit of that D and they be nodding off like ain't got a care in the
Exactly.
world.
Listen, we have to laugh to keep from crying, but this is the absolute truth.
It
But
is.
it's scary. It's scary to know how conditioned. It's even scary for me. And the thing of it is, I wasn't even that conditioned, but I see so much of the contradiction within my life and
Mhm.
what went on in my home. My father was definitely a deadbeat. I never met him in my life. I spoke to him one time over the phone. I didn't even want to speak to him. It was terrible. And just I think about everything that, like I said, my mom, she had went through abuse since she was a child all the way up until a certain time in her adulthood, every abuse you could find. So that was really hard. That I was like, but she still likes black men. She would still date them. She was still attracted to them. And as I got older, it really didn't make sense to me. And then it did in a way. I'm like, okay, well, that's just what she's used to. You can't force someone to not go where they don't want to go or be attracted. But at the same time, she was always open to black women and girls like myself to date other, and don't you mess with these dudes. Don't. But it's like it's a contradiction. It's sad.
Yeah, it is. And I just want to, because after reading this book like 3 years ago, it made me, because I consider myself a highly introspective person. Um, so I had read this book, and like I've never exclude like my adult life, I have never exclusively dated black men. Like I've dated non-black men and black men. But after reading this book, I examined my relationships between like how I acted with, say, for instance, if I was dating like a Korean man, or if I was dating like a black man or a non-black man. It always felt like in those relationships, I felt more at ease. I felt more like I could step fully into my womanhood and my femininity because these men had their shit together. And then with
Mm-hmm.
black men, like I've always dated the same. I could say the men are categorically like the same in class, like they're all educated, but it's the skin tone, the race that is different. And even when I dated educated black men, it was like I couldn't step fully into my womanhood because they require so much of you. Like black men need you to bend over backwards to just be in their presence.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized that like I was treating the men completely different. Like I'm over here being I'm doing like wife duties for black men, and then when I'm dating white men, I'm not doing any of that. Like I'm not, and it was like it was really different. And I had to recognize that even in still dating black men, I was coddling them in my personal relationships because I when I think back on it now, like I didn't see them as equals to the other men that I had dated because I still view black men through the victim narrative that they have driven down our throats since we were it's like that's black history. Black history is literally like all the things that have happened to black men. And so now I'm in relationships treating adult men like children and doing things that I normally wouldn't do, and I'm only doing when I'm in a relationship with a black man. it,
Yeah.
it was very weird. Like it was very strange when I actually sat down and realized that. Because I
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, and I'm like, no, like I operate totally differently when I'm dating a non-black man versus when I'm dating a black man. I'm putting up with a whole lot more when I'm dating a black man than I would ever allow a non-black man to do.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, they turned me off in middle school. I've never dated a black guy. Have I had crushes on childhood on a? Yeah, I have plenty of crushes. Like, oh, I think he's so cute and stuff. But actually getting a whiff of it in seventh grade and eighth grade, I said, well, they're cute, but why do they behave that way? And the things they would say about other black girls, and oh, look at that nappy head bitch. Look at her hair, and
It's just
laughing
like
and
it's
all of the things. I'm like, when I really look at all of the stuff that some of us laughed at, or was like, oh, well, didn't laugh but didn't say anything. When I look at all of the torture black girls have been through, all of the mental torture, I'm just disgusted.
it is because like when you really think about it,
Yeah.
the black community conditions black girls. Basically, they condition you to be doormats.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I say the vast majority of us are conditioned to be black men's doormats. It's you know, oh, okay,
Mm-hmm.
he may not have the best job, work with him. Oh, he come home to you every night. That's a good man. Oh, it's just we make all of these excuses when you can
Mm-hmm.
look at the things that other women are getting and benefiting from their men. Like you can go even further. Like look at African women.
Mm-hmm.
This is an entire nation of black people. Do you know
Yeah.
the richest men in Africa are mostly white?
Mm-hmm.
Only
I'm
three
not surprised.
of the 10 richest men in Africa, three of them are black.
They probably took a
You would never,
wheelbarrow of money out to them. Mm-hmm.
and here's the thing, like you could never go to a white nation and there be more black billionaires than white ones. That's not
Nope.
happening.
Nope. You wouldn't. That's embarrassing, Coco. And
It
they don't,
really
like I
is.
said, no shame. They don't have no shame. Oh, you're right, Geisha Peach. I agree with you, and I'm sorry to hear that about your grandmother. She said, my grandmother was on her deathbed, regretted being with a black man. Her last years of her
Oh,
life, she
hey,
didn't
Ann.
dare.
I saw Ann earlier. I didn't. I meant. I thought. Did I say hey, Ann? I don't know if you're still
Oh,
here.
is Ann in here? Auntie?
She
Hi,
was. I forgot
Ann.
to say hey because we were talking. But yeah.
Yeah, that's terrible. But yeah, listen, that's so, they are so embarrassing, but they have no shame. No shame.
Yeah, and I wanted to go further about the whole how Black women's self worth and their inner self voice translates to their presentation. And so I'm going to read this. It says, settling for looking sort of good enough. I was blessed to grow up with a dad who told me I was the prettiest, smartest, and best little girl in the world. My father has a superiority complex. I believe that is justified in his case. He really does have many gifts that are superior to those of most others that I've observed. So hold on, that's not the part I wanted to get to. Okay. But above and beyond Black folks' color issues, I always felt a base of self confidence in the looks department because of my dad. Even when his praise was tempered by my own observations as a teenager and young woman, I realized that no, I wasn't the prettiest, but I was content and feeling pretty enough. I felt pretty enough to attract the attention of a reasonable number of men. I didn't buy into feeling flawless, but I felt pretty enough to hold my head high. Pretty enough was my baseline. And because she talks about the the context of this chapter is Black women, are you ready to feel flawless? Like that's the because we're in chapter 3 now. That's and this is like a sub chapter called settling for looking good enough. It says, unfortunately, most African American women do not have a father like mine. They didn't grow up with the circle of adult male relatives constantly telling them that they were beautiful. From what I can tell from conversations I've had over the years, most Black women don't even feel pretty enough. Most of us don't even feel pretty. The the mass baseline for our self perception in the looks department hovers somewhere between I'm ugly and just maybe I can get by to I sort of look good enough. Settling for looking sort of good enough is manifested in so many ways. You can see it in our not taking care of our bodies, allowing ourselves to become visibly overweight, or failing to develop a polished look. By the way, gentlemen, much of this discussion also applies to you. Don't feel left out of the observation simply because I'm focusing on the women. Sirs, please conduct the following spot check on yourself. Stand nude in front of a full length mirror. This is usually a revelation for most Black people. I'm often reminded of how my straight Southern Black male colleague muttered under his breath when looking at another Black male attorney in court. The gentleman was wearing a too tight double breasted suit that did not flatter or conceal his pot belly. My coworker muttered, too much damn sausage. I've always been taken aback by how so many Sunni, like there's parts where she talked, because I feel like she may have been a member of the Nation of Islam at some point when she said she was a pro Black nationalist. Um, Black women abacked by how many Sunni Orthodox Muslim Black women choose grim and drab fabrics and colors for their hijabs. Judging from the behaviors and reactions I've observed at so many mosques, I suspect that many Black Muslim women, especially like hijab, because it gives them the opportunity to hide. It gives them a chance to opt out of caring about their looks. Essentially, they choose to lose gracefully when compared to other women. Ultimately, few Black women truly feel that they can hold their own in the looks department. So it's no surprise that few Black women feel entitled to feel flawless. So there's also, she talks about like how elite women are trained to always have themselves together and all of these sorts of things. And she goes further into maintaining a polished look according to whatever your budget is. And because you don't have to wear designer and all of these sorts of things to look well put together, but you should always present yourself to the best of your ability because it affects how you feel about yourself and how you view your self worth. And she also says, she goes on to say, are you ready to feel flawless? Are you willing to make the most of yourself? Are you ready to feel flawless and make the most of yourself with the body you have right now? Even if you have things to work on and your body, work on with your body, and who doesn't? You don't have to wait to feel flawless. Too many women tell themselves, oh, I'll buy a new flattering wardrobe when I'm down to a size, whatever. I believe that this is a demoralizing mistake. Are you willing to commit to discipline that it takes to truly feel flawless? For example, are you willing to seek out ways to feel flawless with whatever budget you have? Are you willing to stop stepping out of the house looking subpar? You can't feel flawless in the pub if the public has already seen you looking lousy on your so-called off days.
I agree. Self-care is the best, but dressing, sometimes it makes me so mad. I used to hear that sometimes people would say, "Oh, why I gotta look good? I ain't looking good for him. He ain't nobody." It's not about that. Why don't you want
Yeah.
to look good for yourself? Why don't you want to look taken care of and present yourself? It feels so much better when you take a warm bath, a shower, you exfoliate, do everything, put some lotion, have your clothes laid out, put that on, spray on your perfume, do your face, make sure your hair is right, and go out. It
Yeah,
feels
like
good.
I like even if like I was reading this book, it's called Atomic Habits. It's another really, really good book. It's you can find it on Amazon. It's called Atomic Habits, and basically, this book is Atomic Habits by James Clear is an easy, improving way to build good habits and break bad ones. And basically, he talks about how people oftentimes set goals, and when you set a goal, you still have like more often than not, people set goals and they don't reach them because they not have not undone the bad habits that are stopping them from reaching said goal. So what you want to do is build a tiny system of habits and work your way up to bigger and bigger habits where then you will overall reach your, the goal. And so it's all about rewiring how you think about things that you want to accomplish. It's really, really, really good. Like I literally tell everyone they should read it because we all have things about ourselves that we may want to change, but our personalities and the habits that we have developed over years are stopping us, and we have to learn to un like we have to learn to unlearn those habits. And breaking habits can be very hard to do. I think the book says like it takes about 80 days to break a bad habit or 80 days to like fully incorporate a new habit into your lifestyle. So I think I recommend everyone search out that book. It's relatively cheap on Amazon.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's another thing that's criticized in the Black community. Educating yourself, being smarter, reading books, learning more, meeting new people. Just being adventurous is a problem. It's ridiculous. Adventurous in the Black community is how many people you slept with and what kind of positions you're in.
Yeah.
And it's a problem. It's like open your mind when you have a group of men, your own group of men that are supposed to be the strong ones, supposed to be setting the tone for the culture. You're just supposed to keep passing it down. That's it. When they have a problem with education, with working, with another male group and being afraid of because they feel so inferior to them, that is an issue. Of course, you're going to have, just it's going to be haywire.
It really is.
Hmm.
Hold on for a second.
Hmm.
I'm trying to eat this hot ass lasagna, y'all. I burnt my tongue.
That's all right, sweetie. Take your time. Go ahead and get you something to eat. I just ate. I had meatloaf
Hmm.
and I had some potatoes and some broccoli.
You know what? Like I keep saying, and I'm glad you brought that up because I was like, I need to get myself my old vegetable chopper broke because I've been wanting some meatloaf for like forever. Like every time I have an aunt, like she's Black American, she makes this fire meatloaf, and I have a recipe. But the last time I made it, like I cannot chop vegetables up like really, really tiny,
Hmm.
like big chunks of bell pepper.
Yeah, you gotta really mince it.
Like the meatloaf was still fire, but it was just like these big chunks. So
Exactly.
I never remade it. Girl, yeah,
Yeah.
I was trying to tear that lasagna up, burnt
Go
the
ahead
damn
and
roof
eat.
of my mouth.
What is that that sin says? She said, "You're not gonna keep me from my food." You see, I and
Girl,
she'll tell us what she
yeah,
had.
that's why I had to push
Hmm.
the live stream back. I was like, I've been telling myself, I was like, all week I've been looking forward because I went and bought the stuff and I didn't have work. I mean, I did have work, but I didn't have class after school. I didn't have class today on Fridays, so I was like, I'm coming home, whip this lasagna up, and get on this live stream. You know, this lasagna is fire. I make my lasagna in a crock pot.
Really?
Yeah, like I used to date this Italian dude, and that's how he used to make his lasagna. I started making mine like that. It's fire. My friends, like when they try my like I might as well be half Italian. Like,
They'll find a way to make that food, okay?
but it's like, and then I use because like you could do it like you put the sauce and stuff on the bottom and the meat, and then you put your the noodles. I just use regular noodles. Like I don't like buying the non-cooked ones because I feel like the consistency is different. You just put regular noodles in there, dry. You don't cook them, and then you put your ricotta and stuff, and you just do your layers. And then you take like a cup of water and just like around the rim and set it in there on cooking on slow. It's the best lasagna you've ever had in your life.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's a like even my mama like it. Like I've made it for my parents when I go home. My mom was like,
Hmm.
my mom started making her lasagna like that. It's real good.
Hmm. You
Like
see, now I
everything.
like to cook. It's been a while that I really cook because I used to cook for my mom for the longest.
I haven't seen you in a while,
And to, who's in the chat?
Khaleesi.
Oh, Khaleesi, defender of Black women, burner. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
I said
hey,
hey to
pro
leadership.
white male leadership.
I
Hmm.
forgot to say. Oh, hey, Pro Mel. I didn't even see. She snuck in here,
She
huh?
did.
Hey, sis.
Everyone's
Um,
pretty much here. They're going to still be popping in.
yeah. Um, okay,
That
I want
book
to read
sounds
this one.
good. I like that you bring up different books, educating us on books we should read or we already have read.
Pro
I
was just up
enjoy
here.
this.
I think I dropped you, Pro. I think I meant to hit add, but I hit remove. Sorry. I don't know what happened. Let me drop
Mm-hmm.
the link again. Um, oh, there she is. Okay, there we go. Hey, Pro White Male
Hey
Leadership.
guys, I'm
Hey,
sorry. I was on I do a lot of lives. A lot of people invite me to lives, so I didn't want to come and disrupt your beautiful conversation because I get extra.
no, sis, we love you around here. We just know
Mm-hmm.
you're passionate. Yeah. Um. Also, did I want to read this?
Yeah, but I don't want you to lose subscribers because a lot of people think my channel is a hate group. So that's what I'm getting a lot of feedback on. So I'm just putting it out there. I don't
Listen,
want
if
to
they
stay
can take
around too much.
500 years of black men actually doing violent stuff up into now and it's even getting worse, they should be able to take your channel. I don't know how a channel can match 500 years of men not protecting, providing, and offing their own women. I really don't. What's scarier than that?
Because you
Like,
because
really?
you know why? Because black women are still connected to black men, and they're afraid of what white men are going to do to them, unfortunately.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
that's one of the main reasons why I think they won't leave, because once they leave they know it's a wrap for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So but I don't
I
want to ruin
agree.
your live. I know you guys are talking about something. I just wanted to listen and just talk to you for a few
Oh,
minutes.
oh no, we're just I'm just reading some excerpts from the Sojourners. I don't know if you listened to the earlier part of the stream, but the Sojourner's Passport, a Black Woman's Guide to Having a Life and Love You Deserve. You may want
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
Oh, you heard the beginning.
But I was in the chat. I was in the live for a few minutes, but you were just talking, so I just returned back.
Oh yeah, like you should check out the beginning of the stream. I don't know if you've heard of this book, but like I feel like all Black women Like, I feel like this is our Bible. Like, it's it pretty much discusses all the things that you also speak on. Um, and it's really insightful.
And
So
you
yeah,
know what it is? It's so pathetic that a black woman in that time could stand up to white men and black men couldn't.
yeah,
Yeah, that's true. That's sad. But
That
black
is
women
that
have
is so
always been
sad.
the attack dogs. You know, we have always been the attack dogs, and it's very clear. And like I said,
Oh, hey,
another content creator, I won't say her name, but she was talking about that, and I agree with her, and I agree with Sin. But the biggest con game that black men pulled on black women was getting black women to hate other races of men. That was the whole point, so they wouldn't see all of their destruction.
well, I told you what black men are really doing. They tell us something different than they tell all these other races of people. This is their
Hmm.
game plan.
yeah,
Yeah,
Because if
that's
these
sad.
people are that racist, they're always around them and they're always around white men. And
That's
they'll
true.
come back and they like to come back and tell you what the racist white men that they befriend are saying about you. And these men have black daughters and they think that's completely normal. So
yeah.
these men are very dangerous.
Yeah, they are. It's
Let's,
true.
I'm gonna read the next excerpt. Where is it? It's called First Love Yourself as an African American Woman. After some reflection, I realized that those of us walking the Sojourner's path need to start having some conversations immediately about issues we face along the way. And these are going to be difficult grown up conversations about some painful and complex things. Here's why. As African Americans, we have a history of falling into one calamity after another. When we fail to protect our ethnic self respect, even our solutions become new self destructive problems. I don't want the painful pattern to be repeated with the Sojourner's way. I know our people. I know that many African American women, just like many African American men, are looking for the nearest exit out of our African American identity. Have you noticed that people who are racially all black but are one half African American and one half another black ethnicity always identify themselves by the non-African American half? The overall pattern is that whenever there's a choice between identifying as African American and anything else, including a foreign black identity, people rarely choose to identify as African American. Instead of Instead, those of us whose physical appearance can justify oh God, I'm so tongue tied. Our appearance can justify it. Start emphasizing our 1/677th Cherokee, Irish, and whatever else non-black ancestry. Those of us whose physical appearance don't lend themselves to playing Tiger Woods, I'm Calabanasian. What? Girl, I don't know what he called himself. Games start positioning our children to disappear into other people's gene pool. By contrast, a Sojourner walks with sincere and deep pride in her African American heritage. This is why I'm careful to describe myself and our people as both Black and African American. It is important to have racial self respect, which is lacking throughout Africa and the African diaspora. But it's also important for African Americans to have ethnic self respect, specifically as African Americans. For my view, the problem with calling ourselves only Black is that this label is not specific to our people as African Americans. It is not specific to the Black people born in this country who are descended from those Africans who were held in slavery here. When we only refer to ourselves as Black, we make ourselves a blank slate relative to other Black people who also have specific cultural identities, such as Haitians, Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Nigerians, and Panamanians, and others. By saying only Black, we put ourselves in a cultural weak position relative to these other Black people. This is why many African Americans get upset when foreign Blacks come to us with statements such as, on my island or in my country, we do blah, 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 and so on. Other types of Blacks are quick to tell us about their islands and country. There's nothing wrong with that. People are supposed to feel good about their heritage. What do we as African Americans have to say in response? Usually nothing, because most of us don't take the time to find out things that we can feel equally proud of. That's not other people's fault. It's our own fault when we don't seek to develop our ethnic pride. I don't have a problem with hearing on my island statements from foreign Blacks. because I have my own family traditions to talk about. When they tell me about their traditions, I start talking happily about what my grandparents said and believed. By saying only black, we verbally erase our people's entire specific history. Furthermore, do not interpret any of this as some sort of broadside against any other blogger. I guess this is something she had going on in her real life. As I've said before, we're going to have to start having some more adult conversations. This means exploring different takes on various ideas. Disagreement on one or more or even points does not automatically mean disrespect or disparagement of those with other views. As I said in the earlier post, making room for dissenting views is essential to our survival. We must learn to take what is useful from a point of view and discard the rest without rancor. And although I myself aren't African American, I do agree with her because I've witnessed this in the context of my own. Like, I have a diverse group of black friends. We're from all throughout the diaspora, and time again, what I've noticed is oftentimes when we're having these conversations about our cultures, not only do I notice that sometimes my African American friends are quiet, but then the other, I guess, black foreigners will go so far as to other black people. And I think it's time that specifically black Americans, and when I'm talking about black American women, take a hold of what it means to be a black woman in America. Because to be a African American woman in America and be a descendant of African American slaves is a totally different set of like cultural and historical steps that you've experienced. Like, okay, yes, we all have maybe a shared lived experience of being black, but African American women need to boldly grasp the image of black women in America, and they need to focus on reshaping the African American woman image. What I see oftentimes is black women in America are taking on the image of black women globally. That's not black women. That's not African American women's fight. And I think it's time that African American women realize that, because let's be honest here, and I'm saying this as a Haitian American born in America, like most of the fight, most of the change is being done by the hands of African American women. Now, yes, you may have some women from the diaspora that are influential in these movements, but the face is typically an African American woman. And you go even further and say African American women are literally they're the voice of the global black womanhood. Because now you see these movements that black women started and African American women have started in America. Other black women across the globe are doing this. I saw even where I read an article about the Afro-Melanesian women are having their own colorism talks and their own texturism talks. And these ideas come from black women. Like this all started because of African American woman's strength and resilience and her need for more. And her being a nurturing woman, she's lending her voice to so many other black women, but it's not being reciprocated. Like the black sisterhood is very much so one way. And I can say this, like some people might think, oh, I'm pandering, but like I speak truth. Like I feel like I try to be as honest and unbiased as possible. That most of the advancements of black women in America are because African American women wanted more. They're fighting for more. They're doing the labor, while other black women just kind of ride the coattails and then turn around and triangulate themselves like, oh, this in my country, this is how this is in my country. Like, oh, our men do this. It's this weird triangulation, while black African American women are being sucked of their very essence. I know this was like super long-winded, but I'm sorry, y'all.
No, you're speaking truth, and I agree with everything you're saying. And I think that's the issue with the whole diaspora wars. There shouldn't be any wars, but there needs to be a level of respect on everyone's field.
The reason like, if you really think about it, look at the so-called diaspora wars. Where does all of these things stem from?
It's been, but that's how we ended up being sold as slaves in the first place. So this has been going on for a long time. So that's never going to change. It just seems like to me, from what I've seen, I don't mean to cut you guys off. It just seems like black people can only go after black people. So I don't, that just seems to be what it is. Because this is nothing new.
Mm-hmm.
Because before we were even sold to what I talk a lot of historical stuff because it's the same behavior pattern. But moving forward to the image of black women, maybe you guys don't agree with this, but our image is not going to really change until we start attaching ourselves to better men. Our image is not going to change. And that is why I'm pro white male leadership. Black women's image is starting to change. And I do believe it's because of the men that they're starting to marry. So, because pretty much men do that in every race or culture. They uplift their women. We can't do it by ourselves. I know we want to, but we really, really can't. And I know you guys don't agree with that, but we can't.
Oh, I see what you're saying, pro white. I agree with what you're saying, and what I agree with is when you do attach yourself to a better quality of life, just like taking care of yourself, you get better results. That's a fact. So I can only imagine if black women open their options and they're meeting quality men, of course, from different races, it would make sense why those men would be bringing out the best in them. And if they're bringing out the best in black women, and that's the visual everyone sees from how black women are being treated, how they're dressing, social circles, it can definitely bring up black women's currency, if you will.
I want to
I
step
do.
in here. Like I don't. There's this is like I think this is where we have like our key sort of disagreement because I don't think like an outside person can bring out the best in you. Now they can help you realize that you have the tools within you to become a better version of you, but I do not believe that a better you exists outside of you. Like that's internal work. Like that's what I believe. And I get what you're saying, but black women have to change their internal image and how they view themselves internally if we ever want our outward image to change. Like
I agree with both.
That's
there's
that's
that
I'm
have
sorry.
Mm-hmm.
That's true, but I feel like this. A lot of the issues that we do have is due to our black men being failures. So I don't believe there's I don't I that's our issue. Our issue is because black men are failures and they're untrustworthy.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if
I
that
see
makes
what
sense or
you're
not.
saying, Coco. Coco, of course, is saying you need to work on yourself first. I agree with that 100%, even before you think about meeting different people. Take care of yourself, self-love. I also agree with Pro on what she's saying because I do think that if someone has the resources to put you in a better area or bring out the best in you because of how they behave, you feel good. It's like being around a person who's negative all the time and that's constantly saying, oh my God, I'm just so ugly. And you're like, okay, well, I don't feel that way about myself, but you're constantly being around someone who's constantly doubting themselves. I think that that brings out a negative version in that person from being around that person. I agree with both of you ladies. I think that it has to be in like moderation.
Because I don't really feel like I don't feel like, I mean, is there really any therapy for women to get because they've had failure as men? Does that therapy really exist?
What can you repeat that? I didn't hear what you said.
I'm saying that, I mean, is there therapy for us as black women to get because black men are failures? Is there any therapy for that?
I mean, I feel like when you go to therapy, if you've been dealing with failures in regards to like black men or whatever, you learn to undo and you learn to have higher standards. I'm not talking about going to therapy and then thinking that black men are automatically going to be better because you yourself are better. But I'm saying that you have to do, I want black women to be better first and foremost for themselves, like for yourself. Like I
Right,
don't want
right.
black women to go from one codependent relationship to another codependent relationship. You should not seek value through men at all.
Correct, correct.
Race.
Correct. That I mean, I for some strange reason I kind of disagree because I feel like naturally we do get reinsurance from our fathers and our brothers
I mean, that's different.
and
That's
the community and stuff like that. But it, you know, it kind of starts somewhere. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Correct me if I'm wrong.
no,
But
I agree with what you're saying.
oh,
But like the familial bond, I think is totally different than a romantic bond.
but it starts from there, and a
Yeah,
lot of us.
it does start from there, and that's why I feel like if you take a woman who's starved, literally starved for a healthy or what she thinks is a healthy relationship, especially when you're coming from, you know, say there's a black woman, she's had it, she's fed up with black men, she's now going to dip her toes into the non-black sea. You don't want her to bring that baggage, and now she may, because she's so used to getting so little from black men, she may accept mediocrity from white men. And I'm not saying that this is the case, but there are a lot of people who are out here seeking to basically, use black women or abuse black women. And I just want black women to be in a healthy space where they can realize that, because
Mm-hmm.
they're going to be men regardless of race.
Correct. Yeah. But at the end of the day, that is something that black men have allowed for a very long time. So that's what people are used to, because we've dealt with a group of men that's never protected us and have sold us out to everyone. So it still goes back and it still relates to us being connected to a group of failures.
And I want to
I
read
don't know
what
if that makes sense.
she
Does that
said.
make sense?
I agree with
Mm-hmm.
you.
Oh.
Tanika says sometimes there's a guilt to want and to have better when it's the opposite to what one has been accustomed to. Plus, black women are ashamed for wanting excellence in education and career in the fear of black women's greatness. And I do believe that. I don't want black women to take this messaging of mediocrity and nothingness over to other men.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to open you up for more harm. Like, I
Both
want
of you ladies are right.
to be fully
Both of you are
self-actualized.
right.
I want them
Mm-hmm.
to go into these new waters in their best form, so that
Mm-hmm.
you don't allow the things that you are allowing. I mean, I don't want you to leave a black pookie to get a white pookie. Like I don't, because, and I'm not just saying, like, when I say pookie, I don't mean indicative of being like a hoodlum, but just having like maladaptive relationship qualities and all of these things that aren't going to be conducive with a black woman being in her best form. Like that's
Well,
literally all I'm saying.
well, I understand. Well, according to the statistics and the data, when it comes to black women dealing with other races of men, that's going pretty good for us. So as of right now, the long-lasting interracial marriages, our marriages last longer than every other race of man, and the longest is black women and white men.
I understand all of that.
Yeah, so the data is looking pretty good for now.
I'm not saying
But
that the data isn't. I mean, you can be in a relationship and the man is, bringing all of, all of the things that you're looking for. Like he's acting out manhood the way a man is supposed to. But that doesn't change your internal self. Like, yeah, you may be in a relationship where you're treated well, but your self-worth may still be low. Your self-esteem may still be low. Like, those things I don't think are indicative, have anything to do with the sort of mate that you have. The view of yourself is very personal. And black women collectively have low self-esteem.
well, of course we have low self-esteem because we've had a group of men as well as women that has destroyed our self-esteem since the day we were born. I mean, so that's just what it is. I mean,
And
my
yeah,
mother was extremely mentally and emotionally abusive to me as a child, because she was so black male identified. So, and a lot of us come from that. We
Mm-hmm.
come from a group of people that don't give a damn about us.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's definitely going to be, that's going to always exist
It just
because we're
seems like
still,
Black women are willing to put in the work. Black women are definitely, when it comes to therapy and things like that, we just want to be able to trust someone to lead us into the right direction. I get it. Black women have the biggest thirst, if you will, for what manhood looks like, and I understand. And I get what Coco is saying, because you don't want to take baggage, of course. You don't want to have, you need to know, basically, to put in like regular plain terms, you need to know that you're the shit way before you start talking
Exactly,
to
because I
anybody
don't think
else.
that I don't
Mm-hmm.
even I don't believe that just because you're in a healthy, non-toxic relationship does not mean that you have high self-esteem. Does not mean that you have high self-worth. Does not mean that you have a good self-image. It
That's
means none of
true.
those things.
well, you have to understand. Well, I like I said, I completely understand what you guys are saying, but at the end of the day, coming from the type of culture and community that we're coming from, I mean, you know, like I said, is there therapy for that? If we was to get therapy, is there a therapy out there particularly for Black women that specializes in the issues that we're having with our own race of people,
I
basically?
hope there is. There needs to be. If there's not, with all these
And
young
where
Black
we're going to
girls that
get
are
that from?
graduating,
Where
I
we're going to
know.
get that from? We're going to get that from
Hmm.
who?
I
The
mean, but like what you're
resources.
asking is like what you're asking is almost kind of nonsensical because there is no form of psychology or therapy that does that. Like you have to.
That's what I'm saying.
But yeah, but like you can't fix the degeneracy of other people. You can only work on the effects that degeneracy has had on you. And that's what I think Black women need to do. I'm not focused on like, I'm not saying like you can heal from trauma. Like you can absolutely overcome trauma. And that's what I'm
Hmm.
saying. That's the inner work that Black women need to do because we all have some level of trauma from being in Black spaces.
Hmm.
That's
And I get what
like
Pro
that.
is saying,
Yeah, like that.
but she.
I don't believe I'm all for Black women dating out and doing what's best for them.
Hmm.
I do not, I do not, and will never adhere to the ideology that it just marrying a non-Black man is going to make your life picture perfect. Like you have, I understand that you have a better outcome. Like there's no denying that the statistics prove that to be true. I'm not,
Hmm.
I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is that I want Black women to be the best versions of themselves inwardly and outwardly. And I think that before you go on that journey to exploring your options, you need to do self. You need to heal if you have had a lot of trauma in your life, because I want the best outcomes for you. Like you can go, and I don't want you bringing all of the animosity, all of these things into your new surroundings. Like you have to be able to, and I don't think just dating a white man or just dating an Asian man is going to undo that trauma. Like that's what I don't believe. And that like I kind of feel like you're missing that part of it because I don't think that Black women can are just in mass ever going to pick up and just leave Black men alone. That I mean, since that's not going to happen. Like there's going to be some Black women who just aren't going to accept this sort of ideology. They don't want to, and we can't force them to.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of time for them. But I understand what
Take a
Pro
look
is saying, because I'm a firm believer personally. I think that once you feel good within inside yourself, which would be healing, which you said, Coco,
Mhm.
healing first. When you feel like a better version, you put out a better version. But I also feel like the men that come into your life, if you're going to open your options, need to elevate you. If I'm going to be with you, I shouldn't have to feel like, even though I know that I'm worth it, I came to you. I feel like you should also be elevating me.
I'm
You should
sorry,
also
I want
be.
to say hello to Renaissance. Hey,
No,
Ray.
that's fine.
I'm sorry. Yeah, well, like I said, I definitely agree with that. I agree with everything you guys are saying, but like I said, I feel like a lot of our issues stem from having a really, really crappy community. It's not even a community.
Mm-hmm.
Us being born into a group of people that don't give a damn about us and has expressed that to the whole entire world. I mean, I'm like I said, that's, you know what I'm saying? So, you know,
No,
I
I get
just
what you're saying. I know.
maybe I'm not saying it correctly, or I don't know if you guys, if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong.
No,
I just,
you're
I
right.
like,
I agree with you.
I just think I agree with most of your argument. I just don't agree with it fully, if that makes any sense. Like, I agree with most of your argument. I'm just
You
more so
just don't
focused
feel
on.
like
I'm just
rushing
so,
into it, right,
yeah.
Coco?
Like, I just don't feel like rush. I feel
Oh
like
no,
things.
I don't promote that at all. I don't promote that. I'm trying to see, I try to promote, you know, I try to tell black women, listen, you know, what you do for black men, it's best for us to do it with better men. I'm not saying that any race of man is whatever. I'm just making a comparison to other groups of men. And being that we get our resources already from these men, it just makes sense. You understand what I'm saying? I'm all about proactive white male leadership for black women, because whatever we need, and if we want something, we're going to have to go to them anyway. So
Yeah.
when we talk in the terms of getting anything, we're getting it from white men.
I mean, I
And
understand all of that. That's. I mean, that's just how American economy is set up. Like most everything comes from the hands of white men. I get that,
so
Mm-hmm.
I'm
but
saying to myself, how could we start to create these things? How could we go to them and ask them, well, we need help. You know, we have issues in our community. If we're not going to go out here and say that we need help and we need this and that, then I don't see where we're going to get better with what we need, because we need help.
Alliances.
I mean,
We need help.
but
We
I
can't
get
do it by ourselves.
I get what you're saying, but we have to be. Like, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way because I'm
I
just going to say
understand.
I'm like we have to be realistic. I mean, white men aren't going to en masse marry black women like that. Like I don't. That's not going to happen. Like there may be and I because I know some people were like, oh, you know, I'm playing the fence, but it's just the truth. Like most white people tend to marry other white people, and I don't want to make it seem as though black women are going to be able to escape the black community in its entirety while living in America. You get what I'm saying? Like you're never going to be able to escape the black community in its entirety. Like we're always going to, even if you are married to a non-black man, because the way America is set up, your identity is always going to be tied to the black community. So I don't feel like playing this sort of like word game where it's like, oh, you know, if we all get with white men or we go to white men, like automatically things are going to be better for black women. Like that's not, to me, that sounds fantastical.
No, that's not what I might sound like that, but that's not what I believe. I don't believe that at all, but I do feel, and according to the data, that if we do attach ourselves to better men, better leaders, you know, and according to the data, we're less likely to be in a single family household. We're more likely to be married. Our household income also gets higher. And I feel like those are things that can help us. A lot of our issues is because we're not even getting basic stuff from the black men that we've been worshiping for centuries. We're not even getting
Mm-hmm.
basic things from them.
Mm-hmm.
I,
So
I get what you're saying. I
So
get what
I'm saying that we got to start somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not out here saying accept anything. That is
I'm
not
not
what I
saying
promote.
I'm not saying that that's what you
Yeah.
promote. Like I hope you didn't take that.
I'm not saying you're not going to have a black identity. No, but it's up to us to change what it means to be black.
Yeah, because only black women are gonna put in the work.
You
But
understand what
I
I'm
think
saying?
But
We can change what it means to be black. You understand what I'm saying? Being black doesn't mean being dysfunctional.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what I try to make black people understand, that you have to understand how you look towards other people. Okay. It is looking like something is wrong with us because of our race. That's what it looks like. And that is not good. And
I
that is what
agree.
we're looking for. That's what we look like, because we keep going back and forth. One minute we're complaining about these men, the next minute we're saying something else. So they have told the whole entire world, they have showed the whole entire world for centuries what they're about and how they're going to treat us.
Mm-hmm.
They have constantly put us in the hands of white men. White men had always had to come in and feed us and clothe us. For how long? Because these men
I mean,
are failures.
I get
I'm not
that, but
saying they
like,
don't have their own motives. That's not what I'm
I
saying.
think where the disconnect for me
Yeah.
personally is that I don't agree with going from worshiping one man to worshiping another. Like that to me just seems like you're in a perpetual circle. I want black women's existence to be separate, or like I don't want black women to constantly view themselves through a lens of the male gaze. Like you just said, we're stated like, oh, others are looking at us crazy and things of this nature. We have no control over what black men do, and the violence that they commit in this community. We really have no control over that.
Well, they're going around committing crimes, and they're saying it's because you're raising them. So they're putting targets on our backs. So what is that? What do you think people are going to think? This is what these men are literally going out here committing all these crimes and saying it's because black women are raising them. So people are going to start looking at us.
I believe that whole, like, if you really listen to those arguments, like the whole, oh, it's because black women I don't believe that the general consensus of society is that it's black women's fault. The general consensus is that it's black men's fault for not raising their children. Like, so I feel like as black women, we're in a very odd situation. So I don't feel like outside groups see black women as the issue. The issue is black male degeneracy and violence, which, yes, we're all black, so they're viewing us through a lens of blackness. But I think there's a separation when it comes to who's doing the harm in the community. I think outside communities are intelligent enough to realize that it's not black women. So I'm just weirded. I'm kind of, I don't know how to describe, like, I really don't. It's just, I can't really explain it.
Are you saying, I think,
Moment.
Coco, that you don't want to basically have an unrealistic expectation for black women to think that other races of men are going to have like a savior? You
Yeah,
don't want them to think like, oh my God, yes, they want us.
I don't want you, because this is what you're doing. Like, and I've seen it myself, because I'm one of these people, like, because I'm a YouTuber, so I troll the internet for content. Like, I'm literally, and I've read and on Reddit and subreddits, you have white men talking about the desperation of black women. Like, we're literally setting ourselves up to be victims of other communities. Like, I know you've been on TikTok and you've seen, like, where young black in their early 20s are talking about the things that they're encountering with these young black men, these younger, non-black men, because they think there's a level of desperation that exists in black men also exists in black women. And that's what I want to counter. That's why I don't want black women going over to other communities broken, because I don't want you to be taken advantage of.
That's not a surprise they will think that way, because that's what a lot of black men have been telling these men. So that's not a surprise that they would think that way. So I'm not saying it could be some of our action. Like me, I don't worship any man. I worship what men do. Okay? That's what it's all about for me. It's not about, I'm not a white male worshiper. Okay? But after the actions of black women in the last 2 years, there has to be a voice. We're being murdered. Okay. Black men made it very clear they're not going to do shit about it because they don't care. So we need to do something here. And we cannot defend ourselves against these men. So eventually we're going to need help from outside.
So this is what, like, when you say need help from outside, like, what is it that you expect white men to do?
As of right now, I don't expect them to do nothing because we have made it very clear that we cannot be trusted as Black women, because we complain about Black men, but in the next breath, we're defending him. So as of right now, I can't really expect nothing from them. And if Black women are not on a collective group thing and saying we're done and going somewhere else, then, or trying to do something else, then what are we really expecting from them? We've
But you,
made it very clear. We don't want to date them. You know how we think about them. We're out there, fighting them when they try to protect us. You know, you understand what I'm saying? Like I said, for me, this is about preserving the little that we're already getting, because we get so little and we're losing.
I get what you're saying, Pro. But that's
we
what I
have to
think.
we have to preserve the little that we're already getting, because we're not getting nothing from Black men. So if we're getting a little bit of cooperation from another male group, then you know what I'm saying? Because unfortunately, Black women have made it very clear how ungrateful they are for what they are already getting, because you're not getting nothing from your own men, and they've made it very clear to you, the rest of the world, and to white men and every other race, that they ain't doing crap for you, because they don't give a F about you.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me because I see what like I said, both of you ladies make valid points on both ends. And I think that you kind of be the middleman. It's kind of like that black woman that's in a chat or something, and there's a white guy who happens to praise black women. He's like, "Oh, black women are so beautiful, and everything you ladies do, I love you, I respect you." He can literally give compliments from head to toe. It doesn't matter. You'll still have those black women. Oh, he's pandering. Oh, he's trying to do this and that. And while you can have a guard to a certain extent, can't you just say, well, thank you, and move on? You don't have to cyber slurp. You don't have to sit there and, oh, really, you want me? You want to go out next summer? You don't have to do that. All you have to do is rest in your femininity and just accept it and say, oh, thank you, okay, and move on. And
that's
at some
I
point,
think.
it's like, can't you take a compliment? It's kind of that conversation. Like, we know that other races of men aren't necessarily black women's savior, even though, let's be honest, white men love looking like a savior. They absolutely do. Do I think black women should use that to their advantage? Absolutely, but they should do it once they understand what they're doing, which goes back to Coco's point of loving yourself, valuing yourself, and seeing what's really going on in your community and within who you are as a person, actually.
Yeah, like,
And I'm sorry.
think I think you're further ahead in the black woman journey. Like, I'm not talking about my personal journey, but I'm talking about the journey that I'm taking my channel. Like, I feel like you need to ease black women into these sorts of things, and I know that you feel that doing so is detrimental because of the situations that we're in. But you have to realize we've been in this situation for centuries, for centuries.
Yeah,
And
but we've never really done anything about it, and I
we,
think that at this point our behavior has to change drastically. Okay, because there might be a chance where we might not come back from this. Black men are literally in the United States hunting us like we're wild animals. After we went out there because a white man killed him like a dog in the street, look at what these men choose to do.
but see, here's the thing. Like,
Look at what they choose to do.
I understand that.
Defund the police. Now we're being murdered even more. There's some areas where they're not even taking 911 calls from Black communities anymore. Did you know that? There's whole police stations being shut down now because they don't want to serve the community. You understand what I'm saying? We are heading down a very dangerous path right now. now. And
A
now you
slippery
have
slope.
now with Wade versus Road, these men are killing children like it's no tomorrow.
I understand all of that. I understand all of that, but the tone of my channel and the content and like the way I feel like the way I express, because I said this before, like I don't believe in black woman empowerment. I don't. I think black women are. I don't. That's not what I do. Like I feel like black women don't need to be empowered. Like we have everything within us. We just need to be able to access and tap into that. And that's where I think we differ. Like I don't think that black woman's greatness is viewed outside of herself. Like I don't like for you, you're focused on I understand you're focused on resources and things of that nature, but I'm more so focused on the internal. Like that's I feel like black women need to do the internal work. Like that's what I'm talking about. Did she drop down? I don't know what happened.
Hopefully she comes back up. But yeah, I think this is a good conversation because I understand what you're saying. I'm all for what you're saying. I think maybe it's because we're in different stages of journeys.
Yeah,
I
like
get what you're saying
I'm
because
not
not
like how can I put this? Like I don't want this to come across wrong. Um,
uh-huh.
but I'm past like I feel like I feel like on the journey of black womanhood and the realization of the things that are happening in our community, there are stages, just like there's the stages of grief, there's
Mm-hmm.
several stages that you're going to go through. You're going to go through anger, rage, sadness, all of these things you'll experience. And then I think you finally get to a level where you're content. And I want black women to be content in themselves. And it doesn't have anything to do with the black community. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, I
I
want,
get what you're saying. You want black women to feel like they are enough, they're good enough,
yeah,
and
like
they
I feel
have
like
enough.
I
Yeah.
feel like you need to reach that pinnacle before you cast your line into the non-blacks. Because I just want black women to protect themselves. I want
And
black
know
women to be whole.
themselves. Mm-hmm. And I
And
get that.
that's my key, like that's the key goal of my channel. Like I want black women to do that internal work, get to a place where the things black men say, the things they do have no effect on you. It's an intoxicating feeling. It's an
Yeah,
intoxicating feeling when you can
it
see
is.
something online and just be like, okay, whatever, that has nothing to do with me. Like that's
Mm-hmm.
what I want black women. I want us to get to a point where we're no longer leaving them comments because that attention in the comment section, that's what they're looking for. You're letting them suck your life force from you through the keypad. Like you allow black men that you do not know, who you've never met, rile you up on the internet. Do you like you can't tell me that you as like individuals who allow things like that to happen, like that to me shows that you have low self-confidence. And the fact that black women are like you constantly see black women making videos and responses and all of these things, it is a
Mm-hmm.
disgusting cycle that we're unable to break. I want black women to get so self-resolute that you're like a duck. The things they say roll off your back. And I feel
Yes.
like you need to get to that point because you're going to have a lot of other obstacles to overcome when you start dating out. And I'm not talking
Mm-hmm.
about like in regards to your relationship, but how others may view your relationship and the things you may have to encounter because now you're in much more wider spaces or you're in much more Asian spaces. So those things also come with their own like
Territories.
yeah, there's their own issues that come along with that. But I feel like a black woman who walks in her feminine and whatever that is for you and in your black womanhood, none of that's going to affect you. And that's what I want for Black women.
It shouldn't affect Black women when you really think about it. If we were able to survive damn near 500 years of dealing with the most derelict
Did
men
I
on the
leave that?
planet,
If she got the link? Because I don't know if she wants to come back. Oh, hey,
I think she's
Miguel.
having tech issues, but
Oh,
she said
okay.
that she's going to be coming back. But yeah, no, I agree with both of you make very good points. But I think that what we're talking about is different stages. You're
Yeah,
talking
it's
about the
different
stage of what your channel is and what you're providing to Black women, which is the early stages of, okay, here you go. This is who you're dealing with. It's sort of like what Cynthia does. That's why I don't know why, other content creators get mad or catty or say things about certain. There's no need to.
because
We're at different stages.
I feel like Black women or Black women content, like all of our voices are going to be different.
Mm-hmm.
How we, the things that how we say things and how we present them to our, I hate, to my subscribers is going to be different. Like I'm a different Black woman than say
Mm-hmm.
Sin or Paris Milan and all these other, like we may all be Black, but we all have different lived experiences, and that's going to come through in the sorts of content that we create.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact.
So I I value myself or pride myself on trying to understand Black women where they are, and I try to accommodate that. Like I don't want to be forceful, because I feel like when you're forceful with a woman who's already being demeaned and dehumanized, the message isn't going to sink in, and I want the message to sink in.
Mm-hmm.
Like
That's true.
I don't want to be that voice that is constantly beating Black women down, telling you how you should live your life, saying these things. Like I don't, and I'm not saying that that's what pro Black woman leadership is doing like that. I'm just speaking about how like I want to present on my own channel. I'm not saying that that's how she is or her channel or anything like that. So I don't want anyone to take that the wrong way.
I think with her channel, and I don't even have to see it, I can tell. I think where she is basically this is like a diatribe. Like this is it. This is our last shot to get it right as Black women, knowing the stuff that Black men have gotten away with and how long they got away with it. So to her, with everything going on, it's not just her. We can open our eyes and see what's going on. It is some horrible things going on, not only through American culture and what has been allowed by the government, but what has been going on in our community has just gotten worse. And now it's presenting itself due to social media. It's all over the place. You can't try to hide it or act like, oh, what you do in the door, it stays in our house like they used to do back in the day. Back in the day, older people were very secretive. But now everything's all over social media. You couldn't deny Black men's behavior if you wanted to. It's everywhere and it's spilling out into other communities. So I get what she's saying, where she's like, you need to make a choice. You need to get something, if you will. I said like an alliance. That wasn't her words. Those are mine. In a way with non-Black men who are willing to solve the problem, because most of them, most likely, whether there's racism everywhere, there's racism within white people, of course, we've lived it, and Asian people and white Hispanic, we already know that. But we do know that their men are used to getting stuff done. So maybe with Black women getting their minds right and knowing, politically or just in their own personal lives, getting their minds out of where they stand, it will have a better opportunity to present itself for Black women to separate from Black men who don't want to do anything. I
Yeah,
think that's the best option.
and for me personally, like, I view the greatness of Black women to me stands alone. She doesn't need to be upheld by anyone. I feel
Mm-hmm.
like all Black women have within themselves the ability to create the lives that they want for themselves, and however that looks for them. Like that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I pride my channel on. I don't like to tell Black women who and who to date, who not to date. That's none of my business. I'm here to help you with how you view yourself
Mm-hmm. And open your mind.
and open
And
your mind.
that's
And I
exactly
want the
what you
best for
do.
you. And I
Mm-hmm.
want the best for you. Like if you, I want you, because I've dated out. I do it all the time. Like it's not like,
Yeah.
but the first thing is like my channel is not about dating. Like, I'm about the betterment of Black women, about
Mm-hmm.
the Black female self. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's my number one concern on my channel. And I
I
feel
think
that
that's great.
once you better yourself, all those other things will fall in line.
Mm-hmm. But you said that every content creator is different. Basin focuses on black male pathology, so you can know who you're dealing with. I feel like you and focus on black women, and I have to say this with empowerment, because I feel like what you're doing is very empowering. You welcome all black women to understand what they expect from themselves, what they should do to better themselves, but not telling them what they have to do, or do you know, in a
Mhm.
aggressive tone, if you will. And I feel like Chrissy, she works with dark skin, promoting dark skin and black women in that way. And you know, there's just so much to offer. I love Paris, and you know, they're the extreme, if you will, if they want to say, oh, the extreme divested channels, whatever. They're speaking the truth about it. Everyone's truth. You can't deny the truth. We have our eyes open. We see what is going on if you're willing to accept it. I feel like everyone's message is different and everyone's in different stages. If you're It's like literally pulling a black woman out of cold water. She's been in freezing Arctic cold water, and you throw her into some lava. It's
Yeah,
shock.
like
It's a shock. It's like, oh, what's going on? You have black women who have the lowest self-esteem, and it's so sad. So presenting the opportunity of saying, yeah, go date that guy. Oh, he's white. Oh yeah, he's right here. As long as he's white, oh. And then they get with a pair of
I don't
cookies.
think that's what she was saying. Like, I
No, no,
just
not
feel
her.
like,
No, no, no. I'm saying that. That's not
no.
what she was saying at all. This is what I'm saying. I got what she was saying.
Hmm.
I'm saying that there are sadly some that, and I don't want them to go down that road, because I see so much promise in black women now that their eyes are open. There's too much opportunity and too much promise for them to make the same mistakes. We want to lead you on a straight road. Everyone's life is different. Everyone's personality is different. Black women are different. We get it. But we are still black. We are still representing each other. And we should want for one another to be on the right track. If I see something is wrong and you feel like, hey, can you help me on something, and I should be there to help and pick you up. I should be able to help a black woman in some kind of way. And I feel like we're all doing that in our own ways, whether we do it with our channels, whoever we're trying to reach out to. The bottom line is the truth about the way black men are acting, and you know how we should handle it accordingly. That's how I feel. But
Yeah,
you know, I respect your opinion, of course, and I respect her opinion, because I get what she's saying,
yeah.
and
Like,
it's scary.
that's what, like, I want Black women, even though we may have disagree, we can agree to disagree. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here to muffle any Black woman's voice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not, as long as it's not, crazy. You know what I'm saying?
You
But
just
like,
want to make sure that you have people know what your channel is about and what you're providing them, as you should. You should get things straight. I think for some people, they were mad at Sin because they're like, well, you do this, and aren't you a divestment channel? She had to tell them, the newcomers, no, 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 I'm not. I just say that as a tool that black women should use, that, hey, you can do this. You have options. She's giving you options. However, if you go on her channel, you're not going to see like a bunch of pictures of white men and black women couples. That's not what she does. She
mhm,
goes straight into the pathology, but she might bring it up every now and then because she has to talk about the pathology and the solutions for black women. It's
mhm,
inevitable. No one should get mad about that. And I feel like you do the same with your channel. You want to know that, hey, every black woman's voice is welcome here. I don't want to put black women into shock, because I know that they're coming from a damn near 500-year centuries of abuse.
no, we
Their
don't.
mindset is not set. I get it. I get it.
No, we don't. I don't. We don't talk about other. I'm gonna remove this. I don't know how to. Like, I don't. If you could leave like other Black women content creators out the chat, that would be appreciated. Um. But anyway, uh, what else did I want to? I forgot my train of thought, y'all.
Hmm. Well, that's fine. But yeah, but that was a really good conversation, because I think it does pull from If you're still having issues, Pro, that's okay. We'll still be here. We're waiting for
I
you to
don't
come back up.
know.
But
Oh, there she go. Yeah.
yeah. She's still having some
I'll
issues, but
randomly just
yeah.
keep dropping the link in the chat for you. Why can't you connect? Is it her? I don't know. Maybe it's her connection on her end because it's nothing. I don't think it's nothing wrong on my end.
I just want everyone, even if some, like I said, not every black woman is going to get along, but have some level of respect, just some level, because at the end of the day, we're black. We need to get the message out. I don't care who the hell you get the message from, as long as it's truth and they're bringing up facts. And I can't say that one black woman content creator who has been talking about the issues with black women and what we've been going through has lied. They bring up the facts and stacks, but then again, most black women are educated. So there's that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Khaleesi, there's no need to apologize, but for me personally, like, in order for me to consider this a safe space, like, I don't like those sorts of things. Like, like, you may not agree with her rhetoric or who she is as a person, but this is a safe space for black women, and I just don't like. I don't like that. So, but
Hmm.
that's it.
I just want black women to put themselves first. Like I said, I don't care who the messenger is or whose delivery you don't really care for, or certain things like, oh, I agree with that, but I don't agree with her on this. That's cool. We're all going to listen. I just want the message out there. The message is black women, put yourself first. I
Yeah,
don't care
like,
who it's coming
I
from.
feel like you can take because I listen to a lot of different black women creators, and they all aren't reflective of who I am as a person. Like, I take
Hmm.
pieces that resonate with me, and the things that don't, I just leave them there. And
Hmm.
I hope that with black women, you can do the same with my channel. If there are certain things that you may not agree with, I hope that you at least, hear me out, and we can agree to disagree. Like, I don't have
Yeah.
a problem with the opinions and the beliefs of other black women. Like, I don't.
Hmm. And I get it. Look, I understand that. Like I said, we're not all going to get along on certain things and we don't like, but we do need to understand that we're here for the betterment of Black women. It's just different voices, different things, but the message is pretty much the same. Put yourself first. Stop caping. Every woman on this on YouTube, stop the cape, burn the cape. That's the bottom line. I don't care who it comes from. We got to stop dealing with these trash bags because that's exactly what the hell they are. They don't do anything. They're not providing. They're not protecting. They are harming us. And I'm tired of hearing about black women and children on the news. I don't even like hearing about the preferences. I mean, it's terrible,
Yeah,
but it's just, it gives, I mean, it's part of the content of changing the mindset of black women because they think, in the black male worship, oh my God, they're just getting our kings. They're just taking them from us. No, sweetheart, that's not what it is. They can have them. Tyrone got up there and left. She didn't take anything from you. He got up and left. He wanted to see if the grass was greener on the other side. And like Toby, he found out once he was buried in it. It is what it is.
yeah. There was also, hold on. There's someone else I wanted to talk about. Because she delves into how black men's whole, like, how the whole idea of color blindness, it doesn't really originate with uh with non-black people, with white people, because like they say they don't see color. And like I said, sis and her analogies like are A1. She was talking about in the book, she delved a little bit into how black men basically started this whole color blind, I don't see color thing, and their need and want to be in proximity to whiteness. And it's just like, it's the comparison was just like, and she was saying that how how black men sought out civil rights for their proximity to, the others. And they basically blinded black women with this whole idea that access into these, these exclusive spaces will be for the betterment of Black people, but it actually wasn't for the betterment of Black people. It was to basically satiate Black men's want and need for non-Black women. And I was like, dang, she I was like, wow.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, this stuff that I really like what you do on your channel, Coco, because it really is opening minds and things that I didn't even know. Like I said, I'm just learning so much. And even though social media has a curse, it definitely has a curse to it. There's also a gift. And I feel
Yeah,
like it's been a gift to Black women for us to reach out to each other.
and that's why I'm saying, like, that's what I'm saying, that there's the beauty of Black women is that our voices are so varied across all forms of social media. And I feel like that's not represented in the Black male demographic. They're all really kind of doing the same things, but they're all, like, when you look at the content that they're creating, like, they're so deeply rooted in their degeneracy that even the content and the things that they create are also toxic. And it's like the advent of social media has allowed Black men's degeneracy. It's a gift and a curse, because it's allowed more Black women to see Black men without the blinders on.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, you would say, "Oh, your radius of, like, people is very small," right? The people is, I think I read a study once where, like, the people or the people you hang out with, literally, like, it's like a 10-mile diameter, like a 10-mile radius. And so typically Black women are judging their relationships with Black men based on, like, their environment. And we think, oh, well, we can venture and find other Black men well, we're all going through the same things. And that's why I feel like social media has opened our minds to see that gives us the ability to see what's really, really going on.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think, like,
There's no
for so
choice.
long, we were just like, oh, Black men in the South don't act like that, or, the Southern charm. That was the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I remember hearing that as a child growing up
Me too. Mm-hmm.
about Southern Black men.
Southern gentlemen. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, no, these things have worked in Black men's favor. And now our eyes are being opened because we see what they're doing. We see what they're doing in America. We see what they're doing in Europe. We see what they're doing on the continent. We see what they're doing in the Caribbean. We now have a view of we have, like, literally they painted this grand masterpiece of degeneracy, and we can all see it.
Yeah.
I feel like it affects Black women differently because you're at different places in your journey.
Mm-hmm. It's sad. We have so much to deal with. Literally, when it rains on everyone else, it pours on us. But we can come back from this. I am a true believer that Black women, but they have to. The thing with Black women is,
I'm not saying that they haven't.
Okay.
I'm not saying that they. I mean, I'm not saying that it's like it stopped. But I'm saying Black men's, the whole colorblind. What I'm saying is, like, the idea of colorblindness is an invention that Black men created a long time ago, like with civil rights movement, because that was being colorblind allowed them to have proximity to whiteness and fueled their need to end segregation. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. It's true. I mean, we look through the
Black
history.
men are still colorblind because now they're saying love is love, which is basically a new reiteration of I don't see color.
That is the dumbest crap I ever heard of. Someone actually made a joke about that. I believe it was a Asian guy. He was a comedian, but he made a joke about that. He was saying the love is love, and I guess his girlfriend, if I'm not mistaken, I think she's a Black woman. But the joke was funny. But he said something like, basically mocking the whole, "Oh, I don't see color." I don't like when people say that.
And here we go. Like, if love is love, then why is Black men's love for white women greater than their love for Black women? So love is not love.
Mm-hmm.
because if they
Even that
love
sellout Umar said that.
exactly because you have to think about it. If you were just a man who loved women, you wouldn't put down black women. You wouldn't belittle black women. You'd uplift all women equally. Really, when you really think about it, if love was love, love is not love.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It's not. I see who I'm
It
loving. I
started,
can love you all
girl,
I
it
want, but
started with the homosexuals.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, they're using all kinds of terms
Who
and
you talking
terminology to
about?
cover up things. That's what they're doing.
Oh yeah, they don't, girl. They always slurping somebody. Black women can't stay with a dick can't stay without a dick in their mouth.
I'm telling you, monkeypox for a chicken box. That is what they
Girl,
call.
and it's
I'm
crazy.
telling you.
I don't even want to get on, girl. Not the nigger pop. Listen, black women. I don't know why y'all sitting around here worried about black men talking about your hair nappy, this, that, and the other. You can literally pull stats, facts, and figures of their degeneracy all over. Like they're literally like literally they're the reason how the CDC found out that monkeypox is basically. They're probably gonna. I'm not gonna leave this up anyway, but it's it's a pussy disease. Like it's a pussy. Like they're literally saying it's more like an STD than it is an actual
Like COVID.
yeah, like an actual illness.
Mm-hmm. They don't want to hear that.
And
That's
and the
just like
crazy
they
thing
don't
is,
want to
like, I
hear it.
don't know. Did y'all see the article that was released? Like Atlanta's.
I heard it's out of control in there, but why
Like
would we
there
be
was even
shocked?
a NBC article. No, was this WSB TV? Like they were the Atlanta's HIV epidemic compared to third world African countries.
Wow.
Third world African countries,
Mm-hmm.
and now they're down there getting monkeypox. Like
Mm-hmm.
most of the monkeypox infections in Atlanta are with black men, and they're still not getting vaccinated. They literally have the cure for it, and they're still not taking it.
Mm-hmm. But they still want to lay up, and it's gross. It's absolutely gross. But it's Atlanta. What do we expect? That's
And
why I
then you
know.
had some
Uh,
big, funky, fat dude that I keep seeing. Like I can't get away from it. It's like everywhere where he's like in his car with monkeypox all over, and he was eating McDonald's. Like, sir, what are you doing?
yeah, yeah, yes, he did it. He said it was. Yeah, I'm
With
sorry,
his
y'all. Y'all know
entire
I
chest,
went in there.
it was like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, they do not. If he does not care about his own health and him being walking around like a petri dish.
Mm-hmm. You're right, Renaissance woman. She said, that's why I want to know how those children got monkeypox. Exactly. I don't want to know how they, before I really go off. I
Yeah, like
really don't want to
exactly.
know how
It's
children
weird
got
because
it.
like the CDC came out now. They were like, oh, like it was very hard to get it from like touching things and all of this, unless that person has like shed on a towel. And now they're saying that's not even it. That it's from prolonged skin to skin contact during intercourse.
Mm.
It's weird. It's like they always talk about like they could be black men. Hold on, y'all. That's my food.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
My wine.
Yeah, that's gross, you ladies in the chat. Yeah, that's nasty. They're doing all kinds of stuff. But like I said, I don't want to find out how those children, I don't even get me started messing with children and they got the monkey. Please. These bastards are just disgusting, and they really are. I really don't know why they're here. They serve no purpose, but that's really disgusting, messing with children. But this is what's going on, and this is why black women need to wake up. If you have a group of men who have no problem going out to go get McDonald's, and he's damn near 400 pounds, he could have called DoorDash, Grubhub. He could have did any service he wanted to stay indoor, and he had the nerve.
400 pounds, but they talking about black
Hmm.
women with 83% fat. That man looked like he looked like he was 27 years pregnant.
You know he is.
with gestational diabetes. What is
Oh,
that? Yeah.
listen, it ain't. I don't know whose child it is, but he's definitely carrying. And don't ask black women to come with no baby shower.
It's probably it's a maker's baby. You know it is.
Hmm. No, it's just a food baby. It's just a food baby. Yeah, sure. He had no reason to do that, but that just shows how selfish and disrespectful they are and inconsiderate when you go out into the public and say, well, I'm going to go get my fat ass some McDonald's
Thing is,
instead of staying at home.
like he could have door dashed it and had them no contact. Like he didn't
Mm-hmm.
put himself in a car and then touch a worker.
Mm-hmm. Renaissance woman, if you don't quit. She said, not all the black men I see with double D cups. Come on now.
Oh, y'all need to like
It's
I
true,
got
though.
well. Hopefully, I don't be on here. I know I'm gonna end up on here all night, like I always do. But anyway, so it's Friday. Tomorrow I gotta finish this video because like YouTube has really been on my neck. Like they've been on my neck, like Derek Chauvin.
And yeah,
I'm like, YouTube won't let up. Like my video got age restricted, it got copyrighted, but I was like, what in the world? So I had to take it down. And then I re-edited and they still wouldn't. So I'm gonna have to redo the whole video. I'm like, they really trying me. But I'm gonna get it together. My own website, my homegirl is gonna help me build it. So,
I can't wait. And hi, ladies coming into the chat. Hey, Cherise.
Is there anyone else I missed? I said hey to Ren.
There's so much Renaissance woman. And there were some other ones that had
I said
tippy-toed in here.
Oh, let me.
But hello to all the ladies that are coming in. Hey,
Oh,
Pro.
Sharice, Black Male Leadership is back. Yeah. So
Yes, she's back.
looking at. Sharice, did you listen to the beginning of the stream? I hope you did, because like it was some parts in there. But y'all know I don't keep the. Oh, I wanted to tell y'all something. This literally blew my mind, right?
Go ahead.
So y'all know a lot of my content comes from TikTok. Like I have a TikTok account, but it only has like that one, because TikTok always be tripping with the beat that I play in the back of my music. Like it won't, for some reason, like it won't let me use that beat. So I'm gonna start taking the music off so I can upload my videos to TikTok, because there's a girl that I follow on TikTok who played a clip of one of our live streams, and I was like, wow, like I don't know, like it blew my mind that someone I follow anonymously follows like my actual content. And I was like, but then again, it also made me nervous because people can record these. So like from now on, like I just want to clarify, like the Black women who get up here, do not say anything that identifies who you are. So to clear that up. But yeah, it was just like, what? She put me on. I low key, high key fangirl because like I love her content. I was like, oh my God.
I'm all for Black women supporting
Hey, Majestic Iron
content creators.
Meow. Let me stop. I'm so silly. Oh, let me.
Hey, Majestic.
Yeah. Did I dropped the link? I don't know what Cherie's doing. She usually she wants to. But no, I'm just saying that the earlier part of the stream is really good. So I didn't want you to miss that part because there's some like good information in there, if I do say so myself.
I can't wait for you to get those videos. You know, I live for your videos. I love them because you bring such a different take, and I love poetry. So the take you do on it, because the detail in the words that you use, it's so true. All I can do is laugh. You're making songs, Bussy and Brimstone. I'm telling you, that should have been platinum a long time ago.
You know what? I'm gonna make y'all wait, but the full song is already written. I just gotta record it. Like, as soon as I get my, and you know the crazy thing is, I was gonna have someone else actually sing the lyrics. So I got a homegirl that could sing. I want to make it like legit.
Yeah.
You might get the best hits, the Dusty Love connection real soon. Cause like I be
Yeah,
writing
you know we
crazy.
want it.
Like I write like in real life, like my mind, like if you guys were to read my journals, I'm a complete weirdo. like
I
like
think you're just free in your mindset, and that's great.
like I come up with such like weird things just randomly, especially for my channel. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'll see something and I'm like, oh, I need to write that down. Or it's just funny things pop into my mind like all the time. Like the Nakers in the Wild, I really feel like this. I haven't had a channel for that long, but this is some of my comedic best. If I do
Mm-hmm.
say so myself, like it's gonna blow your minds.
I can't wait for, like I said, the
So
content
serious.
is good. I love when you can like everyone's content is different. You know what to expect. You know the things that you love. I love that about everyone. I think Black women are so creative. I think Black people in general are very creative, but of course, Black men use their creativity to sell out the people. But I do think that the funny gene and just how we create things as Black people is very brilliant in itself, and you do have to be intelligent and witty to
Yeah,
be to you do.
and that's the thing. Like Black women, like that's why I was like, more Black women need to start making more and more content. Like even if you, as a Black woman, if you're listening to this and you want to make some sort of content, get out there, sis. Make your content.
Mm-hmm.
Like, cause I was just like, for me personally, like when I started like really watching YouTube, because it's pretty much the only form of social media that I really like actively engage with. I was always nervous. Like when I made my first video, like I did not think anyone would understand my humor or get it. And people liked it. And it made me feel good that Black women whom I didn't know could relate and they thought the jokes were funny. And
Mm-hmm.
I just want to bring like something new and fresh, like my own point of view.
It definitely is. You
I
need
think
to make sure
more
you
Black women,
copyright.
more Black women should start doing that. Get out there and let your voice be heard.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to get up here. You can remain anonymous. Just like I mean, you guys know what I look like, but like you can remain anonymous. One day I may do some skits on here, but as of right now, not doing
No.
getting people fired.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We don't need that, honey. Just
My
keep doing
coins.
what you're doing.
Like I can't have you bums stealing my coins.
You see what they did to that the therapist. You see what they did to her, the therapist. We don't need that. I understand why certain Black women remain anonymous. That's why it burns me up when I hear other people try to call out people who are anonymous to a certain degree.
Hmm.
I'm like, why? If someone wants to be anonymous, then just let them be anonymous. I believe Chrissy, she's anonymous, but she still does her work. But I understand. Do you see the crazy people out here? You don't
It
have to
is.
show
I
your
mean,
face, and I don't want
as a Black woman, like the landscape, like we already exist in society
it.
in a very like violent atmosphere.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be in like an even, another violent atmosphere on social media. So like that's why I remain anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
And my ideas are my own. So I don't want people to like, oh, do you know this is what this employee of yours is saying online? Like, no,
Mm-hmm.
no, thank you.
That's all you need is a jealous mammy
And
or someone else
Black
for that
women,
matter.
I applaud Black women who get up here with their whole chest, and their entire
Mm-hmm.
face out and stand behind,
Mm-hmm.
their ideas. I get that,
Mm-hmm.
but that's not
Not
something
everyone is like that.
like that's
Mm-hmm.
not, like I don't want to put up like I already put up with a significant amount of backlash.
Oh yeah.
Only
Mm-hmm.
imagine how it would be if I got on here online.
Mm-hmm.
So
You see how many threats women get. content creators,
Her device is
every last one of them, getting threats of "I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that" from angry black men, angry birds, and they have to literally,
I
contact
mean,
the FBI.
yeah, like because when I did those 2 videos about Kevin Samuel, like I got a lot of them wishing grape on me.
Oh yeah, they hated that. How could you say that about our daddy? Don't you talk about our chocolate Red Bull drinking daddy? They stayed crying.
I was like, I don't know. It says pro black, pro white male. It's not. Your device is not connected. Um, Hold on, y'all. I gotta get a wine glass. I just had my wine delivered. Um, there was a few other things. So I want to talk about the avoiding. Here, I'll read this chapter. So we can get back on. It says avoid being a refugee, and if you remember what we spoke about, I read what a refugee was. As I said earlier, a sojourner is not a refugee. Refugees learn new routines and ways of living on the outside, but they do so as the servile beggar to non-black people. Refugees have no ethnic or racial self-respect. Instead of traveling among outsiders as self-respecting people with their own proud history, refugees seek to lose themselves among outsiders. Unless we make a conscious decision to find our strength, our basis for ethnic self-respect as African Americans, we will inevitably turn into self-hating, black-hating refugees. This is exactly what our people have done with previous pasts, such as integration and multiculturalism. That's what I was speaking about earlier, how she says this idea of being colorblind was a tool used to blind black women into thinking that integration was really about black advancement. Because of not securing our ethnic self-respect, many of us started carrying water for other people, be they non-blacks, foreign blacks, or biracials, once we got on these previous paths. This is also what our people have previously done when we sought to lose ourselves in purely religious identity. Many African American Muslims, mostly men, have already fallen into the self-hating, black-hating trap. Abdur Rahman Muhammad, blog host of A Singular Voice, talked about this in his excellent series, Why Black American Muslims Don't Stand for Justice. He described many of the disgraceful and self-hating practices that many African American Sunni Muslim men have adopted. As I explained in chapter 12, there is a major difference between Sunni Islam and Minister Farrakhan's Nation of Islam. The problems with Black American Muslim self-hatred and support for terrorism are all coming from Sunni Black Muslims and not from the Nation of Islam. I'm saying this as a Sunni Muslima. I've never been a member of the Nation of. I guess I spoke. I forgot. I forgot about that. I guess for some reason I thought she was a member of the Nation of Islam. She's actually a Sunni Muslim, so she's like a real Muslim. African American Sunni Muslim men have adopted practices such as flying to Morocco to buy Arab wives. They do so out of the belief in Arab racial superiority. If this was simply about having a non-Western wife who speaks Arabic, they could seek out Black African Muslim wives. Many of these self-hating Muslim Black men also adopt fake Arab and Pakistani accents and attempt to pass as non-Black. This is similar to the way self-hating Black parents of "Don't you dare call me Black" biracials desperately want their children to pass into non-Blackness. One example of this is Tiger Woods and his father. And that's funny because we had this conversation, I think was it with Fit and Fresh, people kept saying, oh, he's Arab. That man is African. I think Somalian. But
Funky and fruity.
But he may practice like a Muslim religion. Anyway, and it says ethnic self-hatred creates a dilemma. It causes African Americans to try to flee their ethnic heritage. But the African American person who tries to run from their African American heritage, yeah.
You guys hear me?
Uh-huh. It says ethnic self-hatred creates a dilemma. Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you, Pro.
Hello.
Can you type in the chat and let her know I can hear? But I just muted her for a second so I could finish. Ethnic self-hatred creates a dilemma. It causes African Americans to try to flee their ethnic heritage, but the African American person who tries to run from their African American heritage makes themselves less likely to be accepted, much less respected by non-African Americans. These refugees become a joke, or at best, a mascot to other people. And this is where we have tokenism. Pro, can you hear me now? Pro, can you hear me? I'm trying to unmute her, but I think she muted herself. I don't.
I wrote in the private chat.
Okay, so I think she's still having difficulties with her connection. It says, if you choose to misidentify African American culture by the modern hip hop crack house dysfunction, it is logical for non-African Americans to define you by that, and that is very much true. If you, because of lack of ethnic pride, agree that African American heritage is a stigma, it isn't logical for non-Americans to stick. Isn't it logical for non-African Americans to stigmatize you and your children for the so-called taint? This is the Tiger Woods dilemma. When his fellow anti-Black golfer chose to insult Mr. Woods, he chose to insult his African American heritage with reference to fried chicken. When crafting his insult, he ignored Mr. Woods' Asian heritage. The white anti-Black golfer attacked the Black anti-Black golfer with his heritage, and they have both agreed with this stigma, African American culture. And that's true. I believe that as it pertains to Black women need to step fully into what it means into your culture, and to the historical significance of your culture. That's not saying, but at the same time, you need to be able to separate yourself from this victim narrative that a lot of Black men like to attach to the African American experience. You are more than your struggles and your oppression. That's what I want Black women to realize, because when you adhere to this victim mentality, it allows you to be further abused by Black men because you make excuses for their degeneracy. So you're literally sitting in this violence and allowing it to happen to you because you're identifying with the victimhood of your African Americanness and not the resilience. Like that's what I believe.
That is so true, Coco. It really resonates, and if you will, hits differently what you're saying, because it's so true. If you have men who are perpetually, just over and over again with a victim narrative, and that's literally the stigma of your culture, what are people going to think instead of uplifting it?
Exactly. That's why you have all of these foreign Blacks who like to come to America off the coattails of Black American ingenuity, and then tell you in your homeland, because this is your homeland. You've lived here for hundreds of years. This is your homeland.
Yeah.
They tell you in your home, they come from their, because my parents are from Haiti. It's a third world country. We're the poorest ever. They're literally coming from squalor to a first world nation, and then telling you as an individual who made it possible for them to even dare step foot in this country that you have no culture. Y'all need to nip that shit in the bud.
Yeah, I agree. I had never heard of anything like that until actually probably the internet, like the last 2-3 years. I'll say like 3 years. I heard someone talk about why Black Americans don't have culture. I said, don't have culture. First of all, bitch, we are the culture. When you look around at everything, I can go to any country on earth, and even though people have their own opinions about his own self-hate as an artist, I'm talking about Michael Jackson, everyone knows who the hell he is. We put on, when it comes to the music, the comedy, the natural hair movement, the different variations of clothing, jewelry, gold, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And all you should want is for us to, if anything or whatever, you just want to bathe in it. You just want to share it. You want to experience our culture. Just like if I came over to any African country and I was like, oh, you guys eat this? You guys, I want to try it out. I want to be involved. I want to be a part of the culture, not women are like, oh, you guys do that, even if it's something I don't understand, to tell someone and to be that bold. That's as bold as white men coming over there and capturing Africans. That's
Exactly.
bold.
It is very much so bold. It is very, very bold. And black people have allowed, African American people have allowed this to happen. And you see it, like, like, I know some of you in the chat are saying you don't see it, but like tons and tons of comments, or like, I don't know what's, she still can't connect, but like, I see it all the time. Like, there's diaspora wars happening all day, every day.
And I don't like it. I'm
And then
not for the wars.
yeah,
I
and then
get where it's coming from. We're black all over. When I see black people, I see black people. I like it. I love it. That's not the issue. It is an issue with black men and how they have perceived black American culture. It is a problem when it comes to that. As much as we're as creative as we are and as brilliant as we are in certain things, we do have to understand that their victim narrative has screamed louder, and it has really affected everything that things that our ancestors accomplished, whether it be certain inventions, even though we didn't get paid for it, certain things, it's taken away from it. But you let someone be that bold and disrespectful to come to your country and say, oh, you don't have a culture, but you're literally over here talking about girl bye. Where'd you get that from?
exactly, and they sit.
But
It's very telling, because like, you'll see these, like, I've never been one of these people that, if I were being completely honest, like growing up, like because of the, I guess you could say, like, how Haitians were labeled in this country. Like, we were always like, oh, you're poor, you're dirty, this, that, and the third. So growing up, like when I was very young, like I shied away from that identity. I was just like, no, like I wouldn't speak Creole, I wouldn't do any of that. Like, I pretended to be Black American.
right.
And it was because, like, I was basically doing the reverse of what you see some African Americans do, where they say, oh, they're from this place, or they're the islands, or this, that, and the third. It was this, I needed to erase my cultural ancestry in order to feel like, because I felt like, oh, that was tarnished. So let me unchain myself from that identity and, acclimate to something new. But I was very young when I was doing this. And I feel like we see a lot. What I've noticed is, as I got older as an adult, I see older Black people doing things like this. I mean, you see it on the internet all the time. And it's just like, I want Black, especially African American women, like, you have strong female ancestors. You should feel proud that their blood courses through your veins. Like, I want Black women to completely own what it means, the image of Black American womanhood. Like, only African American women can define what Black womanhood looks like in America. And you have to define it as it pertains to your group and your group only. And I think where African American women are falling short is because they want to be too inclusive. Because you're dealing with other groups of Black people who are trying to triangulate their supposed superior Blackness against you.
Mm-hmm.
And then what do you often see when these conversations that we're having about Black people from different parts of the diaspora? The conversation as it pertains to women is always who has the better Black man, whose men are better, whose men are providing.
Yep.
When in all actuality, none of them are providing.
Not a damn one of them.
The Caribbean's in shambles. Like, yeah, you may have quote unquote more Black people in power in these nations, but these nations are still powerless.
And selling you out.
Having the perceived look of power is different from actually having power. And Black men have no power, not even in their own Black nation. Like, so
yeah.
Yeah,
I need Black
I
women
would.
to step into. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's fine.
No, I was just saying about the Haitian Well, when you was talking about the Haitian American thing and then the diaspora wars, I lived in Florida for a little bit, and I remember them always saying like the Haitians and the Black Americans don't like each other, which I don't know. I never, like I didn't understand the difference, but I don't know. Sorry, I'm kind of all over the place. But also,
No,
I think like
you're not.
when
You're
Black
not all over
people
the
say
place,
like,
Trace.
like when Black people say we don't have culture, I think it's because our culture is a lot of negativity. Like most of the stuff that's uplifted in our culture is negative. So I see why some people say that we don't have culture. I don't agree. I think we definitely do have culture. Everybody copies what we do.
But when you think about it, let's okay. This is where I disagree with you. I believe Black Americans do have culture, but the
No,
thing
no, I
is,
do too.
I
But go
think
ahead.
but I don't even believe that the African American culture in and of itself is toxic at its very basic. Like your culture is your traditional practices and things of that nature. Like those things are still sort of intact in the Black community. It's the dynamic between the sexes that is so detrimental to Black culture, and that is detrimental because of the men are lacking. But I think, that's why I will never say that Black people don't have a culture. It's been sort of corrupted, and I think that you still, like, who Black people are. Like a lot of people view Black people through the lens of toxicity and dysfunction. I think Black Americans are more than that. There's a factor of issues that are happening right here that are clouding people from seeing African Americans' true culture and who they are as a nation, quote unquote, or whatever. And I think that's how people are able to triangulate themselves, where they're like, oh, well, back home, and we'll use Nigeria for it. Oh, back home, aren't we come from two-parent homes? But the abuse is next level. The cheating is outrageous. So every Black culture has its toxicity. Like that's across the board, whether you're Black or not, like even in Asian culture. But we Black Americans have allowed other foreign Blacks to literally laser focus on their dysfunction and ignoring all of the greatness that has come out of African American culture. Like people they have this inability to separate the two. The culture and the environment within the culture are two totally different things. And I think that's what a lot of people seem to have a hard time when they say Black Americans have no culture.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see what you mean, but I think like now more than ever, like it's just a lot of I don't know. I feel like positivity is more so like not even. I feel like it's more so shunned, like in our, you know what I mean? Like even
Mm-hmm.
with the music and just like the lack of like foundation of us getting married, even with our celebrities, our celebrities, a lot of them are baby moms, a lot of the celebrity women are mammies. I don't know. I feel like that. I definitely agree with you, like that. It's that the culture has been corrupted. I don't know, but I do personally think that. I mean, I don't think maybe like our culture started out like what's the word, like inherently bad, but I
Mm-hmm.
think now at this point it's like not a lot of positivity.
That's
I
the
feel like it's mostly
issue.
negative.
I
Here's the thing.
agree. And that's
I want to chime in real quickly. Here's
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
my thing. I can separate what Black culture really is from how Black people are acting. Those are two totally separate things, right?
hmm
Because you can grow up in an Asian culture where family is valued, and you can have the people outside of their cultural norms being involved in degeneracy. Like you have to be like culture and how people behave as human beings are like it's not exactly the same. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like
hmm
we cannot take all of these maladaptive behaviors and say this is what black culture is. That I don't believe that. Now you may have a
Mhm.
bunch of people who are exhibiting maladaptive behaviors, but that doesn't mean that that is in and of itself part of the culture. You know what I'm saying? Because like drug use is rampant in the black community, but that's not reflect that doesn't mean that drug use is black culture.
Right.
You get like so I think there's black culture and the way black people act are two separate things. Like that that's how I believe it. Like maybe you
Mhm.
don't.
I
I
agree
don't
with what you're saying, and I do think that it's an issue. It's the dynamic between the black man and the black woman in the family. I think behind the scenes, when you think of Black American culture, most of it does surround entertainment in
Yeah.
different forms and
know.
athleticism. We do know that, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter if a black person is doing something good, something positive, or something negative. They're constantly imitated, they're constantly copied worldwide. There's something about the influence of the black American that other diasporas haven't reached or peaked as much. And
Hmm.
that's not a problem. There's nothing wrong with that because there's beauty in every culture. There's beauty in Haitian, in Haiti, the Caribbean, the Afro Latin. It doesn't matter. Black people are great everywhere they go as far as it goes to different cultural practices and things of that nature. I think it is all beautiful, but I don't think that Black American culture has really truly got the respect. It's been ripped off by everyone, even Black people all over the diaspora. It's been ripped off. The issue is because I think as Black people, we don't have as much as respect and we are willing to give it away. And I think the reason we're so easy and eager to give it away, and that, like, not really give it away, but give it away. Like, oh, we want you all to be involved and enjoy this. Girl,
Right.
you like that? We're so quick to include everyone. And I think that's coming straight from not only the dealings with oppression, but self esteem. I think on both the Black man and then him passing it on detriment to the Black woman. This is the problem. This is why you have Black people claiming biracials and wanting to live vicariously through them. This is why you have Black people wanting to know, like, wow, what is that like?
I
That
want
it's a problem. It's a self-esteem issue that they don't even see the beauty, the true beauty in their culture and how much influence that Black people have. That's why when I talk about entertainment, I used him as an example, whether you care for him or not. But the truth is, Michael Jackson had influence. Don't matter where you go, Europe, Asia, doesn't matter. He has influence. And that scared a lot of people because he reached all over globally as a performer. There's something about him to this day that people are still imitating. And that's literally what Black culture is. It's an imitation, sadly, because we don't have our stuff in line on the main level, which is why it gets so ripped off. If there were people saying, no, 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 this is our culture, you can enjoy it, but we have boundaries, bitch. Hold on, no, no, hold up. Don't think that you could come here in our backyard, tell us what to do, what we do and do not have when you enter here. You don't do that because we wouldn't do that if we came to your place. We would be up there like, well, we don't know about this. This is just how they go in Rome, do as. But we wouldn't be sitting there talking about trying to claim something or cherry pick the things that we like and wanted to be inclusive and want to be a part of it when you feel it benefits you. And we've seen this done with other races, but it really hurts when it's all over the diaspora and they don't even want to give you props when they look like you. It's an issue.
I think
This is our culture.
I think also the why black American culture is so easily trashed is because the black Americans experience is very different from the rest of the diaspora, right? Like you're in a nation where you are the minority. So like and you also have to take into account like I hate to be one of these people who be like, oh, slavery or whatever, but not so much slavery. It's the fact that black people in America in its entirety have been commodified.
Hmm.
So there's this commodification of anything that black people create. It never really it's never really seen as inherently yours
Right.
because you came to this country as a commodity. And so even your culture is commodified and it's taken from you and then sold back to you. But at the same time, you have white people who degrade Black culture while they profit off of it. And I think that
Mm-hmm.
opens the door for other, like foreign Blacks. They see this as the way for them to other themselves from Black Americans. So then what do? They take part in this supposed commodification of Black American culture. They
Mm-hmm.
bite off the pieces that they want and then throw the rest that they don't want, that does not benefit them. And then they label that as it not being, of any cultural significance.
Mm-hmm.
Really
I
going on
think
here.
I was just gonna say I definitely think what you said is true though, Cheyenne, because we just give our culture away. We're willing to invite anybody into the culture. We're giving out free black cards, free invitations to the barbecues, and we don't really gatekeep anything. That's why
Mm-hmm.
it's not really worth much. Like you know how
Really,
they say
because
like
it's no
I think,
order.
but
That's the
also,
problem.
like, I don't want to be hard on Black Americans for that, the whole handing away of your culture because there are obstacles. I feel like, Black people want acceptance just like any other, Black Americans want acceptance just like any other group of people. And I think that, but Black Americans believe that by allowing others to venture into your communities, that they're going to see you as real people.
hmm
That's what Black Americans and Black people are hoping for, because we see it with my people. Like, I've seen Haitian women applaud white women for practicing voodoo, and I'm like, whose ancestors is she praying to?
right.
Like, you really think the ancestors is helping? It's like, come on, like, stop this. And
For
then,
real.
like, you'll see, like, Africans, they get so excited when non-Black people are doing their dances and eating their foods. Like, Black people need to stop this. Like,
It's a
hmm
diaspora issue.
in the diaspora, we're looking pathetic. How can we
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
say that we have Black pride? How can we say that Black is beautiful? How can we scream Black excellence while we sit in the corner waiting for white people and non-Blacks to be like, "Oh, good job, little Negroes."
Well, see, I think that's
Exactly.
where the
And
men
it
come in.
wouldn't really be a problem for anyone to enjoy anyone's culture. I mean, there are Asians in Asia, different parts that are like, oh, we love when foreigners come here and they wear the different things that they have
But
and
at the
stuff. And I
same time,
think
here's
that's
the thing,
cool.
Cheyenne.
But
Are
you
they
know what?
really enjoying? I don't see. This is the thing. Like, I don't believe in that, and I don't mean to cut you off, but like the whole like this whole idea of like cultural appreciation. You cannot, in this world, in the society in which we live, Blackness, like, cultural appreciation means, like, you view that person as your equal, so there you want to explore their culture. I do not believe in cultural appreciation because Blackness is not appreciated on a global level. So what they're
Oh no,
doing,
no, no. I mean, as far as their stuff. For instance, if I was black, I mean, of course I'm black. I go over there and I'm like, oh, I like that, and they're like, oh, okay, wear it. It's not, oh my God, what are you doing? In Asia, it's
Right.
just like, oh, okay, you like that? That's well, okay, cool. But they have boundaries. You're not going to disrespect, and that's where I was going to get to.
yeah.
With Black American culture, there's no boundaries. There's nothing wrong with you saying, oh, you like that, or you mess with that, okay, and move on. There's no boundaries. They have to
Yeah.
take it overboard. They have to leave comments about, oh my God, he did that better than me. I'm like, damn. It's
Well,
like,
that's why I say like.
oh, take
Well, that's
take
why I say like.
Go ahead.
That's why I say like black people give the culture away. It's like we're not comfortable being in our own black shoes, so we want to invite everybody that doesn't look like us. So maybe it's more acceptable. Like that's why they're always giving out black cards, giving out invitations to the cookout. You know what I mean? Because they're not fully comfortable with their culture. They're not fully confident because of our position in society. That's why it's so easy for them to be like, "Oh, well, you're mixed. Well, you're black."
I think Black people are afraid of control, and it starts with the Black man's mentality. And I don't know if that's something that's biological or what, where it comes on to the Black woman. But I think that Black people just honestly don't like being in control of stuff. We have a problem, it seems like, as a collective to tell someone, like, no, we don't, and to keep people out of our spaces. It's like it's something wrong. We don't want to do that because we feel guilty. Well, look at everything that's happened to us. No, we wouldn't do this. See, we nice. What? Come on. It's that issue. It's that
Right.
self-esteem. It's that that willingness. There's nothing wrong with being friendly or being open to people, but I feel like Black people, they have no boundaries. They don't know when to stop and stop giving so much of themselves away. They're just like, here it is. But here, do you like it? Here you go. It's for you. They're just so busy being giving to people. But what's so scary to me is that when they look at another person that looks like them, they don't have that heart. Just take it, sweetheart. They do not feel that way, and we have to be honest with ourselves as a collective. Black people aren't willy-nilly about giving things away to people that look like them. It's the opposite, and that's scary. How the hell are you that comfortable with giving things away, sharing so much things, giving advice to people, nursing people's children, taking care of the children, disciplining them, telling them you smart, you strong, you this. Let me tell you what Viola Davis really wanted to say to that little white girl. You ain't shit, your parents ain't, and when you grow up, you white bitch. That's what she really wanted to say. Let me do the voiceover work. Please
I
let
wanted
me
to
do
read
it.
what Tanika said. I think this was in response to what I was saying about cultural appropriation. She says that it's a crutch, hoping for someone to see your worth, and someone doesn't even value you. We need to
Mm-hmm.
learn to love ourselves correctly and protect what comes from us, people and things. Tanika, you read my mind, girl.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Tanika, shout out to you. Yep.
well, I think that was like such a good point. Like we're so easy to give it away. I don't think it's Black women though, honestly. I think it's more so Black men. I know there are some Black women that try to be inclusive, but we're so eager to give away our culture to people that don't look like us. But
Mm-hmm. It's
seeing like
coming from Black men,
yeah,
I
but
really,
exactly.
we're
I
following
do
And I
believe
into
really
it
think it
that.
has
because
to
of the
do with the
worship.
self hatred. I think it's a lot of the self hatred, and I don't know if it's just because they're Black. I think it's a lot of just their position in society. So they want to include everybody else. So they feel like
Mm-hmm.
they can get like a leg up.
This is the thing. I believe that when Black people, and I'm talking about Black people across the globe, when we speak about this need for diversity, 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 I think diversity can't come if you don't love yourself and your people
Exactly.
first, because then you're going to put all others before you.
Mm-hmm.
And and I think that's what opens up to the disrespect when it comes to Black American culture, because we feel Black Americans feel. I keep saying we, but like I don't speak for Black American. I'm just saying like what I think I see here is that I feel as though,
Well, you're Black
like,
American.
well, yeah, yeah, I am. But I mean, like people get real touchy about,
I
you know,
know. Yeah.
because I do, like, I view myself through a Black American lens. Like I use African American vernacular English. Like
Hmm.
I listen to
Mm-hmm.
mostly African
Well, you
American
grew up here,
music.
majority, right?
Hmm?
You were here
I
more.
was
Like,
born here. Like I'm from here. Like I'm an
yeah,
American.
exactly.
Yeah, like I'm a Black American. So,
But your
but I know
parents
like
are
some
like
people
first
don't.
generation.
Yeah, actually, I'm second. I'm second generation.
Hmm.
I guess like on my mother's, I'm second, but like my father will be first. It's weird. Okay, whatever. But anyway,
Hmm.
um, so yeah, I feel like when Black Americans open up, like when they are passing out these handouts to the cookout, I think that they think that if more non-blacks come in and intermingle, it'll be harder to differentiate between, who's Black and who's not, because we have all these different people from all different, ethnic backgrounds. I think Black people think that by allowing them in, that's going to provide some sort of protection from
Yep,
white
that's what Black
supremacy.
men think.
Yeah, like I
Mm-hmm.
think they think there's going to be this level of protection, that being in proximity to whiteness is
Mm-hmm.
somehow going to be like this grand saving notion that, oh, if I tie myself to a white person, then my blackness no longer exists.
Segregation.
Oh,
That's the whole point. Civil rights.
I think it's definitely like a black man thing. I do see black women trying to be inclusive in certain things, like even if it's just like a beauty product or something like that. I've seen black women where they want to be inclusive, and white companies and brands, they don't do that. Usually they make whatever they're making for their people, and then they might incorporate some black stuff later on or as an
After you cry
afterthought.
about it. Hmm.
Exactly. As an afterthought, after people make a big deal out of it. We're so like eager to jump. And that's what I'm saying. I think it is more so a black man issue, but I have seen black women do it. And with black women, I think it's more so them trying to not seem masculine, because I've seen how okay, sorry. I've seen how like dark skinned black women actively try not to be masculine. Like if they go out in public, they react a certain way because they're perceived as masculine.
I agree with that. I think that they try to make it seem like it's docile, like they really got to walk on eggshells. And the reason black women feel like they have to walk on eggshells in society is because their men, the period, are just failures. And I'm saying their men, I'm using that term, loosely. But
Yeah, I
of
mean,
course,
if
because
we had
that
men
it
that
is what
were,
it is.
I feel like even if we had black men who were, let's say for instance, they were marrying out or whatever, but they weren't demeaning the image of black women,
Exactly.
I don't think black women would be in an uproar.
Mm-hmm.
I think what we need to do is we need to step back from this situation.
Yeah,
We need
I
to
agree.
allow black men to fully succumb to all of their degeneracy. Let them
Yeah.
drown in it.
Yes, they need to.
And
Winter
because
is
black
here.
women, you need to stop putting on your lifesaver vest and going out here into these choppy fucking waters and thinking you're going to save these big grown men. It's never going to happen. You're just going to cause yourself to drown.
Mm-hmm.
And
Always giving everyone else an
I know
umbrella, a life raft.
it may be some wild, some people may think this is wild to be able to unbridle yourself from black men, but you can do it. You can most certainly do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you need, as black women, regardless of where you're from, you need to stop internalizing the way black men view you, because it's not about how they view you. That's how they view themselves. They
Mm-hmm.
need you to be at your lowest so you can accept their nothingness.
There, say it, Coco. I
Black
wish we
women,
could
that's
reach
what I
out
was
to
saying. Like, I
every.
want black women to do the necessary work, whatever it looks like to you. Since if you want to lose some weight, lose that weight. If you want to learn a new language, like invest in yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Invest in yourself. That is the best investment you could ever make.
Mm-hmm. It's the
When you
truth.
invest in yourself and you heal your problems and you fix your flaws or whatever your perceived flaws may be, like you will notice that there's a new pep in your step. Like, because
Mm-hmm.
I realize, and I'll use myself as an example. I be telling all y'all my business, but whatever. I noticed, like, I was in my most recent relationship. I told you guys about that. Like, I don't date a man. Like, this is my own philosophy. Like, I only date a man for 3 years, and if in 3 years I'm out the door. Like, I'm not gonna be one of these women that stay around for 6, 7, 8. No, not I. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you
three
mean
years
like
I'll be in
without a ring or just in general?
3 years in 3 years, if we haven't solidified to something, we're not moving towards something greater, I'm out.
Right. I
Mm-hmm.
definitely just
Like, I
yeah.
dip out
Hold
because
on, Coco. Is this the Korean man? Is this the Asian man?
no, my most recent relationship was with a black man.
Okay.
This is the one that I'm speaking about. That
Okay.
basically I ended
Time,
up
right?
like like it was we ended up like I ended up it didn't work out or whatever. And what I had noticed like towards the end of our relationship, and like even things that my friends would pick up on, they were like, "Oh, you're not all done." Like, I'm one of these women. Like, I love to get dressed up. Like, I always have on like high heels. Like, and my friend was like, "When did you start wearing sneakers?" Because she was like, "I've never seen you." And I noticed that because I'm a Pisces, my emotional needs need to be met in a relationship.
Mm.
Like
Mhm.
my love language is affection. And
Mine too.
and when it seemed like our relationship wasn't going where it was no longer going in the direction that I wanted it to go, that started to come out in the way I presented myself. And I kept telling my therapist, like, I feel like I'm in some weird funk, and I just could not put my finger on it. And I was like, I'm not like, I don't wear a lot of makeup, but like I had stopped like even putting on mascara, and I'm just like, it was really like I had morphed into this woman that I did not know. And it was
Mhm.
all because I was settling for less. And then once I ended that relationship, it was weird because it was like a weight had come off of me. I felt light. And I remember me and his last conversation, like when he was trying to like say he wanted to work things out and fix things, because we had broken up like several times, and then I was allowing him to come back in. And I would get to this point where like I was feeling almost back like myself, and then I would get back in this relationship with him, and this heaviness
Did she cut out?
it will return. And so I finally realized that like once I had to drop 170 pounds of dead black male weight. Like I literally went back to feeling like myself. Like I don't know about y'all, but like I'm in New York City when I have my headphones on and I'm dressed like it's the runway, bitch. I'm serving looks. Like I have I tell black women, do what makes you feel good. Like when I leave the house, it is a routine for me. I put on a song, like I put on some music that makes me feel good about myself. And I'm out here, I'm strutting, I'm giving it to you. You're gonna get all of this.
Okay.
To put yourself in the mentality and in the mindset that you're the shit. Even if you haven't gotten there all the way. Surround yourself with positive reinforcement, and that will slowly change how you view yourself. If you something like get up every morning and say an affirmation, find an affirmation, say an affirmation. I know people might think this is like new age, hippy dippy, whatever. Say an affirmation. Write something positive about yourself every day. Every day. And at the end of 30 days, go back and read it all. That's literally an exercise my therapist did for me when I was going through issues of dealing with like low self-confidence and feeling like having low self-esteem.
I just wish we could tell this to little black girls. I wish we could get them while they were young.
Right. Before they even have to go through all that self-doubt in elementary school. Yeah, because I feel like we all, as little black girls, at some point go through the struggle with our hair and our features and our skin tone.
Yeah, that's like with my niece. Like I always like one of the things when she gets on the phone with me, I'm like, who's the most beautiful girl in the world? Or like, who's my favoriteest person in the world? Like I say all of these things, like who's the most intelligent little black girl I know? Like I try to reinforce that in her. I want my niece, because my sister does it as well, and my mother, like, and her father, and all of like we all do this because little black girls don't hear it enough. I know growing up, like my grandma, my grandpa, like they all used to tell me how pretty I was, how beautiful I was. And quiet as it's kept, like I was a very conceited little girl. Like I stayed with my hand on my hip and the other hand on my head, all my
Girl, you
pictures.
sound like me. That's how my mother was. But she was a very conceited person.
Like my mother will tell you, she was like, it's funny because like all my relatives make fun of me about this. Like when I was little, I used to say I was like, when people be like, oh, she's very pretty, I would be like, no, I'm Jazzle. Like I made up my own word. Myself. I was like, I'm Jazzle.
And you meant that.
I was the firstborn like I'm my grandparents' first, like there's before me is nothing but boys. So like I grew up kind of like like I don't know, like it was just like I was the girl
tomboy a little bit.
Yeah.
And spoiled.
Yeah, and spoiled. So like my grandfather, like
Oh,
he's
spoiled.
passed away, but I like he would tell me all the time I was his favorite grandchild. like,
I know I was my grandpa's favorite grandchild.
yeah, me too. Like I
He
watch
would
Hmm.
tell me
everything
that
with my
too.
grandpa, and I'm lucky to have had that sort of experience growing up as a little black girl.
Hmm.
You know, and
Hmm.
that's why I feel like in the book when she's talking about recreating Big Mama's house, like if you had that sort of upbringing, where you had your grandma and your grandpa and they were together and this, that, and the third. When you become an adult woman, you look back to that, and that's something that you may have longed for. But we as black women need to get out of that mindset because it's not viable with the men of today. Like the men
It
black
really
men today
isn't.
do not want to, and I can't even say back like them because we've all seen the documentaries, like they've always been a mess.
Hmm.
It was just back then other men were more likely to check other men.
Yes, a little
They're
more
Yeah,
not,
likely
they're
they
not
were.
doing that now.
Hmm.
exactly.
Black men
I
have
think
fully stepped, like they swimming in degeneracy, like the toxic. Like I saw the other day on on TikTok, there is literally elderly. This is somebody's papa. This is somebody's grandpapa. Okay, he is literally on here talking about getting 25-year-old women, and I'm like, sir,
mm-mm.
you need to worry about whether or not your SSI, your Social Security check is coming. Like, that's what you
And
need to be worried
what's
about.
really
Do you have enough insures in the fridge?
fast, but that's honestly scary to me. Like that, I see so many men
You're
of
not
different ages.
backstroking in degeneracy, baby. Shit.
He's a senior citizen and just degenerate. Like, and that's like weird, and it really gives me no hope. That's why I feel like black women need to focus on themselves because
Hmm.
you
Exactly,
can't
because
change an old man. Like old men are stuck in their ways.
and you know what
So
the
we
other day,
definitely.
like I don't mean the other day I fell into like I was watching a bunch of like um because I'm for some other content that I'm working on, like a lot of these black men that are like misogynistic and all of these things. When you really watch video after video after video, like black male culture is pimp culture. It is
Yeah.
literally pimp culture. Watch
Hmm.
any number of black men. It's always about what you could get from a woman.
Hmm.
Submitting. It's about dominating. It's about treating women like nothing. It's about using them for sex and other forms
Hmm.
of like monetary gain. Like black male culture is pimp culture personified. Like it's the whole 50-50. Get a woman and have her go, my woman got to work. She got to do this. She got to do that. Like this is all it's a pimp narrative. Like they're literally spinning a pimp narrative on the internet for other black men to perpetuate against younger black women.
You know something, Coco? I think you opened my ears and my eyes to something because that's probably why I'm just thinking about it when you said pimp culture. Of course it is because but that's probably why they're even more mad. I've said this before about female rappers, but
Mhm.
more or less, especially like the Megan the Stallion. I know they really can't stand her, but I think
Yeah.
they felt good when they could get to Little Kim. When they got in her head about her beauty and her looks, and she's doing all this stuff to just being in such toxic relationships, they feel good. So they're always, oh yeah, Lil Kim is a real one. I love her as a rapper, but looking at her, it's very sad. It just
Yeah.
shows the community. When I see Little Kim, I see the community. I see black girls. I'm hurt by it. I respect her. I thought she was beautiful when she came out. She was sassy, sexy. She still was, bougie. She was everything. She created that persona. Now, when you fast forward to years later and you see someone, I'm not necessarily too much Nikki. Nikki, it's
No.
pretty much similar, but Nikki is in relationship with who she is with. I still respect her as a rapper, but when I look at Megan Thee Stallion, one thing I've heard about Megan in her interview when they said, "You have so much confidence, Megan. Is that just all for the mic?" And she was like, "No, that's honestly how I grew up. I would grew up in loving my body. My mama always told me I was beautiful. My grandmother did. My daddy did. That's why I was used to it. So I was like, oh, I'm gorgeous. Okay. But you really do that. and you really feel that way about yourself and to embrace, and she said being tall and stuff like that, like, no, I'm gonna make the best out of this. And it really burns the hell out of black men who are no good, because they clearly see that not only is this woman happy, not only does she have the body and everything else, she has the sex appeal, but I can't get no money off of it. That's what they're so burned up about. They miss the pimp and hoe culture. Come here, bitch, where's my money? They miss talking to black women in that way and actually getting a response. It's right here, daddy. Here it is. That's what they were used to. This is what we seen on the documentaries, which I thought was sickening, where you had him sitting up in an interview with a white man, and he said, why don't you just get a job? And he said, no, it's easier to pimp and hoe. Are you kidding me? He went on that documentary just telling his soul, which men tell on themselves all the time. But like I said, black men just,
Black
they
men
never
do.
had any shame.
No,
Damn.
no, black men don't. But
Okay.
I was watching this. Well, no,
I
I was
mean,
on a
to have
stream the
shame,
other
I
day.
mean, like you said, they have no shame because in order to have shame, one has to have self respect.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yep.
I was watching this stream the other. Well, I was on a stream, and they were basically reading comments, and this guy, he was basically saying like, with women, they don't have to like, they don't have to like women. They don't even really have to be. Well, no, he was saying like they don't have to like women that they sleep with. They more so don't like the women that they sleep with. They actually hate them, and they don't respect them, and they want to sleep with them because they want to conquer them, pretty much.
Here's
Um,
the thing, like, I
they,
want to answer because I don't want to lose the train of thought. But like, are you talking about black men and white women, or who?
no, it was a black guy. He just had wrote these comments, and he was like, basically, men don't like a lot of times the women that they sleep with, they don't respect. They see these women, and basically these women are like successful women, and they see them as like a superior authority, and they want to conquer them by having sex with them. They basically say like they don't have to be attracted. They don't have to like them. They usually don't like them. They usually have a hatred for them, and they get off by that's how they feel like a man. That's how they feel conquered, like they're conquering something.
Yeah, like because I mean, I get what you're saying, like because in the real world, well, in the patriarchy, men are supposed to dominate, and the men's role is to dominate. And since they can't dominate in the patriarchy, they're dominating women who they
Exactly.
hate because that's the closest they could get to dominating white men. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point because he didn't really mention race, but we know we see it with the white women too. Like that's they think that
Yeah, it's
them
like
don't they call them submissive even though we know they're not submitting. They think that because they got them in the bed that they
yeah,
conquer
that's
something.
like yeah, they because black men don't have real dominance. Like I mean, here's the thing, like we as women, I feel like we don't understand the sort of like there may be some truth to black men's whole like oh white men are intent because I'm not a man so I don't know how much sexual dominance plays an important role in how men view their manhood. Like I can't answer that
I
question.
don't think other men view it like black men do because they
I
have
don't
other
I don't
aspects where they like assert their manhood. You
I
know.
don't
I agree, Sharice.
I do I
Uh-huh.
don't think
Mhm.
other men take it to the same to the extent that black men do because like you said they have other avenues to participate in the patriarchy so they may not so sexual dominance may not be a major factor but I feel like that's a factor for all men.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that too.
I feel like that's just a part of manhood.
Yeah.
And so black men have latched on to this supposed sexual dominance as a way to participate in the patriarchy
Mm-hmm. Because they
no
can't
other
make it
way
any other way.
because they
Mm-hmm.
have no other way.
Yep. And you're right, Sharice. As soon you hit the nail on the head when you said that. That's the only avenue they feel like they can venture into because other men have the means of showing it. They said, listen, we don't just have to sleep with our women and oh, we're men and oh, yes, I have this kind and I got the most beautiful wife. No, they said we can enslave a whole race of people and take the men right with them and they weak as hell. That's how they
Exactly.
really asserting dominance. They said, shit. I thought being what do you call losing my virginity was me inducting my into manhood. No, I'm over here and I just captured them. And the men went for
Exactly.
it.
I can
Okay.
hire and I can hire and
It
subjugate a
does.
group
It
of
does. I
people.
done told you language like submit and dominance indicates a fixation on power and yeah. But I
Mm-hmm.
feel like but at the same time those words like submit and dominance convey power and authority. So I don't
Hmm.
know if that
Well,
I
yeah,
get
getting someone
I,
to submit that.
yeah, I get the fixation on the power. But yeah, like black men do. Like black men and I think that's why we have such high femicide rates. It's this like I done told you this fixation on power.
Well, I
Black
think they think that if black women have anything, that they either have to benefit off of it or they shouldn't have it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's why it goes back to that pimp culture.
yeah.
Like they don't they're you see how jealous they are and how they always talk about how masculine women's careers and degrees are. But if it's
Mm-hmm.
benefiting them, they
There
don't
was
really have a
something I
problem with
read.
it.
There was I can't remember if it was if I read this or if there was a video, but anyway, there was a black woman and she was like she had helped out a man at her job or like she helped him get a job and like I guess he was her manager or something like that and then he was just like extremely disrespectful.
Of course.
He was I guess because she had a I mean because here's the thing. Black men can't seem to separate their hatred of black women from the workplace. So if you work with black men, they're going to bring that 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 attitude with them. So if you
Mm-hmm.
have any perceived level of power or authority, they're going to try their hardest to knock you down because black men, like Cherie said, don't believe that you deserve it. So
Hmm.
black women, I feel as though it has come a point like we as a collective need to stop trying to reach out and help men better themselves. If they really wanted to better themselves, they would do whatever was necessary to do it on their own.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Right.
putting yourself in positions where you can be harmed, they can have you fired. Like it's weird how black women are operating as if we coexist with black men and there's some sort of reciprocal relationship where we're giving
Yeah.
and taking from each other when it's literally just us giving and giving and giving and giving and never getting anything in return. Like we're
Right.
giving
Mm-hmm.
If anything, we're getting
never getting
killed
anything
and
in return.
we're being harmed in return. Like they're
Exactly.
repaying us with their hatred. And like honestly, like it's kind of like what Cynthia be saying. Like they
I agree
don't
with
like
you. Yeah.
they
Yeah, I
don't
got
like
confused for a second. I done told you. Sorry about that. But yeah, you're right.
no, but I was saying like they don't like black male worshiping women. I don't know if it's because whatever it is, but they basically want to dominate and conquer the woman that they feel like is not submissive to them. Like they feel like the black male worshipers are already accessible. There's no reason to value them. They really want to break women that know that they're better than them down.
Mm-hmm.
They really don't have anything to control. I think that's the problem with black men. They have nothing else to control or exploit. They can't do it with other groups of men. So the only chance is messing with women, which is why you have in children. Feeling like they feel like literally getting off to the fact that you can harm a child, talk to a child any kind of way, and let alone a woman. It's just crazy, but this is the only time they feel strong, powerful, is if they're doing something, as if it's dealing with women, if they're harming elderly people on the street, if they're messing with other races of men's women, if they're downing black women or harming them. That's the only time they feel some kind of power, because they know that globally they're nowhere to be found when it comes to the hierarchy of who has power, what men are making what moves, and who's getting respect, and who has the biggest house, the biggest yacht. They're not in those conversations, and it burns the hell up out of them. And when you really think about the stars, the black celebrities, the males, they still have an issue. And it's like, well, why do you have an issue? Don't you have all this money? They still have an issue with asserting dominance, even though they
Right.
have millions in their bank account. It's a problem with Diddy.
But
It's a
even
problem with Jay-Z, etc.
I mean, but
I don't
even
even think they want to dominate men.
black wealth, black wealth is nowhere near the amount of white wealth on the global stage.
Mm-hmm.
I
Right? It's
don't even
nowhere.
think that they want to dominate white men. I really don't. I think that they want to dominate other black people, and they
Yeah,
want to be accepted by white men. Like
exactly. They
they
want what they
never,
want for their own evil deeds. That's what they want.
yeah, they think they see white people as better than them. They never
Hmm.
try to actually compete with the white men. They only compete with black people, black men or black women. They want to
Because
see
I
at the
mean,
white
like
man's table.
I read there was hold on, let me see if I can find the article from Psychology Today on
Hmm.
black male self hatred.
I don't even
Yeah,
really
that's
think
what,
black men are competing with black men. I think they're too busy killing them off so they don't have no competition. Because at the end of the day, that's still another man. They don't like dealing with men anyway,
no,
unless it's to get rid of them. The only time I see black men come together and laugh and kiki and hey, brother, is when they're downing black women. That's literally the only time I see them when it's about degenerates or man, did you fuck that white bitch? Man, you know I did. That's the only time I've
right,
seen them get together. They don't do nothing else, which is why the civil rights, when they say, "Oh, we was walking hand to hand," you sure was, and the purpose was the wool was over a black woman's eyes. It was so you could have proximity to white women. Once again, dealing
right.
with they can't deal with other groups of men. They don't like dealing with other groups of men. They want to complain about white men for the longest. Then the Asians come through in the immigration in the 70s. Who they complain about them? Oh, they buying stores in our neighborhood, poisoning us with liquor. And guess who keeps going in there day in, day out?
Right,
Yo,
right.
black. It's ridiculous.
Well, I think you're right. I think they don't want to compete with black men. They don't even. I don't know if it's they're scared or they just have absolutely no respect for black men, but they won't call black men out.
Mhm.
Like you said, they might shoot each other, but they won't hold each other accountable for anything. The only time they unite is when they want to display their hatred for black women.
Mhm.
And I don't know. Sometimes I feel like they actually. I don't know what it is. If they're just scared of men, that's why like they'll call black women loser choosers instead of calling black men losers. Like I don't know. I think they're just scared of men in general. They
But
don't
when
see
you
themselves
think
as
about
men.
it, if you were a man, Sharice, or if I was, wouldn't you be scared if you didn't know what manhood was and you've been conquered for damn near 500 years? You would be
So
scared of manhood too. They're afraid because they have no guidance. Black men's job was supposed to be to make sure and induct these young men, these boys actually, into men. That was the whole point. That's the whole point of the male's existence, is to do, not in the history, not once in history have do you see women inducting boys into manhood. It doesn't happen.
right,
We're women. What are we
Like
doing inducting you? We induct girls into womanhood. That's our job. You're supposed to take care of the boys. I mean, aren't you supposed to give us some load off?
right.
Damn. It's
But no,
ridiculous.
right. And then they complain about
earlier,
how these boys are coming out. But it's true. Like they really don't. They don't know what masculinity is. They don't even know what femininity is. That's why they always talk about black women being masculine. But
Hmm.
if black women are so masculine, why don't they take note and do what black women do?
Hmm. I'm telling you, if black women are so masculine, then I have to ask the question to black men and black boys, why aren't your black sons and why aren't you like more like black women? Why aren't you
Right,
masculine? You mean you couldn't even learn masculinity from them? You're doomed. Stop
right.
it. Well, that's fine.
Mhm.
Call us the most masculine. I'll take it. On behalf of black, I'll take it. We are. And why is that? Because you're so weak and feminine. Now go toot
It's
your
fucked up.
booty up and go to sleep.
Well, it's fucked up because black women will like subscribe to it. Like that all the shit that they say, they always have black women to back them up.
Hmm.
I want
Like
to read
even
this.
like with the well, you black women, y'all can't birth no good males. Y'all are the ones birthing these males. Y'all are the one raising these males, but they won't ever mention the male that's not in their life. Like they think
Yeah,
that women are supposed to effectively raise these boys into men.
but I think it's time. I think it's time because this is the thing that I feel like a lot of us as Black women are missing out on, and what is, I mean, it's also, I get that we need to work these issues out. We need to, talk about our shared experiences and things. But I want us to get to a point where we're moving past all of these comments. Like we're ignoring this. Like these aren't things that we're involving ourselves in anymore. Like I wish Black women
Mm-hmm.
could really turn their backs
I
on
do too.
all of the things that Black men, like we need to learn to disengage because it's draining. It's draining to you physically, emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
All of this is draining, and it's going to stop you from bettering yourself if you're constantly consuming this sort of content.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't believe all those women were in the comment section that Sin showed us on that video. And she said, "Why were you guys in that?" For the ones who were in that comment section saying, "Oh, we don't care." Go, you don't need to explain anything to them. I
Oh,
think Black women have done
Right.
enough.
I forgot to say hello to Bruja Negra. I think she was here and then she left. Hey, Foss.
Right though. Like it still shows that you care. Like
Mm-hmm. It shows that you care if you're on their video and you're
right.
making comments. Now, whatever you want to leave on your favorite content creator that's talking about the things and the issues, leave it. Leave it on a Coco's channel, leave it on Sin's channel, everyone's. It doesn't matter. Whoever you're subscribed to, leave it on theirs. But don't go to none of these black men. I didn't know who that Tariq Nasheed was.
Like
I
I
didn't
didn't
want to give him any
You
views,
the
neither that
cook.
Mr.
Yeah.
Let Go, none of them. Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
like to be completely honest, I didn't know a lot of these men even existed until
Mm-hmm.
I came to YouTube and was, heard Black women talking about it, or you might occasionally stumble across a video or two, but I don't watch that sort of content.
I
Like
don't
the
Yeah.
either.
only reason on my TikTok, like the only reason is because I'm actually searching these things out so that I can create
Well,
it for content because I would prefer Black, not just like I don't want people to think I'm saying, oh, just come to my channel. But like we need to distinct, like it's funny to see these videos and to see them acting a fool, but you can enjoy that content and key without even leaving a comment.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
exactly.
Well,
Don't
did y'all?
leave it.
Right. Seriously,
Like
because it just shows that you care.
don't even enter, like we need to get to the point where we're not even cracking jokes in the we're not, we need to be so
Right. We're
unbothered that we
active.
don't even bother to drag them.
Did
Right.
you see that comment in the comment section? Speaking of that, the guy, the content creator who had sent that stuff that said about black women, and when when Sin was mimicking, I was crying.
Oh
But
my
she was,
god,
yeah,
yeah.
she was an and she was doing all that, and then she said, she
Her
had,
dusty voice is
I
her
love
dusty
it,
voice
I live
is
for it.
A1. It is A1.
Every time. But she did that dude's voice to a T because he was stammering. He was saying all kinds of dumb stuff. You need to watch out for that. You see why they
And it
geniuses?
was
And he
like
was saying all that.
it was so weird. Like also I'm gonna because I think I'm gonna make like I like I like how this live went better than the other ones. I kind of feel like we set a tone and we stayed on topic for the most part. Because I
Mm-hmm.
feel like we be all over the place all other time.
Mhm.
Yeah, these talks are good.
But I still want this to be a place where like yes we can come and have conversations, but like the goal is for you to learn. Like that's what I want. Like that's what I host these live streams for. And I want us to read Soul on Ice.
Oh my God, is that Cleveland
Yeah,
girl?
and I also want us to read what is it, Black Skin White Mask by Franz Fanon. It's also another book that speaks to black male pathology and how deeply ingrained this need for whiteness and white validation is in them. Like there's
Mhm.
historical context to all of this, and this I feel like this information is new to a lot of like younger black women, um, and these are things that like I didn't know of until I started like doing my own reading and just things of that nature. Because like I was the reason I found out about Franz Fanon is every summer like I'll find black authors and I try to find different authors to read.
Is he Haitian?
Um, no, Franz Fanon he's from somewhere in the Caribbean. but he's not
Yeah,
Haitian.
because that's a French name. That's why I asked.
No, he's not. He's not Haitian, but he's like from the Caribbean. But
Mhm.
like yeah. So I do this like this black reading, and I think I want to incorporate that into my channel.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be. I don't know how much you guys like that, or if reading and that's
That's
like
nice.
some sort of book thing.
I like reading.
Mm-hmm.
I'm subscribed to this book app that I just it has like it has like a lot of good titles on it. It has pretty much
Girl,
everything that Audible has.
damn psycho. But Franz Fanon was a psycho. He was a psycho that was a psychiatrist. Like it's weird how no matter the socioeconomic status, the levels of education, the religious background, the ethnicity, they all have this inclination to seek out whiteness.
Right.
It's weird. It's weird. Like if I was a sociologist like this, like I would do my doctorate on this because it's
Mhm.
it's like
Uh,
it's all like I'm gobsmacked. I don't even know what to say. Like it's just so complex, and you would think I don't know. It's like almost
I
like
think
what have this I don't what is it? Is it not Munchausen by proxy? What is it? Stockholm. They have this intense Stockholm syndrome, and they're like they hate themselves and they love white. It's just weird.
well, I think it's more than that. I think they really see themselves as like white men's children. Like they see white
Yeah,
men as like
Martinique.
the.
Yeah, Martinique. That's where he was from. I think he was from Martinique. Yeah, because they also
I
speak
think they see white men as like the epitome of manhood, and
Mm-hmm.
they see him as better than them, and that's why they never like. You might hear some of them talk about like conquering or taking, being in power, but they never really talk about that. Like, if anything, they want to be on the level of white men. And I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. It's like I feel like they see white men self pride
I've
and their
never
self
like to be completely
preservation.
honest. Think back to I don't mean to interrupt. Think back to like high school. I don't know if you went to a diverse high school or not, but most black dudes wanted to hang like they didn't have a problem hanging out with white boys. I didn't
Mm-hmm.
grow up. They were
The
it was
only people that had a problem that were being pro-black were black girls.
it was
Always.
always on the black people too.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would be like black men would be trying to, or black boys would be trying to date white women, and then black girls are saying that black men are victims of white women.
Exactly. But it's like, how are they a victim? They don't even look your way, but this is your race. That's
Bruce,
the
I think you
problem.
echo. Yeah.
Right, right. How are they victims when they're actively going after them, and they're telling them
Exactly.
that's their preference.
Mm-hmm.
Like you hear black women say, "Oh, they're taking all the black men," or they don't like white women because they date black men, but they're not seeing. But they say that, but then they advocate for black men. Like if black men were to get caught up with a white girl, they'll be the first ones advocating for them.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the comment section? I done told you, said I've even seen black men ask Tyreek for a buck breaking too. Lord have mercy.
Wow.
They probably do. It was like porno to them. At this point, they might as well go on Pornhub and sell that.
Well, yeah, they happily sat up there and explained how they were fucked in the ass and just completely bug
Who
broken.
would
Right?
show pictures though? It's one thing
Really?
to say that and say not only were our women taken advantage of, unfortunately some of our brothers were, and that's a horrible fact. But who would be showing pictures like, see what they did to? It's like some kind of strange, like, see,
Well,
daddy.
they don't think that black women went through anything because I was
Of
watching this
course not.
that Nick Cannon interview where he was saying that white women are reparations, and they were basically saying like, well, the guy that was interviewing Nick Cannon, he was like, well, black women were there when we were in slavery. They were the ones healing our wounds and licking our wounds clean and getting us back to health, as if black women weren't enslaved and weren't tortured and beaten as well and raped. Like
Oh
they
my
don't think
God, they
that
had
they
it
were
worse
just
than
there.
black
Like
men.
exactly, they think that we were
Okay.
just in the big house, with Massa dating and we were with it. Like
Like it was an episode of the courtship. That's how they would like to make it. They want to make
Hmm.
it out to it like it was a fairy tale because honestly, it seems like they wanted it to be a fairy tale for them. That's where
Yeah.
they wanted to be. That's why we were there for so long because it took a woman and other women and maybe a black man here and there with some sense to say, no, we need to be free. What are you doing? They had us captive for all them damn years. You need to report back to the man, the African, first of all, that sold you in the first place, and why we were in it for so long. And this is embarrassing.
And it's fucked up because black women actually go for it, and they make it seem like we weren't even there. Basically, like if we were there, we had it so easy. We were like allies
Hmm.
to the white man, which is like
Hmm.
it's really them. They were the ones snitching on black people. They were the ones going against and snitching the massa.
If black women did any snitching, they had no choice to. They're scared. That's what their men are supposed to be for, to protect them, to make sure that they don't have those issues.
Right. Well, exactly. Black women shouldn't even have been in that situation. So whatever that happened to them, it's because black men had them in that situation.
In the first place, do you remember the movie The Butler?
I don't think I've seen it.
Have you seen The Butler, Coco,
No,
with Forrest Whitaker?
no.
Okay, well, you can watch it. I wouldn't say it's really bad, but just the beginning of the movie, it's showing them in chains and everything like that. And I believe Mariah Carey plays like a mulatto or whatever, but she's being violated, of course, and screaming bloody murder coming from a barn. As the man, her husband stood there. At first, he said no or something like that, but he stood there, heard his wife screaming like that. Are you
Right.
kidding? This
Exactly.
is just so embarrassing. Like, how do they even, the fact that they let Jewish filmmakers be that comfortable with depicting them like that is just so disgusting to me. But then again, I can't get too mad at them because the Jewish people in community would probably say, we're just reporting what they did.
Right.
How? I mean,
And,
they
and they're
did.
Um,
and they're playing the roles. You know what I mean? Like they're not objecting to it.
Yeah.
But
This
yeah,
is what
it's
it
really
is.
sad. I think that that's like a real good trick that they have on black women to make it seem like they're the only ones that had to suffer through anything. Even now with the police brutality, you only hear about black men being brutalized by police. And it was crazy because like when I first started like watching Cynthia in this sector, I was seeing how like Sandra Bland and all those women were getting shot by police and nobody was mentioning it. There was a lot of women that had been brutalized by police and you never even heard about it. It was
Hmm.
always just a black man's issue. Like they're the only victims.
Because
But
they don't want to involve you. They want to be the biggest victim so they can get help from their white zaddy. Why just see what you did to us? We just want to be have a seat at the table. We just want to be around you. That is literally the thing. They're in competition with
hmm
those women
I went to.
who had it the worst.
It's a lot
I
of.
think a lot of them are gay on the low and they really want like to be with white men.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
Echo, Sharice. It's echoing real
Um,
bad.
let me mute up.
Yeah, it's scary. I can't believe that we live in a society, like I said, number one, where people are so comfortable with being ignorant and dumb. And number two, just having to deal with men who are such failures and then trying to pull ourselves out of the mindset of this con game that we've apparently dealt with for centuries. We went along with this. What did black women do? It's not their fault, but we passed on the culture. Black men
Mm-hmm.
set the culture. The culture was victimhood, so
Yeah,
we passed it down.
I want to. To go.
Exactly.
I want to read this other chapter that I think that I find very interesting from the book.
Okay.
It's on and then we could talk about it afterwards. It's about domestic violence. It says you don't need anyone's permission to save your own life. Just do it. A reader asked me to speak about recent news of Pakistani American Muslim who allegedly beheaded his wife in upstate New York. Muzammil Hassan, who founded a cable television station to promote better understanding of Muslims in the U.S., was arrested on charges he beheaded his wife, Asaya Hassan. I was initially hesitant to discuss this particular story because I wasn't sure I had anything useful to say about it. But the more I thought, I decided there are a few reality check aspects to domestic violence that usually aren't mentioned or emphasized in most discussions about this issue. It says if you are a victim of domestic violence, don't expect support from friends, family, or especially religious leaders. The harsh reality is that we live in a culture of widespread support of violence against women. The culture includes women who support violence against other women. This is especially true for Black women. So if you need to save your own life, don't count on support from so called friends or family. The odds are that you won't receive it from them. It's almost certain that you won't receive support from religious leaders. Many ministers and imams are battered themselves. Don't ask these people for permission to save your own life. Just do it. Unfortunately, the public, which can include your relatives and acquaintances, is filled with people who support, enable, and excuse violence against Black women. If you offer help to a victim of domestic violence, do so from a safe distance. And we saw that because recently there was a Black woman that was murdered after she tried to help her best friend escape her abusive boyfriend. He came back and kidnapped her. Um, this is the part where I am sure to offend many, if not most survivors of domestic violence. I must admit that I am not automatically as empathetic as I used to be about this issue. I've had to do I've had to do much work related to exposure to domestic violence victims, both as a former prosecutor and as a defense attorney. Here's the part that women's advocates won't tell you. Many women who are victims of domestic violence will ultimately and eagerly go back to their abusers. If you allow yourself to get heavily involved in rescuing such a woman, she and her abuser will paint you as somebody who just wanted to break them up after she returns to him. This means that the male abuser might want to come after you after they are lovey dovey again. Many women who are victims of domestic violence will also destroy any sanctuary that you offer them. They will bring predators into the previously safe environment. After she reconciles with the man who beats her, she will start having him come visit her in the new apartment that you provided for her. She will be resentful if you won't allow him to move in with her. This has happened to several other landlords I know. Good Samaritan beware. I agree wholeheartedly with that.
Nothing but truth. I
Yeah.
agree, sadly. But it's true. Actually, my mom, she had an experience like that, but the difference was the woman that she helped out of a domestic violence, she never went back. She actually kept her word.
Because that happened
Yeah,
with
it's hard.
that Black girl who helped her friend when she thought he came back, like he came to her house. It was on video, like he walked her out her house in the middle of the night,
I didn't
Hmm.
even hear about that.
and they found her body. Yeah,
That was recently.
like maybe like a month or two ago.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
They were looking all over for
And
that
it's
girl. And remember they had the ring video, and she was
hmm
like light skinned and had a bonnet on because he came to her house in the middle of the night.
and drug her out the house, like walked her out. What he had a gun?
Yeah, like yeah, he had a gun, and I think if I'm not mistaken, I think he left her kids in the house.
I bet they don't care.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like I can't remember if he killed the girlfriend prior to this. Like it was a lot going on.
Was the girlfriend in
Wow.
the house or nah? That's why he took her.
Yeah, like I can't remember if he had already killed the girlfriend or like what happened. I can't remember what happened exactly with the girlfriend, but like he definitely killed her friend.
But yeah, it's definitely true because I was in a like an abusive relationship, and I remember like when my friend would be with me, he would try to do shit to her. He poured a water bottle on her head one time just for being there. Like she was at my house, like, and it's like anybody that's trying to help the Black woman is probably going to be a victim too. That's why a lot of I really hate when people say this, but that's why a lot of people don't want to get involved because you never know. Like go back to these abusive relationships. There's not really anything you can do. But about that article, when they were saying that there's a lot of women that basically like are advocates, not really advocates, but they go along with the abuse of women. I definitely see that as a problem. Like even when women are saying like that's why I say like a lot of black culture is really negative. Like because I've heard women say like, oh well, he doesn't love me if he doesn't put his hands on me or if he doesn't grip you up, or I love when a man grips me up and stuff like that, and they don't see that as abuse.
They're so confused. They don't know what manhood is. There's nothing wrong with a
Hmm.
man being protective, or
I
if
think
you
that's
fall, he grabs you
Oh,
real quick.
see,
You're like,
yeah,
oh, because you like the
I don't like
feeling,
that.
exactly.
but not for a man to harm you in a
Well, they
sexual
think
manner. I understand. Not for a man to put his hands and like brutalize you. Like that's a problem. That's not
But
love.
they think like being treating women like shit means that they like them. Like I've even seen this like in YouTube, like them disrespecting women and just like that means that they like them. And I feel like that's going back even to like when we were kids. Like they would say that like, oh well, that means he likes
Hmm.
you. He pushes you on the playground. He must like you. Like we have like
Yeah.
a real work
Yeah.
relationship.
Hmm.
Hmm. If he
So,
throws rocks at you, all he just likes you.
I thought CB, I saw it on, I think I saw it on Black Femicide, because it was like a news clip and he was walking, it was on the ring light, like it was all on camera. Because I
Ring
mean
is catching everything these days.
they don't care about committing crimes on camera.
Nope.
no, they never
It's
did.
almost like, it's weird. It's like they think, it's weird how like black men navigate as if they're invincible in a
They
Hmm.
go on
world
Facebook
they're
Live and say that and explain why they did it or explain what they're about to do. Did y'all
I
see
think
that?
they just like the attention.
I
Well,
don't
they
know.
think that they're victims and they think that they're justified. I think because those recent guys that have gone live when they've I just seen a live of a guy yesterday. He was talking about, oh, she should have did this. I told her that I wasn't this and I wasn't that. I think they really feel justified. Like they have the right to.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like, I don't like it's just their entitlement. Like,
Right. Like even the guy that shot that old man in the name of his girlfriend. They were I think they said that they didn't even have any problems. Like he just woke up and he just felt like he didn't want I don't know, like he just couldn't do it anymore or something. And he
well,
blamed it on her.
I don't know who you're talking about.
The guy that was on Facebook Live and he walked up to that old man and he was like, hey, say Joy Lane. And the old man's like, what? Joy Lane? And he said it and he shot the old man on live.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I'm not on Facebook.
No, me
If
neither, but it was,
if it
it
hasn't been
went viral.
on YouTube, oh, I haven't.
Oh, that's terrible. They
Yeah.
should just
And he
go
like
there.
right, and then he said that they didn't really have any like she didn't do anything, but he just woke up and like felt like he just couldn't do it anymore in the relationship. So he went out and killed innocent people, like, but he
Like the
blamed it on
coward he
her.
was. Hmm.
And
Also,
did y'all hear about that guy? He basically tried to commit a drill suicide. I mean, he shot the woman and then shot himself, but he died and the woman didn't. She was on like in an interview, like basically
cracking up.
saying she forgave him.
I can't hear you all that well.
Can you hear me now?
It's like a lot of background noise. Go ahead.
Okay, there was a guy that basically he did a murder suicide. He shot the woman and killed himself, but the woman didn't die. She was in an interview basically saying that she forgave him and she wished he was alive today, that they could work things out.
Who were these black people?
Yes, of course.
Oh wow.
Mhm.
But you know what? It's like you have to think of it like this. Innately, as women, we're seeking love and some sort of companionship. Black women's options for love and compassion are so degraded that they're accepting nothingness. Like you, like the things that black women are enduring, like they're yearning for love and they're just, I feel like black women are just settling for anything. Like you're just accepting anything at this point. Like, and it's really,
That's
really,
why I find it hard when people say that black women aren't submissive.
yeah, like
I mean,
Right.
they are.
That's
it's
gaslighting.
really sad. Like when you really think about it, like black women want to be loved so badly that they're entertaining relationships that are detrimental to their lives.
Black women are the most submissive. Black women are the ones that get abused and don't call the police. They're the ones that don't put their baby dads on child support. And I really hate that when they do that because there's black women that go along with it and will
Yes, you
co-sign
can't
it.
say that word on. You can't say that word on YouTube. They'll
What
flag it. We've been using unalive.
did I just say that? Oh, okay, my bad. But yeah, like I don't know. I forgot what I was saying, but there's women that basically co-sign it.
Yeah, it's something in black people's. Like I said, it's such a negative, but there is something going on in the mindset of black people, and it is something to do with submissive. And it makes me think about Django when Leonardo DiCaprio was talking to them at the
You got an
table
echo
right
tonight.
before he grabbed Kerry Washington by the head. He said, "You know what? For the life of me, I never understood how one of the slave men that worked there." He said, "For the love when he would shave my father's face. For the life of me, I don't know why he didn't take that knife to his throat. I don't get why he didn't do that." And he said, "You know, I think it's something basically with the Negro mind. There's a submissive." Like tendency. There's something in it because he couldn't understand with all the horrible things Mr. Candy did, why he didn't take him out when he would shave his face. He didn't understand for the life of him. It shocked him, and he's a white slave owner. It didn't make sense to him. Like, you don't want to take us out? They don't get it. For
Oh,
the
right. That
longest.
was that was like kind of my point. Like, well, not really, but it reminded me what I was saying. Like with the submission thing, like that they're really gaslighting when they say that black women aren't submissive. Black women submit so much. They're hypogamous. They date down. They let black men get away with anything. We're basically shamed for calling the police. Like if a black man is abusive, it's on us to not call the police because oh we have to worry about their safety.
A man safety, a grown man that should be
That's what I'm
protecting
saying. Like,
you.
that's why I want black women to get beyond these sorts of like conversations because they they derail personal growth. You know what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
I want like because they're never like they've shown who they are. This is who they are. Like we need to be congregating and working on ourselves and things that are going to help us do better. Like yes, we can point out their shortcomings, but I feel like we can't be fixated on them either. You get what I'm saying? Like I feel like
Yeah.
it has to come to a point where okay, this is who they are. This these conversations need to be moving further.
Black women just aren't ready.
And I feel like
No, most of them aren't ever going to be.
no, but I feel like if more of us moved with that ideology, with we other black women would pick up on it because you can already see a lot of black women are having we're experiencing the same things like we're saying the same things online. And I think if enough of us start, you know, also because it's basically monkey see, monkey do. Like that's just how people are. So if more black women disengaged from that, I feel like it would slowly start to become the norm. And yes, there would
I
still
think
be some mammies who dwelled in that, but that's not that has nothing to do with us. That's not our business.
yeah, I think most black women are not going to. I mean, a lot of them don't even want to believe what they're seeing in front of their eyes or
Mm. I feel like it's. I think times are changing. I feel like
the
more
ones
black.
that do.
I'm seeing more and more black women. Like, yeah, you might have. I don't really feel like young black women are out here mammying at the levels of older black women. I just don't think so.
No, no, but I mean, even like some like our age. Well, I'm 20. I'm in my late 20s.
Yeah,
I
I'm in
mean,
my
I think it'll be majority Manny's. I think like we're gonna be a small group. I think we're gonna get bigger, but I do think I don't know. I don't really see a lot of hope for that. I used to, and I wanted to see a lot of black women like get justice, and but I
I'm
don't know.
not
They don't even have love for black women. Like they worship men more than they do themselves. They think that they can't even be like they think that black women can't exist without black men.
I think that
Yeah.
because I try not to have a defeatist like point of view. I think that as this the violence that's existing in the black community becomes more rampant, it's going to be forced down black women's throats. Like there's no, I mean, you can already see that more and more black women, even with the gun violence, like black women are real. We're waking up. We're seeing who's harming us and our children. We know who it is. Like black women are, the gun ownership is skyrocketing. Like I think black women are stepping into the awareness that black men are detrimental to our existence. I think that's happening. Like I see more and more black women having conversations like, or they're saying hashtag name the problem and all of these other things. They're having this discourse and on social media about black men and how they're a danger to them and black children. Like I'm seeing this happening. Like this isn't something that's going to happen overnight, but I think the relationship between black men and black women is going to really change. Like it may not ever be a majority, but a lot of us are going to walk away. A
Yeah,
lot
I
of
agree.
And you know what's going to happen? I agree with what you're saying, Coco. I think the ones that do walk away are the ones that are going to really want. And I think they're going to continue to harm, if
Mhm.
you will, the leftovers.
Right. I
Hmm.
definitely agree.
because I
Because
also
they're tired of them
I'm,
worshiping them.
I'm also saying black women because there's a chapter in the book about how some white women don't want to open up their options. Because I'm also seeing that, but I'm also seeing black women that are saying, okay, they're just not going to date at all. Like there are black women who are
Right.
just, so I think that's happening as well. Just because black women aren't seeking out,
But I think
non-black.
that's still part of black male worship because so you think because black men ain't shit that you just can't date? Like I think that's very like still black male worship, black male
I mean,
identify.
yeah, like there's all of it. Like no one, I feel like we're all going to get to certain levels of walking away, right? And it may look differently for every other, for different black women. Like some black
Hmm.
women content with just not dating, working on herself, traveling, starting a business, living her very best life, her very best single life. She may adopt a child, have a dog. Who knows? Like if that's the things
Yeah.
that if that brings joy to her, then that brings joy to her. And if that's her way of walking away, then so be it.
I
Right.
just
But
want
I
black
think for
women
the
to walk
women that do
away in
want
their own ways. Do
Yeah,
what's best for you. If you want to
like
be
that's
single, do it. You want to be celibate, do it. You want to remain a virgin, do it. Do
yeah, like
whatever is best for you.
I think
that's
like
Just
for the
leave.
women that do want relationships, because I do hear that a lot, like that they're staying celibate and or relationshipless because black men can't get it together, or they're waiting for them to get it together. Um, I don't know. For the ones that would rather be single, yeah, I think that's cool. But I do think a lot of black women are still holding out for black men. Like I don't think like if you want to be celibate, yeah, but I don't think you should be just because one group of men is not
that's
doing
the
what
thing.
you want.
That's the thing. Like, um, I feel like that's where you and I like. I don't really mind that. Like, I feel like if that's a choice that you as a black woman have come to, that's you have the right to that choice. Like, I'm all about
Yeah,
black
yeah, I
women.
definitely agree. I just think it's rooted in black male worship.
You know what? I
I don't
just
think
had an
I don't think it's
epiphany.
rooted in black male worship. I mean, I think it's rooted in vanity. It's rooted in vanity. Like you can say it's black male worship, but it's rooted in vanity, wanting to have children who look like you. That's where that.
But they also want a black man. Because I mean, your kids are still gonna look like you. If you get with another man, he might not be
Yeah,
as
but they
dark
won't
as
be
you,
your. They may not be like. Come on, like if you have a
right? But
biracial
they're still
child,
your
they may look
kids.
like you. That's not your mirror image. That's not what most people think about when they see themselves and their children. Like they see, their
Right.
black.
But even like past that, I think a lot of them. I think it is black man worship that they just want a black man. Like even besides the kids thing, like yeah, we hear them say that they want black children, but they also want a black man. Like
I think I just had an epiphany about Sin's epiphany. She said that with the black male worshiper, what she said today, and coddling because she thinks that they won't have any more options. I agree with that. And you know what? I'll take it a step further. I think what's going to happen is you're going to have a certain group of women who are making so much noise about black women leaving, and they're going to go on with their lives and do whatever's best and divest in whatever way that makes them feel, or just you don't even have to label it. They're just going to do better for themselves and leave black men out of the equation. And I think what's going to happen is that may attract black men to want to do better. But I do think that it will be more of an attack on mammies, and black men are also going to get tired of mammies, and they're going to start taking them out because they feel like they're going to try to restrict them from women who are high maintenance, black women, in a way, if that makes sense. That's what I think is going to happen. I think that that's a theory, if you will. I think something like that would happen. They would see black male worshipers for what they are. I mean, they don't like them now, but I think that that would make them really worse if the black women that they were trying to attract didn't want them and wasn't dealing with them and were hypergamous and dealing with other groups of men. I think that at that point, because we have to be honest, they won't have any options, period, once black women walk away for the most part. I believe this. They won't.
um,
Who's the options? Once the black woman's at the door, no one else gives a damn. They only gave a damn because the black woman called you a king. So they
right.
wanted to see, a king. What is it about black men that black women regard them as kings? Let's go over there. I know I'm better than that bitch. That's why they were doing it. They didn't think anything else of themselves. They're slim pickings within their own race. They're not good looking most of the time. So I think
I don't.
that
You know
once
what? I
everyone
don't
walks
even
away,
like.
that's what's gonna happen.
You know what? That like I agree and I disagree with that idea that white women seek out black men because black women like speak so highly of them. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think that more so has to do with white women and their constant need to be in competition with white men. So it's like white men have partaken in the forbidden fruit, and the whole idea that white women are equal to white men. I think they see that as their turn to now partake in the taboo. Like that's I think it's more so about that. I think white men and white women have their own weird sort of relationship going on where they're both vying for power. Like that's like that. And I think that the whole, the forbidden fruit thing, especially with white women, is this idea that what black men represent. It reinforces this idea that white women are this dainty damsel in distress, and he's this big black brute. Like I don't really think it has anything to do with black women singing the praises of black men.
I see that, but I kind of see it as I don't know. I don't think white women see black men as anything masculine. I think that they see them
They do.
because
They
for
most
one, we
certainly do. They do. They see that they don't. They see their masculinity in its most base form. Like they see black masculinity as virility and them being
well,
big and strong and things like that. They don't see them.
well,
They're
the
man.
white women that usually are with black men are not. They're usually not anything. They're
I
nothing to
know what
look
you're
at
saying. I know,
for the
but we're
most
not
part.
we're not going into that. We're talking about how white women view black men. They
Right, and that's
commodify
my thing. That's why I think that
like
they date them for the most part. I think that they don't really have options in their community. That's why they date black men. Another thing, I don't think they see them as masculine at all. Like maybe physically, like they're big and they think they can dominate them in the bedroom, but I don't see them seeing them as masculine in any other way.
that's no. I'm saying that they see their masculinity, like Coco Bean said, is very. They view black men through a very primitive understanding of what masculinity is. That's what I'm saying.
Like
White women
that.
are seeking out black men to fulfill this sort of like this taboo thing, this like this a visceral sort of like, I want to have wild, kinky plantation sex. Like that's how they're viewing black men. Like I don't think they view them outside that context at all. It's from a very primitive sexual point of view. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what
Yeah,
they
but
view.
I don't think they see them as masculine in that way. I mean, maybe like physically
I mean,
strong
they would have to. They would have to
or
see them in
primitive.
that way. They would have to see them in that way because what is the number one thing that white women bring up when they talk about black men? It's their dicks. That's how they
Right.
view black masculinity. That's how they view black manhood. Is through their phallus. That's how white women see black men's manhood.
But are they
That's it.
calling them masculine or are they just saying they're good at bed?
But that in and of itself, like being good in bed, like because all women view men through some sort of lens of masculinity. Like you're. I mean, she's not. She can't be differentiated. She can't be taking his sex from him because she's a heterosexual woman. So she is viewing it through his masculinity because that's the only thing she hones in and focuses on.
I don't know. I see the way that they interact outside, like in their personal, like in their relationships as just like a couple. And I don't see any masculine, like I don't see them even respecting black men as men. I think that they are the
That's
more
what
dominant ones in the relationship most
like
of the
you have
time.
like what you're doing. I see what you're doing. You're like you have a very definitive. Like we're not. I'm not saying that white women view black men's masculinity through the traditional sense of what masculinity is.
No, I get what you're saying. I don't think that they. I'm just saying, like, I agree with they see them as primitive, maybe like sexual creatures. They want to get a kink off, but I don't think they see any masculinity in them. That's why a lot of them try to go back to white men if they can. Like even with Kim Kardashian and the Kardashians getting their butt implants taken out, that's so they can go back to white men.
I mean, yeah, that's it. But I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
when it comes to what non-black women for the most part describe black masculinity is, it is always about genitalia. It always starts and ends with the genitalia. So that must be the lens in which they see black men's supposed masculinity. That's what I was saying.
Well, yeah, okay, I can agree with that. That's man's
Yeah,
masculinity. But
yeah,
I don't think they see him as masculine.
yeah. I
That's
know
what
you
I'm
don't
saying.
in the traditional sense of the word. Yeah,
Hmm.
like when we think about masculinity. Yeah, I get. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But yeah, and also yeah, because like what was who just said that? Doria said she said no, black women talk about the BBC, so now white women want to try it and officially be in competition with white men. I don't
I
follow that.
think it's a little bit of both. I honestly do. I think that because white women literally watch every move black women make and are constantly imitating them, they will always find a way. What are they doing? Oh, well, what's that? They're always snooping. They're very nosy in
Well,
general. And this is the thing. They're very nosy. They always want to be on top of stuff, but that's most white people. They do not like not knowing nothing. They don't like not being in the loop. They
Exactly,
constantly want to
baby
be in your
Shaq. You
business.
are
Hey, what's
100%.
going on? What's going on, you
That's
guys? They're
that's
constantly
another
there.
that,
I also feel like if you have a group of women worshiping a group of men, but then the men are worshiping another, like black women are worshiping black men, but black men are worshiping white women.
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's another reason. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's like, well, they put me on a pedestal, so
Exactly. They're just trying to get some attention where they can because they
I
know
mean,
once Brad.
it's all an illusion. It's all an illusion of being put on a pedestal because black men don't have the power or the authority to pedalize anyone. Really, they really
Mm-hmm.
don't.
no, they
Like,
don't. But they're I mean,
it's
like
just a
even just
bunch of
being praised and
yeah.
like
It's
that's
just a
what I
bunch
said.
of.
Like the white women that they get usually are not. I don't know. Like just as far as looks go, they don't even look good for the most part.
I
So
mean,
I mean, if they're
basically,
gonna go get praised and uplifted, and a lot of them are obese and overweight, and they say that's another reason why they go to black men because black men like big women.
Yeah.
But we know they like big white women. They don't really like big women.
Mm-hmm. They sure
I think
don't.
it's like kind of their only option, and they know that they can be like uplifted. At the
Yeah.
same time, they can like dominate. I mean, like they not as far as the bedroom, but just in the relationship in general. Because I do agree that a lot of white women are masculine, and when they see black men, they do want to dominate them. They see how they put them on that pedestal, which how they uplift and praise them. And like, why wouldn't they want to exploit that?
I don't know. Oh, oh wait. Let me turn this air off. It's cold in here. Um, let's see. Was there anything else I wanted to in this chapter? Let's see. Okay, here it is. Here's another one. This chapter is called An Open Letter to African American Women Who Publicly State They Would Never Date or Marry Outside Their Race. I've been thinking about the various ways that many African American women unintentionally damage our collective image, all of which operates to our collective detriment as African American women. One example is for an African American woman to make loud public pronouncements that she would never date or marry outside the race. This is usually said to emphasize the point that she would never date or marry a white man. If you are an African American woman who makes these sorts of public statements, I would ask that you consider the following questions. Why do I feel the need to say this publicly? Have you noticed that African American women are alone on this planet in making these sorts of public statements? You are alone in terms of race in saying these things. African American men don't make these sorts of statements. Look at the numbers of African American male artists who choose non black women as their romantic leads in their music videos. African American men also do not restrict their dating and marriage options based on race. Look at African American men's higher rates of interracial dating, mating, and marriage. Why are you publicly narrowing your dating and marriage options when African American men aren't doing this? Similar to African American men, women from other ethnic groups are also keep their dating and marriage options open. This includes women of color. No other ethnic group of women on this planet makes public statements that narrow their marriage options. African women don't make these sorts of public statements. Latin women don't make these sorts of public statements. Neither do Asian nor South Asian women. I've seen African women make these sorts of statements, but that's neither here nor there. Even those women whose men are actively at war with Western white men, such as Arab women, don't make these sorts of public statements. If Arab women don't do this, why in the world are you doing this? Keep in mind the Arab woman is not making these statements even while her Arab man is busy following through on his hostility toward Western white nations. Unlike loud talking, fake black militant men, deranged Arab men are running around killing their perceived white male enemies. And yet, the Arab woman still keeps her collective marriage options open as possible. African American women are the only people on the planet that run around publicly saying they won't date or marry outside the race. The fact that nobody else is doing this should be a clue to you that this is not a good idea. When you publicly talk about how you would never date or marry outside the race, you are inadvertently slitting our collective throats as African American women. You are slitting our throats because you are inadvertently working to narrow our collective options. Why continue to do this? How does publicly saying these sorts of things benefit you? I submit to you that it doesn't benefit you to say these things in public. There's no benefit or need for you to tell others that you won't date or marry outside your race. People catch the hint by your actions. It also doesn't benefit other African American women for you to make these sorts of public statements. Please stop making these sorts of public statements. These statements don't benefit you. Meanwhile, they harm the interests of the rest of your sisters and daughters. Peace, blessings, and solidarity.
See, that's what I was saying, like, and that's why I see it as black male worship when black women say that basically they're celibate because black men can't get it together, or that they think they're gonna remain single because they don't want to date out and black men aren't doing the right thing. They can't find a good black man, so they'd rather remain single. I think that is rooted in black male worship in a way. Like like, and especially with the public announcements, it's just not a good look. Like to have
I mean, I get what
us
you're saying.
actively saying that we're not going to go outside of our race, and black men are the only ones for us, but then they're actively saying that they don't like us.
I get what you're saying, and I do agree that black women don't have to make these sorts of comments. But where I disagree with you is that if if that's what a black woman chooses for her life, then so be it. Like I feel
Well,
like,
right. I mean, I don't think I can't control like what a woman does, but I think that it's rooted in black male worship.
I mean, and all of us
That's
aren't
it.
going to, like you said earlier, all of us aren't going to get, like, I don't, because you missed the earlier part of the stream where we were saying, like, she talks about in the book that there are levels of escaping the black community. And not all of us are going to get all the way out of the prison yard. Like, some of us are lifers, some of us are never going to leave. And I think that black
Some of
women,
us don't want to leave though.
yeah, that's also true. That some of us are institutionalized. That was in the earlier part of the stream. And like, if a black woman is content and she's not being harmed based on the decisions that she's made, then I feel like it's her right to do so. And I don't want to label that, like, I mean, black male worship. Like, I mean, a life choice is a life choice. Like, if you want to be celibate for the rest of your life, then so be it. You have every right to do so.
Right. But if your reason for being celibate is because black men are not doing right, you're basically saying that if black men can get it together, then I won't be celibate. Like, it's one thing, like, okay, I'm celibate because it's for me, that's what I want to do. But when you're saying that you're celibate because there's no good black men,
But I mean, you're basically contradicting yourself, because you're saying that, but at the end of the day, she made this decision. If she feels like this is her decision and this is for her betterment, then so be it. Like, I don't.
no, okay, but no, I'm not contradicting myself. I'm saying the reason for women wanting to be celibate is rooted in black male worship a lot of times. I'm not saying all, I'm just saying I've heard a lot of black women say they don't want to, they're probably not going to be in a relationship. They're probably going to be celibate because of what black men are doing. I mean, I don't know which, like, I'm not saying that they can't do it, they shouldn't do it. That's just what I feel. I feel like it's black male worship.
I mean, I guess if that's how you view it, I mean, I guess so. I guess it sort of is still rooted in black male worship, but I don't think all black women are all going to come completely out of black male worship. Like, I don't think, I think the trauma that we've all experienced is like deeply ingrained. So there's always, just like with someone who's been, sexually assaulted, even though you may overcome and you've healed, but you're still going to deal with the remnants of that trauma. So I think
Right.
for black women, getting away from it completely and completely unlearning it, like, I hate to say that that's like, I don't know if that's even like humanly possible.
What? What's not humanly possible?
Like, getting completely out of black male worship. I mean, because like, even with like, you're always going to carry around that trauma. And I think that trauma from black male worship is always, it's like, it's always going, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think I'm like, it's always going to be there. So I don't think like you can ever get completely away from black male worship. Like,
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean,
yeah, like, I don't think you can ever get completely away from it.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's levels too. The further we
Yeah,
step
like, I
away.
think, like, yeah, I don't like, I mean, maybe there are some black women out there who exist completely unbrought, I hope to one day be able to get there. Like,
Mm-hmm. Right.
but I feel like
I
some
mean,
black women are going to make that decision because black male worship is so deeply ingrained in them. and that's probably the furthest they'll be able to get away from that trauma.
Oh, like
And
it's like celibacy and stuff.
yeah, celibacy, and
Uh-huh.
like, so I'm all for it. Like, if that's what a black woman wants to do, if she wants to be celibate, because I can't knock someone for wanting what they want. You
Right.
know,
Well, I mean, like that's I agree. I think if you want to be celibate, sure, but I don't think I think if you want to have sex but you're not because black men are acting a certain way, I think that's sad. Like,
but I mean,
and that's what
like,
it seems like a lot of I've heard
I
a
don't
lot of
want
them
black
say.
women to feel like they have to go out here and like, some women just, I don't know, like, some women just don't find other men, attractive. Like, I don't understand it. I like, that's just not something that I've ever been, you know
Hmm.
fan of. I find all men attractive. Like, there's attractive people in all races.
Right.
Uh,
Well, I
I,
think it's also part of the conditioning.
yeah,
Like,
like,
because
it's
black
also,
women are shamed if they want to date out,
there you
and
are.
we're also told that white men and other races don't like us.
And you have to think that most black people grow up in black communities, so they're
Right.
not really interacting with a whole lot of white people on a day to day. That's
Hmm.
why you get these weirdo black people who come on here and act like white people are like these magical beings, and it's
Right.
like,
And you have to do level up to get one.
like, it was like, I could tell you weren't socialized around white people, because they are not these godsends.
Right.
They're not.
Right. Like the whole level up so you can
Yeah,
get
like,
a
it's
white man.
like, I feel like it's weird how black men are like, oh, like, instantly you get a white woman, your credit gonna be better, the police gonna stop pulling you over, and now all of a sudden you've got 60K in your savings account. Like,
Right.
like,
Right.
certainly, like,
Well, it's
the
like the
greatest thing
equivalent, I
about-
feel like, for him. Like just having that white woman and saying that they can be with her is like all that for a lot of them. Do you remember
because
that?
just like white women, that's why black men and white women get along so well together, because they both view black men's manhood through their genitalia. It's a union of sexually explicit debauchery. Like, that's why they're so attracted to each other. Like, that's what I believe anyway. Because black
Well,
men
they
don't
say
understand
they're like
what
the same
manhood is,
person.
huh?
I said, they say like black men and white women are like the same person.
Yeah, like, they're inverted white man, inverted
Hmm.
black man, and a white woman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they say Naker and Karen. I cracked up when somebody wrote that. I was like, oh my god, that's true.
What was it?
Naker and Karen have the same letters.
Oh wow. The, that's
I didn't
hilarious.
even realize that.
Me neither.
I was like, wow.
Damn, that's like real. That's like a real thing right there. Mm. It's like the exact same amount of letters too, right?
Yeah.
Mm. See, black women are so smart.
I guess, like, it could be, what is it? Is it when words are inverted? Is that an anagram? I forget.
I think an anagram is just like a word. Uh, I think it's like different letters that make up like a certain sentence. I think I'm not sure, but
I can't. Listen, the edible about this, it kicked in about 30 minutes ago.
mm-mm. I was about to roll up right now.
Mhm. Oh my God, y'all. Like, I want to, sorry, I just yelled. I got a little too excited. I've been taking videos of, like, homeless black men. Y'all, I got a compilation.
Are you gonna make it a series?
Yeah, I'm
Because
gonna make it a
I
series.
can get some clips and send you.
Y'all send me in some videos. Send me in some of them looking dusty, doing dusty stuff. Because Nakers in the Wild is about to become
You
a
know,
series.
it's crazy because I've been seeing them a lot, like very young. Like you'll see old black men panhandling and stuff, but I've seen like niggers that look like they're like 19, 18, and they look like their moms probably just took them
Today,
out.
like, I was coming from work, because, like, I live in the city, so, like, I couldn't catch it was rush hour, so I couldn't catch a cab, so I jumped on, like, the express bus to go home, because it's like a
Hmm.
15-minute ride.
Well, I know
And,
how it
like,
is in the
and
city.
so, like, I get on the express, and, it makes the stop, and it was a young black dude. Like, he had his shoes off and his feet, like, on top of his shoes, and he looked like he was high as a kite on like sometimes he was on some hard narcotic, like
Mm,
hard. He looked like he wasn't. He couldn't have been no older than at most 19. And
right.
I'm like, they out here strung out. I mean, but what is it? There was they ODing at alarming rates. They're ODing at higher rates than white people.
Well, they really have no shame, and they take it to their homelessness. Because I was at a stoplight, and he had to be like 19 too, no older than. He comes up to the car, shaking his cup and smiling, like just like he's like, oh, a black woman, she's probably gonna give me something. And I feel like that's probably what he really thought, like because black women probably are probably his biggest
That's
supporters when
funny.
he came
Karen,
here.
Anna Karen came up with the word nigger. She sure did. Baby Jack, you ain't heard me say nigger in a while before. You late.
No, but you should do that as a series. It'll be similar to Who They
That's
Really
what I want
Choose.
to do. Like that's what because I want real like videos of them on the street.
Right, and these are the high value men.
Exactly. And and like you said, like when I first moved to New York about 10 years ago, I rarely saw young homeless black men. You see them everywhere now. Everything
Right.
looks so dirty and dingy. They look like they on hard drugs. Like
What do you
they
think?
out
Why do
here.
you think
It's
that is?
like why are you out here this young, moving like a crackhead?
Well, why do you think it is?
What? Them being on
Like,
drugs?
no, like, why do you think there's like an increase of young nakers like that are homeless?
I think what it has to do is like a lot of them have burnt the bridge. Like I mean, because let's get it there. These are men who probably grew up without fathers, and I think
Mm-hmm.
likely their mothers have kicked them out because they can't handle them. These men, because they're men now,
Right.
they aren't allowed to run, roughshod through their mother's homes. And I think a
Right.
lot of them get into this whole like this gang lifestyle and these drugs, and they start getting popping pills and all this other stuff, and they just spiral out of control, and they end up homeless on the street.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy too because I feel like men should not be homeless. Like you can always get a job like working with your hands for the most part. Like even if you have like even if you're you're struggling, like what like you rather be out here panhandling than doing something? Because like I said, that like the one that I saw that time, he looked like he just got kicked out. Like I'm pretty sure he had a book bag on. He didn't look completely he didn't look completely dirty, like, and he didn't look sad to be
Told you
out there.
you almost sold me a new laptop. I almost spit my wine out on my laptop. Talking about Napa grapes. I hate you.
I am pretty upset getting thrown out by their family that they disrespect. And yeah, I feel like yeah, like they're mostly around their moms and women, and they don't respect women.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them have daddy issues too, like, and they take it out on their mom.
Yeah, because look, I mean, think about it. If you grow up in the black community hearing at a young age that it's the woman's fault, even though you saw your mother slaving away, but you heard
Mhm.
other adult men that you're looking to mimic manhood from, talk about how the black woman is the problem, you're going to internalize that.
Mhm. Exactly.
And then you're going to take that with you into adulthood.
I think they see it as black women's fault why their dads aren't there.
Yeah,
Like they
because
think that they chose the wrong man or they couldn't keep a man or whatever.
exactly. Like they internalize this rhetoric that they're hearing older black men say, and now they're this whole. I like to call this the faceless black woman that black men are always describing. Like she always has the same attributes, no matter
Mhm.
what age she is, where she's from. There's this archetype that they all regurgitate this same archetype about black women. We're
Right. I was
manly, won't let them lead. We accept it. It's really weird how we're all the same black woman, but they're not all the same black
exactly.
man.
Well, those videos that those kids used to do. Well, I don't know if they're still doing them, but where they'd be like, white women or black women, and everybody would always say white women. All the black guys would say white women. Well,
Yeah,
when they would say that, they're like they would describe black women. They're like, why? And they would be like, oh, because black women are too argumentative, they're too loud and ratchet. And that's really what they see, like that faceless black woman that is just the stereotype, caricature, loud, ghetto, angry black woman.
It's the modern day minstrel. It's the modern day minstrelization of the black woman, of the black female image. That's all this is.
And I think it goes back to like them not like, I don't know what it is, if they just don't respect men or they are scared to call them out, or I don't know what it is, if they worship them, but they will not put the accountability on them. Like
They
I've
will. I mean,
literally heard
you. I mean, of course, they're not going to put it on themselves, Sharice.
I've literally heard them say like the woman was describing like the shit that like the stuff that her man was doing in her previous relationship, and everything that she would say, these guys would be like, oh well, that's your fault for being gullible. Well, that's your fault, you should have left him after 6 months. So basically, like, she should have just known, like she should have just basically, they're telling you you need to stop fucking with him, because it's like really nothing you
Pretty
can,
much,
it's
black
not.
men are telling you to stop choosing them,
Mm-hmm.
and
Because it's like
black
nothing you
women
can do right.
and
You don't
black
know how
women.
to choose them.
I can't hear you.
No, I was just saying, it's nothing you could do right when it comes to them. You don't know how to choose them. You don't know how to keep them. You don't know how to predict the future when it comes to them.
It's really weird because like when you think about it, only black women are asked to do these Herculean tasks of
Mm-hmm.
vetting men. Only us. Black men
Exactly.
aren't expected to come to the table good men. Black men aren't expected to come to the table financially responsible and secure. Black men aren't even, they don't have to bring nothing to the table, but they're the dusty phallus.
Mm-hmm. And
And
it's
black
fucked up
women,
because
no, go ahead.
it's fucked up because they describe the good men as the men with jobs. So basically,
You-
like,
When
hmm?
you really think about it, black men have no idea what a good black man looks like.
Right? What do they
That should,
say? They
no,
say,
I'm just
"Oh, well, get a man that has a house, a car, a good job."
like
Like,
in this.
okay, but what about his character?
And the whole thing is like you have to also take into a fact that all of them are saying the same things. They're all, because none of them know what a good man is, and then that in of itself speaks to them not being good men. Because if you were a good man, you would be
Exactly.
describing yourself, the qualities that you have, the morals
Mm-hmm.
that you uphold. But they're not doing that. Everything, and it even goes further and deeper when you think about things where they're like, oh, a good man has a job, a good man has a car, a good man has, his own apartment.
Mm-hmm.
And these are all things that they can acquire on their own. They can't even acquire these things without the assistance of white men.
Exactly. Well, it's like
Even their idea of being good men stems from the handouts that white men give them. They know no manhood.
exactly. I forgot. It was something that Cynthia said. Basically, damn, I forgot. But I'm trying to get it back. Sorry. Let me go on mute for a second because it was like a good thought.
Hey, abundance. Yeah, but
Oh,
there's
basically, like how they say, like when they say, "Oh, not all," like when you say, "Oh, black men do this, black men do that," and they say, "Not all." That's basically them knowing that it's most. When they have to like, they
yeah,
feel the need to have to like add that disclaimer. They know that most black men are not doing the right thing. That's why they make it a point to say, "Oh, well, it's not all of us. There are some good black men," but they don't even realize they're saying like it's most of us.
yeah. Oh, and this, like, yeah, like to, because I wanted to pivot into talking about like how black women are just almost, we're too nurturing, we're too giving, and I just want to bring up, and there's a chapter in the book. It's called "Why Black Women Should Leave Helping Professions." It says, it's long past time for black women to seek their bliss and therefore stop getting involved in public service careers. Black public service is mostly balanced on black women's backs. It is important for us to recognize that all the helping fields are balanced on black women's backs within the black collective. Black male professionals generally don't go into helping sorts of jobs or careers. They're generally not spending their work life trying to uplift downtrodden black people. They're too busy pursuing their own bliss. Black women need to catch the hint and do likewise. There are many reasons black women need to walk away from public service. And then there's the section called "Your Service is Not Appreciated." First, black women's efforts in helping fields are not appreciated. Generations of African American women have devoted their working lives to serving blacks. And what did they get in return? Disrespect from the black collective at large, and they served stress and aggravation, and the pleasure of being made the scapegoats for mass African American cultural failures. In fact, blacks have made a tradition out of insulting the black people who service their needs. You are being used as scapegoats. Exhibit 1, the public school system. Let's use the generally unappreciated and disrespected legions of black female public educators as a case study. Consider the disrespectful, dismissive attitudes that most blacks have about public school teachers. Do these African Americans even realize that the majority of countries on this planet don't have free public school systems? Judging from our loud whining, we don't know the basic fact that puts everything in perspective. In most countries, people have to buy school uniforms and books. They can't just dump their children off each morning for no further investment on their part. They can't simply use the schools as free babysitting service, which is what most African Americans use the public schools for. It says, then we go on to the grassroots, destroyed the public schools and then blamed you. Exhibit 2, social promotion. Are we willing to acknowledge the disastrous effects of some of the initiatives promoted by non-middle class grassroots black activists? No, that failure is usually swept under the rug and black professionals are scapegoated. Let's discuss one such fiasco from my hometown, Chicago. Years ago, local grassroots parent activists browbeat the Chicago Board of Education into implementing a policy called social promotion. Social promotion is the practice of passing children on to the next grade, even though they haven't mastered the material of their current grade. The grassroots parent activists claimed that it was too damaging for black children's delicate psyches to flunk individuals who didn't master their grade level material. Keep in mind, the grassroots pushed this initiative, not the black middle class parents who were given even more incentive to remove their children from the local public schools. The Chicago Board of Education gave into these demands and implemented social promotion. These grassroots activists complained bitterly about the resulting increased exodus of middle class black children from the neighborhood public schools. The result was years of children being passed on to next grades, even though they weren't prepared. After years of damage was done, some other grassroots activists started complaining that black children weren't graduating from high school, that black children were graduating from high school without knowing to read. Well, it wasn't the logical, predictable outcome of adopting this policy the grassroots blacks said they wanted. The Chicago public schools have been struggling for years to undo the damage caused by listening to these activists. Now, it says the black underclass stigmatized their own children to get free crazy money, then blamed you for mass drugging of black children. Exhibit 3, supplemental Social Security insurance for children with disabilities. Grassroots blacks also like to whine about prescription drugging of black children in the public schools. What these grassroots individuals never acknowledge is that there was a fad among many black welfare mothers to get some free crazy. I don't know where's she going with this. They got this free money from having their children labeled and stigmatized and mentally retarded and emotionally disturbed. The same way black welfare recipients often migrate to states with better benefits, they also pay attention to opportunities to get increased payments. Many black welfare mothers were looking to get their children labeled as emotionally disturbed and mentally retarded to get their children onto social SSI disability rolls. The point was to get more free money without having to work for it. If you know any social workers and ask them about crazy money for SSI, it's the formal name for, okay, now I know what you're talking about. It's the formal name for supplemental Social Security insurance payments for children with disabilities. Okay. I'm not going to read all of that. That's pretty long.
Well, I like that point because it goes back to that black woman therapist, and Sin made a good point about it. Like, why is she focusing her energy on black men? She should be focusing it on black women and children. And that's what a lot of us, I think, do. A lot of black women get into the social, what is it called? Social work, and just other
Yeah.
help
A lot of black
jobs.
women are in public service. Yeah.
Right. And I feel like it's their way of trying to help, the black community. They get their degrees in their career and they put it back into the black community, which is
Yeah.
like,
And it just drains them even further.
exactly. And that's like a real problem. Even like with that therapist earlier, with sin. Like, I don't know. I just think it's so sad because even after that shit happened, she was still like apologizing to them and asking like what she said was so wrong. Like, I just wish that Black women actually cared about other Black women and tried to uplift each other.
Yeah.
But I feel like they internalize the community's issues, and when they do make it out and they see themselves as able to help, that's what they try to do, and it's like the crabs in a barrel.
Oh, y'all can keep talking. I'm about to warm up some more lasagna. I'm hungry.
Cheyenne, are you there? Oh, I think she fell asleep. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it would be cool for Black women to, do these jobs if they weren't so caring. Like, I feel like we need to be more selfish as Black women. We always try to include everyone. We always try to uplift and help everyone. And I think that is part of our nature, but I feel like a lot of us don't even see other Black women as needing our help and our service. Like, I don't know. I feel like people, like a lot of us think that Black women are so strong, they don't need anybody's help. So we have to focus on the men and the boys. Because Black girls and Black women got it. They're gonna be good regardless.
Yeah, that because I hadn't seen that. Like, I'm really not on TikTok unless I'm looking for content. Like, I'll get my
Hmm.
content. I don't really like scroll it because I'm kind of like, if it wasn't for YouTube, like I really wouldn't know what was going on in regards to like Black mainstream media. Like,
Yeah, me neither.
I'm not really like tapped in. Like, I don't watch TV, and I don't
No,
know. I just
same. I
like
don't
I
even
haven't
know like the new songs. Like, I really don't.
Spotify, like, and then I basically all I watch is K dramas. Like, like I love Netflix K
What's that,
dramas.
Korean?
Yeah, I'm like obsessed with them. They so
My
good,
cousin is into that. She's into
and I
like,
watch a lot of crime stuff, like crime documentaries
yeah,
and stuff like
yeah,
that.
me too. I watch crime and like scary movies. That's like what I watch. I'm definitely not tapped in either.
Yeah, because like I used to want to be I wanted to go to school to become a psychiatrist, but then I was like, I didn't want to go to med school, so that wasn't happening. Because I wanted to
Mm,
like I've always been interested in like serial killers. Like, at this
me
deep,
too.
and so yeah, I thought like, yeah, that's what I wanted to do because I was like, but no,
Yeah,
med school, and I wasn't going.
right. Well, yeah, me too. And I don't know, but yeah, with that Black therapist, I only seen it because it went viral, but I went to her page, and even recently, like, she's still on there crying. I don't know. I don't think she sees the error of her ways. I left like a few comments on there and told her like to divest and that she needs to look at Cynthia G, because I remember she said that she tried to do an interview with her, and I guess she responded and said she didn't really want the attention or something, but she still doesn't see it. Like,
Yeah, I don't think she's not there yet. Like, I think
mm-mm.
she's very early. Because I mean, how old is she?
She's probably like late 20s. I don't know.
I don't know, because
But
like,
if you were listening to that live earlier, right?
yeah, I came in late, but yeah, I was listening to it.
Well, I mean, I kind of like Irene had an observation about like just her house and her
Oh yeah,
being disheveled.
I didn't finish it. Yeah, like I had something to do. Yeah, so like I didn't. I think the farthest I got into it was like Irene thought like she was going through something.
Yeah. Well, yeah. See, I was gonna say that, and I was on her TikTok, and she had talked about like, I guess she was talking to some nigger, and I guess he hurt her, and I think that could be part of the reason. And she's definitely not there yet, but I don't know. I feel like at the same time, like, she's on social media a lot. Like, how does she not? You know what I mean? Like, how does she not see what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Because, like, us, we see this shit all the time.
And
So
you would think that her as a therapist, she would be self aware to realize what's going on, but she's also
Exactly.
blinded by her black male worship. So yeah, you have to watch
People,
out for that. Like you have to, like when you start therapy or like when you're surrounding yourselves and you're seeking out other black women, you need to pay attention to their mentality.
right. Well, Cynthia was like, oh, she needs to be in therapy, but she is. She said she was in therapy, and like most therapists are, like
Yeah, because
most therapists know you have to be in therapy.
I dated a psychologist. He was all the way crazy. Like they be all the way crazy.
But you know what though? I don't know. Like the BM worship is like ingrained, and I feel like a lot of women just want love and want to be married. And I honestly didn't. I didn't understand what Sin was saying when she said that she wants black men to be in that shitty position.
And what position?
Like when she was like, I think that she coddles black men because she wants them to stay like where they are, so she has options or whatever.
That's what Sin said about it. I don't remember it.
Something like that. Yeah, well, I don't know. I didn't agree with that. I really thought that she wants black men to be better. Like
Like I don't know because like I think like you said, I think she's going through some things, and she may
mhm.
not. She may maybe she just got a relationship really didn't get closure the way she wanted to, or she thought the relationship was something that it wasn't.
Mhm.
But a part of her still yearns for this person, even though he wasn't shit, and it's never gonna be shit. Like, cause that's how her comments came across to me.
Yeah, me too.
Out to him specifically, but she's using all black men as a cover.
Right. Well, didn't she say that she has a lot of black male clients? And so yeah, I think like yeah, that's part of it with him, but yeah, she sees them on a regular basis and even she's probably been working with them for so long and she probably doesn't see much of a change in them.
Mm-hmm.
So like I don't know. I wish she would have just stayed anonymous, but like black women got to learn the hard way, I guess. Because I really think she shouldn't care so much. And even if you do, I just wish that we had a little more like I don't know. I wish we weren't crying out for them online. That's all.
And to be completely honest, if she is like, I wouldn't seek her out for therapy.
Hell no. I mean, maybe if you're not like, if you just want somebody that you could be cool with as a
Like,
friend.
like she seems like she seems like she's one of those people that's not honest with herself. And
What,
a lot of people aren't honest with themselves. And I feel like that's like the internal struggle that she's having right now because she sees like
hmm
the greatness in black men that she knows does not exist. We all go
Right.
through this like this inward battle where we're like we want black men to be better, but we can no longer be blinded by the fact that they aren't being better.
Right. Definitely.
Like
Yeah.
at some point you have to fully accept that because if you don't fully accept that, you'll still see yourself like backsliding and trying to make um what's the word I'm looking for? I forget the word I'm looking for, girl. I'm a little hard those
Yeah.
what's the word
But
I was
no, I definitely agree.
concessions. You'll make concessions for black male degeneracy. That's what I was trying to say. So yeah,
Right.
like the-
Yeah, because she's definitely like coddling them. I
yeah.
don't know. Like they're grown men. Like at this point, I know they have trauma, but like so do black women. And
And then I also think like the fact that she says a majority of her clients are black men, and she probably herself I mean it's you can see she's a black male worshiper.
right.
Like she's a black male worshiper in a position where black men are being vulnerable, right? So maybe
hmm
seeing a side of them that they don't, that most of us don't get to see because she has this relationship, this sort of like therapist patient relationship. And maybe she's taking like she's trying to the vulnerability that she's experiencing in her office, she's trying to apply that to all black men. Like I
Right.
think that's what she's seeing. That vulnerability is now it's blinding her. She's letting who they really like she's being blinded by who they are in that therapy session versus who they are in the real world. Those are two
Right.
different people. Like when you're in therapy, you're at your most vulnerable self, hopefully with your therapist, because you're working out your internal issues and you have to lay that bare. So she's seeing a side of black men that black women have not seen, never will be able to see.
Right. Well, I
That's
think she's
what I think
probably
she's,
frustrated with them too, like
and
in
I think that's
therapy.
also aiding to her frustration because she's like, I can see when black men are vulnerable, this, that, and the third, but that's not really who they are.
No. And like she was saying, like they need to learn emotional vocabulary. I don't know if she's teaching her clients that, the black males that she had. So I don't know, like I guess like maybe that message that she had was towards that guy that she was referring to when she was talking about, they
Mhm.
fell out or whatever. Like saying, you need to learn emotional vocabulary, go to therapy, blah blah blah, trying to save them. But I don't know, like, what do you think? You think that she should have lost her job? Do you think it was like justified?
No, I don't think it's justified.
Mm-mm,
I don't
not at
think
all.
I don't think what she said was racist
She
or
did
any
not say anything.
or it was in no way was it dehuman. Didn't dehumanize black men.
I feel like it was out of love. Like, didn't
And
you?
like yeah, it's like I really feel like it came from her own misguided sense of like tough love. Like that's what I really think. That's what she. But you can't do that with men that are coddled, men that take no accountability. You can't
I
do
didn't
that.
even think it was that tough. I promise you, I really didn't. Like, she was laughing and like for real. Like, I'm like, she's giving advice. It's not like, I mean, she called them dusty bitches, but that's nothing. Like, that's literally not anything. I mean, she was laughing at the same time. Like, I don't know. I just like, that's really foul and fucked up. And I
Because
still don't even think she learned a
black
lesson.
black men see what when she got up there with her college degrees and her vocabulary and her emotional intellect,
Mm-hmm.
like black men felt they needed to knock her down a few notches.
Yeah.
So what do they do? Because they can't do it themselves, like so they get a mammy to do it, and even
Mm-hmm.
still, they couldn't do it. They needed the white person to take her job from her. So you
Yep.
still, even when you degrade and try to knock black women down, you still got to go. You can't even do that by yourself. You're
At all.
pathetic. You're
Right. And
pathetic.
Sin made a good point about that. I don't even think we know black men didn't do it because they're not even really thorough or smart enough to like
No,
really dox her.
the
Right. They wouldn't
mammy,
have found out.
mammy is our biggest enemy.
Yep. Exactly. Somebody in the chat earlier was like, I wonder who's worse, mammies or niggas. I was like, they're on equal plane. Like, if anything, the mammies could be worse at times. I wouldn't say worse, but they're definitely on equal footing.
Because I mean, you have to think about it. You have to think about it like, I'm tearing this fucking food. I'm hungry,
What is
y'all.
it?
Jeez.
What is it?
I made some lasagna, but I make my lasagna in the crock pot. It's
Mm-hmm.
A1.
I
It's
gotta try
A1.
that. You like slow cook it all day?
I'll put it in there and I'll cook it I'll put it on high, so for like maybe 4 hours.
Mm.
I'm the
Hmm.
cheese, the meat, everything. I'll be in that kitchen like ciao bella. No, let me stop.
That's funny. I gotta try that. Is that like are you doing that in a lazy way? I mean, it seems
Like
easy.
yeah, like you don't I mean, well, you gotta cook your meat before you
Right.
put raw meat in there. You cook your meat, and I whip up my spaghetti sauce. Put my meat and cook it in there all together after I've seasoned my meat and whatever, and then I put that layer it, add my ricotta and egg mixture. I sprinkle like a little rosemary in there on top of my ricotta, and then I just lay regular lasagna noodles uncooked,
Hmm.
and you just layer it like you would a normal lasagna and then sprinkle your cheese on top. And then I take like half a cup of water and you have to make sure you oil the inside of your crock pot and then sprinkle a little water around the edges so it won't burn
Right.
and put it low. And you got lasagna in a few hours that's magnifique.
Did you like look at that recipe or you just did that on your own?
um I used to date an Italian dude, and that's how he made his.
What?
Yeah,
Wow. So,
girl. Yeah, girl. I've been fucking this lasagna up. This is like my third, like big ass piece.
oh my God, damn, well, how big is it?
I don't have my crock pot ain't like that big. It's a
Yeah.
nice.
Well, if it's a solo, so yeah, I guess you got like a nice size for
Mhm.
yourself. But yeah, I don't know. I wish that black women would stop marrying, but at the same time, I kind of like try to not even be sensitive to some of them because some of them are really dangerous and demonic, and they're just liars. Like they know what's going on, and they just like deny it.
Yeah, but I see bright horizons ahead for black women. Black women are wanting
Yeah.
better, and they're going out and they're getting it for themselves, whatever that
Hmm.
looks like. And I'm proud of. I'm proud.
I agree, and I feel like if you have a good job or job you don't want to lose, then you need to be anonymous online. If you have
Yeah,
certain content talking about things, because I watched a video on it and somebody made that point, and you just really have to because even if you're defending them, they still can get violent.
they'll turn on you at any moment. Folks is
Hmm.
crazy on the internet.
It's like they turn on you for defending them half the time because that's what I saw. Like I thought that that woman was, she really seen hope in them, like, and she wanted them to do better.
I mean, girl, of course not. Like you see the comments where, like, when black women used to defend black men against like racist comments about from white women, they'd be writing the comments talking about "shut up, we love white women" and all this other stuff. Like,
Right, exactly. Like, definitely, like, stop. She's better than you. That's our preference.
hmm
And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, we would see them as victims of white women, but
because
no.
even there was I saw this there was a short that I saw a while ago, and it was like a white woman, and she was literally regurgitating all of the things that black women are saying online about how white women view black men, and how this is just like white women getting these relationships with black men because they have power because they're white, because their whiteness gives them societal power.
Mm-hmm.
They're able to they're able to play these roles of dominance that they couldn't play with white men. She didn't say it the way I just said it, but like she had her own like very it was real. You could tell like she was regurgitating thought that wasn't her own, but trying to make it sound like it was, just by the way that she was like saying the things that she was saying. And it was basically like she was parroting all the things that black women say online. And when I went to the comments, because I'm like, I wonder how black men are going to respond to this. They were eating that shit up. They were literally agreeing with her. And I was like, wow, black women been saying this same shit for years, but because it came from the lips of a Becky, it's now gospel.
Exactly. Every time.
It's really weird. It's really, really weird.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, not really though. I mean, because we just know what it is. It's just like self-hate, and then I think it is
It
also
wholeheartedly
like,
is weird. It's weird because this is abnormal. And in the context of human you know,
mm-hmm,
what human
behavior.
this is weird. Like
Right.
it's really weird. Like
Yeah,
nobody
but
else.
I mean, like it's normal for them at this point. Like I'm not surprised by it, but because like even with there's contradictions of what they don't want in a woman, but it's it's everything when it's on a white woman.
And it's crazy.
Hmm.
But yeah, like I really want black women to wake up, because like you can see that black men aren't going to change. They don't care about themselves. They don't love themselves. Like look at how this shit with pox is happening. And there is literally a vaccine for it. even though you guys are getting it at absorbent amounts, you still won't take the vaccine. Like, why won't
Really?
y'all get vaccinated? Yes.
Why aren't they?
Well, I don't know. I guess they like the nigger pox. I guess they like having boils and
What the,
bubbles all over their body. I don't, girl. I don't know. I
what
don't
the
speak.
hell?
I can't understand.
I can't either. That's weird. That's really weird. And that's sexually transmitted, right?
Yeah, because remember, I don't know if you saw it, because at first they were saying it was like casual contact, like towels,
Mm-hmm.
but now the CDC came out and said no, it is predominantly through male to male sexual
Mm.
extended contact during intercourse.
Damn. Oh, so it is pussy pox.
Yeah, and it's like, and black men make. I was like, they was naming off the cities, and like in most of these states, black men accounting for like 70-80% of the people with the fucking shit. Like, it's
Well,
crazy.
well, yeah. When I seen it online, I seen it like mostly on black people, black women, to be more specific. Like when I googled it,
Seen any black women with it? You seen black women with it?
not in public, but online, like the
Have you
images
seen any
on
white
Google.
people with it? I've only ever seen white people.
I don't think so.
I haven't seen any white
Honestly,
women. I've seen white men.
what I can remember is seeing a black woman with it, with it. But I don't know, but mm, that's really scary.
But yeah,
It's like, yeah.
I think like they saying it's like, just like not too long ago they was talking about the HIV epidemic in Atlanta and comparing it to third world African countries.
Mm, which is like, it's crazy because everybody's talking about going to Africa. But you know what? I heard some niggers saying recently, like, because we were having a conversation about LGBT. Well, actually, Taz was just saying the same thing, kind of, but saying that black women basically support gay men, so it's our fault. Like, because we were having a conversation about how like they're doing like the trans situation and trans male to female are competing in women's sports and winning. And this guy was basically saying like, well, y'all the ones that support them, y'all get your hair done by them, and y'all befriend them, and that's why they're gay,
Okay,
and
that
that's
may all be well and dandy, but we ain't fucking them.
but that's
We're
exact. Listen,
not, so we're not
exactly.
supporting.
And exactly that, and
They can,
he tried to
they
say
can
that he was like, and some of y'all fucking them. I'm like, no, y'all are fucking them. What are you talking about?
exactly.
Mm-mm. Exactly. And us being friends with men that are already gay does not do anything.
It doesn't,
Like,
like, we weren't like, most of these people have been gay since they were children.
exactly.
Like,
And
so
then you
we
know
have
they try
nothing
to
to do with that.
right, but you know they try to bring up, well, why are they gay? Their moms. Okay, so where's their dads then? Like, what the hell do you mean? Like, y'all, it
Like, it's
just makes no
weird. Like,
sense.
it's very strange. And it's just like this whole idea about, oh, y'all friends with them, y'all this, y'all that. We as women have no way of ostracizing men in a fucking patriarchy.
Right.
How even if they are gay, we can't make them
Exactly.
disappear. We can't control what men do. Men control
Exactly.
the world.
They can't. That really pisses me off, honestly, because I feel like it's just them deflecting. I feel
It
like they know
is.
that they're the real supporters.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's going to have to get to a point where black women are fed up with having these sort of conversations, because you're trapping yourself in this circular dialogue with black men.
Hmm.
You're not focusing on the most important matter, which is self. I understand that we all want, this is a means, like, this is a means of therapy, this is a means of healing, but we don't want to become fixated on it either, because we don't want to end up like them when they call themselves, divesting, or whatever divesting looks like to you as a black woman. We don't want to end up just being a reflection of them still.
Oh, yeah, I hear people say that. I don't know. I don't really agree. Like, I think, yeah, like the divested women, like, yeah, they might sound a little harsh, but I feel like it's literally no worse than that. I don't think they're even equivalent because it's
I'm
more of
not
a
saying
respect.
it's echo. Sharice. It's really bad. I'm not saying that like a but I feel like you're exerting too much negative energy. You know what I'm saying? Like that in and of itself can be draining. Like
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really
because I kind
internalize
of
it.
find it like I kind of
And I
find it
don't.
you echoing real bad, Shrees. I've always found it I kind of find it counterproductive for like hundreds of black women to sit like I've seen chats like this, like where you have all of these black women and the vitriol of black men is verging on like anti-blackness and racism. That's like I feel like there because there are you can't say there aren't black women that aren't doing that online,
No,
and
there are.
there are, and I feel like that negative energy is it's not even like it may feel good doing it, but it's you're just really draining your own spirit. Like you can't continue to put out all of that, that negativity is going to revert back onto you. And I feel like black women are getting I don't want black women to get stuck in that sort of cycle.
I mean, this is what I think. I mean, I don't think that these women, I think that they get online and they vent and they talk their shit, but I don't think they live their lives like doing, like, going through this, having these conversations on a regular. I think that when they come online, this is where they want to have these conversations because I mean, I've heard them say that. So, and I kind of, I don't see anything wrong with it. Like, as long as you're not taking it in your personal life and you're not internalizing it, I mean, I
Well,
feel like.
I mean, come on, Sharice. If you get online, and I mean, yeah, we on my channel we crack jokes, we kiki, but like I don't feel like there's vitriol here. Like I feel like my space is more about healing and like us sharing our difference of opinions. But like it seems like these places are for black women are congregating in the company of misery. Like why would you do like I just like there's so much more you could be doing with your platform that and especially when you have these very large platforms that could be much more beneficial to black women.
Well, I'll say this. I mean, they usually show like the black femicide stories. That's like the main, well, the ones that I watch, like
Hmm.
the channel that I watch. But I mean, they're usually showing the black femicide, and yes, they're talking shit. They're very vulgar, but I don't know. I think it is helpful to some people. Like, and I think it is important to put that out there because I hear a lot of stories that I'd never even heard of. And let me just say this off subject, off topic. Isn't the march supposed to be tomorrow?
Yeah.
I hope it's like some way we can like watch it or something, like on live or something. Because
Yeah.
I'm not really hearing much about it.
Yeah. I don't like because I had got tickets to go and then I was like I was gonna go and then my friend she was gonna go with me, but then she canceled, so I was like I'm not gonna go alone.
No, I mean, do you know? Well, I don't know if like I was gonna say like if you knew somebody that was going, you could have
Like my
linked up with
me and my
them.
friend
But,
me and my homegirl were gonna go together, but I don't know any other women going.
right? No, I mean like if you knew somebody like from
Yeah.
here, but right.
Yeah.
I don't exactly. I haven't really heard that much. Like I like the girls on here that we be talking to. A lot of them, so they can't make it. So
Yeah.
they
Like
look for
I
or
and like I had looked because like the hotel rooms were refundable, so I got my deposit back on that. But I ended up not going because I was
also
like, I'm
you
not gonna go alone.
right. Yeah. I mean, did you know? Did you have a lot of information on it?
Yeah, I had the
I don't think.
information.
I don't think you should have went alone either. But
Like when you got the because I put like when they had the tickets, you had to go on their Instagram and then go through Eventbrite and register for your tickets. And I registered for me and my homegirl.
hmm
And like through that link, it sent you information about the hotel. Like the hotel was already like the rooms were already accounted for. Like it was legit. Like
hmm
I didn't want to end up
What
going
street
alone.
was it? Do you know what street? No, I don't think you should have either. That would have. I don't even think it would have. Mm-mm. But do you know what street it was supposed to be on, or like what
Um,
area?
no, it's like it was gonna be like right. I think they might have been walking like right past the White House
Yeah.
because I
Hmm.
think
I
I
don't know.
forgot what I think they might have been meeting. For some reason, I want to say they was meeting at the National Monument.
Yeah. Right. I would figure there would be somewhere like that. But I just want them to be safe. I feel like it's crazy out here.
Yeah, I mean, she said they was because like I don't know Carly personally. Like we talk on Instagram and whatnot. Like I always like we have a report on there, but like I don't know her.
On Black Femicide.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I follow her, but I don't know. I haven't really been like on there that much.
like I
I
have
see
to.
it.
When I first found her page, like I was on there all the time, but now like I have to come and go, like because it's a lot.
Mm-hmm. I
But I
know it
randomly
does.
always randomly check.
Right. Well, it pops up on my timeline sometimes, but it definitely is a lot, especially if you're like binge watching stuff like that. It's very
Yeah,
draining. Mm-mm.
that's why like I applaud her for what she does, what they do.
Mm-hmm.
A lot to deal with.
It is. I just like this is why like we really need to do something like drastic, because there's nothing that anybody else is gonna do to help us. Like we do need to help ourselves, even as far as like
Black
equipping
femicide ain't never
ourselves.
gonna impact like the Million Man March.
Hmm?
Like, a million black people would never show up for black women.
Exactly. Exactly. Right. I feel like there's gonna be people probably against it. Like we see how like they be against the whole black femicide in general. They say it's not true or that it's not that many. I've heard them say like, oh, but that's only 25,000 a year or something like that. Like what?
Based on the murder rate of other women, it's alarming. And based on our population
One,
size, that
don't
makes
you
it
think
even
one?
more alarming.
How can they even say that? Like that's so evil to say. Like, wow, wouldn't you think one is too many? These are the women that you share a race with. Why would you even say anything like that? Like, mm-mm.
Not for Bussy at Farrakhan's March. Let's get some of that Islamic Bussy. They was there. I'll make a song called Bean Pie Bussy. For the Nation of Islam. I sure should.
What is it? What's it called?
I was talking about bean pies. Bean pies?
Oh, bean pie bussy.
Bean pie and Bussy, yeah.
Uh-uh.
Like I don't even understand why black women are still moving to Atlanta. Like you're setting yourself up for failure.
I think some girl. I don't know. I think some of them be just like fuck it. I think some of them know that the men be DL, but they want to get married or something. Because remember that girl that guy came out and was DL with I think he had a BBL later on down the line.
I know y'all kept saying that. I never went and saw that he had a BBL, but I know people keep saying that he had a BBL. That's tragic.
Yeah, but I'm like, like I would see because they had live streams together, and there was one where he was like addressing some women, and he was calling them "you bitches," this and that. He sounded like a straight gay dude. Like I'm not even. We're not gonna lie. We know what gay men sound like, and he sounded like that. And I'm like, she don't. She's sitting right next to her. She don't. I don't know. I think she knew. I mean, I know there's some women that don't mind bisexual men.
Yeah. That whole idea of like a black Mecca, like just like HBCUs. If black women really knew the statistics, they stopped sending their daughters to HBCUs because the same dynamics that exist in the
But
black community exist on these campuses.
right.
Like,
But older women, like that's more their generation of the miming behavior, and I don't know, like they pass it down. They want, like, the pro blacks. They want their daughters to be around black people, and they think it's a good thing. But they
Yeah.
don't realize that pro-black is pro-black male.
Yeah. Yeah, I spoke about that earlier because we were reading parts from the book, Sojourner's Passport, the Black Woman's Guide to Having the Life You Love or something. Girl, I don't know. I'm a little tipsy.
What are you drinking? Wine?
Yeah. Mm. So what's been going on in these internet streets, y'all?
Um, I don't know. Oh, I seen some guy like he was. Yeah, I don't know who posted this, but it was a guy in Philly, and he was saying pray for Philly, and he was saying how black women are like touching their kids when they walk past him, and he said it's real sad. Black women should be able to, black women should be able to see black men and know that they're safe because black men are on the streets, and I don't know. That wasn't really like that viral, but what about Andrew Tate? What do you think about that?
Um, I mean, white people aren't going to let what black white men aren't going to allow themselves to become the face of
I don't
anti
think
rhetoric.
I don't think white women are either going to allow it.
No, they're not. They're not going to
Mm-mm.
tolerate that. Like that's like how you see in white communities and things of this nature. When someone assaults a child, there is no ifs, ands, and buts. Like
Exactly.
you don't see this division of men siding with the pedophile and women. No, everybody's
Right.
down. They're like he needs to go to jail. This needs to happen. They need to turn him over because in our community, you have to really think about this whole idea of snitches get stitches. Who does that protect? That protects black men. It protects
Exactly. I say
them.
that all the time. I say that all the time. Like, even with the whole gaslighting thing, how they always say, like, oh, black women, they always take the side of the system. Like, no, black women don't even call the cops on black men most of the time. They don't put them on child support. They don't ever really hold them accountable. And, like, exactly, like, black people active, like, they get online and say that the parents should be held more accountable. The parents should be in jail, or what was the little girl wearing, or these little girls are fast. And it's really sick. Like, and it's sad because like women be doing it too.
Mhm. And I only saw like some clips of that Andrew Tate guy. Like he was like a whack job.
Yeah, me too. I seen it literally yesterday for the first time, and I wasn't really paying attention like that, honestly. But I'm just not surprised. I don't see white women calling in on his show asking for his advice. Like they're not gonna do that. And I don't know. I think it's because they're just their whole foundation of family is different. Like black women like seek validation from these males. Like Kevin Samuels, they would have never stopped calling him ever, no
Because
matter what
black
he
women
said.
can't view themselves separately from black men.
Exactly. Even
And
remember the girl where he was like, how is your daughter gonna be an asset to that man? Well, what if I said that I touched her, I looked at her getting out of the shower. And she didn't even hang up or cuss him out or nothing. Like, and
like,
I feel
yeah,
like she was trying to be
I
like
feel like
submissive.
it was weird because she almost looked like she wanted to cry.
She definitely. I think she was trying to be submissive because he always like calls black women masculine. So she was trying to be like,
Like, it
docile.
was crazy because like one day I was like, damn, I should call in and eviscerate Kevin. Because he's so
Mm,
unintelligent. He's so unintelligent. But I was like, you know what? I've never set myself up like that.
exactly. He's just
Because
so disrespectful. I seen a clip of him talking to some very young woman. She was like 18 probably. And he was calling her a bitch, and he's like, "Listen, bitch, it's gonna be a real bad day for you." And she's just like, "How's it gonna be a bad day for me?" Like, the hell? But I'm just like, what a weirdo! You're cussing this girl out. She's probably the age of your daughter. Like, the fuck? But no, I feel you. I've wanted to call in and like cuss him out too because you know you're way smarter than them and you know like the shit he be saying is lies and you can debunk it easily.
Yeah,
But
it's just
it's really not.
but
It's
it
not
really
worth it
wasn't
to
worth
go
it.
on their turf because you know there's black men in the comments. It's
Yes,
not like
and the conversation would never be a battle of wits. Like he's always gonna try to,
exactly. You can win that whole argument. Everything he says, you can debunk it.
and the
But
black men be
and
like, oh, he said something
he
about her
grilled her
hair. Ha ha ha
right
ha. In the comments, he
for
got you. He
real.
you. He won the debate. Like,
Right. No, for real. Like it's not even worth it. Like you would just be more frustrated.
exactly. And then like I don't know if you guys because I can't remember whose channel I was on and where I saw this, but there was the dark skinned woman that basically brought that everyone is most familiar with in regards to Kevin Samuels, where he was like, I forgot what he said, you're average at best, or whatever he told her.
Hmm.
You know, she said she had black men stalking her, like coming on all forms of her social media, leaving her nasty comments, and it was like just because she existed and went on his show,
I
like
bet.
she said she had to like go off social media because she was like it was thousands of them were all in her inbox just destroying her, and she's like, these men don't even know me.
Right.
They were leaving
And
comments on. She said she had to deactivate all her social media because they were just literally day and night. She was getting inundated with like all these demeaning messages from black men for the fact that she had hoped to find a good black man. I was like, this is crazy.
right. Well, that's similar to this therapist right here, but the difference is that that woman, I think she learned because I don't know if she did for a fact, but I've seen her. I think she did an interview with Chrissy, the average at best, the one that he said was average at best. But
Uh-huh.
this woman, the TikTok girl, she's still going back and forth with them, asking her what she did so wrong. And I don't know if it's the age difference or what it is, but I think some black women have like they need that drastic wake up call. Like those thousand men in her DM probably showed her like, why the fuck would I ever call this nigga like and ask him for some validation?
Girl, must not have done too much because the person that showed the video, she was on some reality TV show with a whole nother black man. I'm like, sis just ain't getting.
No, the
Yeah,
average at best girl.
yeah, they had her. She was on some. I think she was on some reality TV show,
Well, no, I
and it
gotta
was
look.
like a black man on there. Somebody had it on their channel. I cannot remember because I was like, is she on a date with a black man?
I wouldn't be surprised though, because God.
And because
But
I remember I left a comment on, I can't remember whose channel it was, but I remember leaving a comment on the channel because I was like, that man looks like he has violent tendencies. Like he looks
well,
like
that's the thing. Well, that's the thing. Like, Kevin like advocated for domestic violence. Okay, you're right. She's definitely was on a dating show with some black man. Um, but yes, Kevin advocated for shit like that and for black women to stay in tumultuous relationships. So even her watching him, like, I don't think she had like I don't know. I just feel like a lot of black women don't know what to look for in a man. I don't. They don't have a lot of self worth.
a counseling session on another girl. I don't know what it was, but she was with a black man. And I was like, dang,
No, yeah.
sis.
Wait, it's okay. That's loud. But yeah, she's here with this like lighter skinned dude. Can you hear it? Drags her.
Are they sitting
So
at like a
they
bar?
don't look at his name. Huh?
Are they,
Yeah, in the thumbnail they are.
yeah, it was something weird. Like, yeah. I don't know whose channel that was on.
They're talking about kitten heels, but they didn't say his name. They said the YouTuber.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Average looking women tend not to get high earning men. Women like you die alone. Can you imagine having millions of people laugh at you? You say she can't have this?
Yeah,
I'm
they're
gonna
like
put it
the
wrong
restaurant.
because this is what we do. I wasn't show her what a real dating professional does. I would have been crying. I would have been everywhere. Like I would have been.
This was weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see her with a man though. This is the guy that she's talking to is like a dating coach, and he's with some
I
other.
go back and try to find whose channel I left that comment on, because she was clearly on a date when I saw her.
That's what it looks like. Oh wait, I don't. Is that the same guy in the thumbnail? I don't know if this is a guy she's on a date with, but I don't know.
It was like a
But,
brown skin man.
yeah, he had glasses.
I don't think so.
Hmm.
I can't
What's
remember.
her name?
I don't know what her name is.
Yeah, I heard it before. I think it's like Brittany or something. I don't know. But I feel like after that happened, you should have never seen a black woman on a show like that again. But then the Funky and Fat came out, black women on there fighting with them, getting disrespected, and black women constantly coming on kitten heels. Like, I don't know. I feel like they were just in competition and trying to be like prove him wrong.
No, it's just like what it is. It's basically a DV situation. Like,
Mm-hmm.
like the black women are trying to prove to black men that she can be whatever it is he needs. She needs to be for him. Like, that's what this is. When he constantly is telling you you're not good enough, but at the same time you still keep trying to aspire to whatever it is that you think will change him, and ain't nothing gonna change him, sis. Like, that's just who they're bums. Like,
Yeah.
just go, move on.
They value what they say way too much, and I don't know. That's why they even rub marriage in other black women's faces. Like,
Exactly, and it's just like I don't even understand how black women allow them to do that.
for real.
They're not marrying, and when you are married to them, you're unhappy.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Like, you're not even happy.
You're not even getting into healthy relationships with these men. You're married, but you're still a single mother.
Right. Even like with the sex thing, like you're not even getting orgasms. Like, it's just like, what are you getting?
Like, you're just getting to say that you're in proximity to a man.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's
Like you just get to say that you're a wife. And I notice black women do that a lot. Like, well, they bring it up. I don't know if it's on or not, but I've noticed when they are married, they bring it up a lot.
I could barely hear you.
No, I'm saying, I don't know if they're trying to rub it in, but I've noticed black women when they are married, they bring it up a lot.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I definitely think they feel it's like a badge of honor.
Becomes an extension of black women's personality, but I feel like that's just how patriarchy has set up, the role of being a wife. Like, it's this thing that all women are supposed to aspire to.
But I don't think it's the same for us because we're not getting the same outcome as other groups.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's not the same. The outcome is undoubtedly not the same, but it still has that same sort of like societal value.
Mm-hmm. Right. But it's like we don't really, I don't know. I feel like we shouldn't even be subscribing to that at all because it's just something that they can control, hold over our heads, and they're not even giving us.
Yeah. And that's how we as black women end up what I call doing wifely duties for boyfriends. Stop doing wife shit for boyfriends. Like, stop it.
It's like it happens a lot because I feel like a lot of us know that it's not gonna happen. Like, that's probably as far as it's gonna go. You might have a kid or three, but like, I don't know if I brought this up before, but that documentary we watched on Nihilist, where the girl, she was young, she was like a teenager, but she was like, she had a kid, and she was like, yeah, I don't know if I want. They asked her if she wanted to get married, and she said, I don't know. It's a lot of commitment, but you have a whole baby on your hip as a teenager. Like, and we really like, I don't know.
I think that's because black men see marriage as a huge commitment because they have to provide, they have to protect, they have to do all of these
Yeah.
things to be leaders
Mhm.
of the household. So now they've basically browbeat black women into believing that, oh, marriage is just too much. It's too much to handle. It's too much. There's too many priority, like too many
And that is just a
responsibilities.
piece of paper,
And
and that
so
is
now,
really not important.
yeah, so now black women are regurgitating this same demented notion, and that's why it's so deeply ingrained into black society
But they're
now.
so dumb because they benefit from it more than we do, and that's like really obvious. Like they live longer. Like
But here's the
they.
thing, like black men don't look at it like that. Black men
Mhm.
look at access to white women, to non-black women. Like that's all they care about.
Yeah, because they might marry them. Like
But even
like
still,
more,
if they marry them, they aren't treating these women any better. These women aren't
no,
getting the
they have
same
a
black
higher
men.
divorce. I think they're double the divorce rate that they are getting married.
They have a 200% chance of divorce.
Yeah,
200.
I don't even know
Y'all can
how
Google
that's
that.
possible.
I'm not like I didn't even pull that out my ass. Like you could
No, I
Google that.
know. I heard that before,
Yeah.
but I don't know how it's possible. But that's yeah. Mm. And we can see it anyway. Like there's nothing different going on. Like they're doing the same exact thing. Like leaving them single mothers,
I mean, because
abusing them.
I don't know about y'all, but like in New York, I see white women with half black children, all like from all walks of life. It's like it's getting weird. Like it's getting like you
Same.
see.
All walks of life.
I'm talking like because I live in New York, so like I mean they're still getting the bottom shelf women, but these like they have better jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like they're getting women with some maybe some like they're some sort of like there's some socioeconomic gain that black women are getting. I guess you could say that they're getting from being attached to these unwanted women, but these women are still getting left with children because like I see a lot of these women on the Upper East Side with their half biracial children and no fathers in sight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they usually grow up around like their white family.
Yeah, and I'm saying like these are yeah, like it's I mean, this is what they say. I read somewhere that black men have made more biracials in the last 60 years than white men have made in hundreds of years of slavery. Like that's
So, and
wild.
that's what makes me mad because they sit here and they talk about, oh, but you're committing genocide. You're talking about doing this and doing that. That's genocide. Blah blah blah. But how is it? How? Like black women are not even doing that by and large. But
No,
how
but
is it
this is
not?
the thing, like they have to like because black men need to be they need to beat down their self-esteem because they need to have you as a fallback plan.
Hmm.
That's why.
But black women subscribe to it. That's like the worst part for me. Like hearing black women say they come from
Exactly.
black men.
But Abundance is right. White women still paying bills with having black men right there with them. They are literally the new black women. Like let them step fully into that role.
Hmm.
And a black woman need to stop with this. Oh, um, helping these women out. Fuck them women.
Well, it gets on my nerves. Like they would never do it for you. They think they're better than you. Like, and they really think they're gonna get a better black man than you because they're white.
Because let's be really honest here. If this was the reverse and white black women, because I mean, black women have children by men of all races, and we don't need to go to the women of that race and ask them how to take care of our children.
Exactly, or do their hair.
Like these are things innate that should be innate in you as a mother. If you don't have that knowledge, you should seek it out because you now have a child that needs that knowledge. Like these
But
women are literally just having children just to be having children.
yeah, but I don't think they think as their kid. I mean, I don't think they see their kid as a full extension of them because their kids mixed. You know what I mean? Like when you hear these mixed people talking about, when you hear mixed women,
No, I'm not saying.
No, I'm saying when you hear mixed women say that they're black, I feel like that's because their moms treat them different. They tell them that they're black. They tell them that they're not the same as them.
Mm.
And I forgot why I was saying that. Just lost my train of thought, but I feel like I forgot what you were saying, but whatever.
Mm. Mm. But yeah, I really feel like black women, African American women should. I feel like all women should
Oh,
read this
yeah,
book.
because you were
'Cause
saying
there are
you were
points
saying
that
like how they come to black women and ask for their help.
Hmm?
Like even you were saying like how white women ask black women for their help with their biracial kids.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like a lot of white women don't even see their biracial kids as like that's why they say like biracials with white moms are different than biracials with black moms because the white moms don't really see them as a full extension of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's it.
No, I think that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Hold on, I'll be right back.
And I think that's why biracial when the biracial women be saying that they're black, it's because their mom called them black their whole lives
Yeah,
and told them that they were different than that.
grew up being othered.
Mm-hmm.
Black women don't other their biracial children.
Exactly. Well, I mean, they're basically creating the same self hatred that they're doing in black kids, black men, with their biracial kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was about to say something, I forgot. Mm. What were we talking about? You got
Biracial kids.
got an echo, Sharice. I can hear it. What else did I want to talk about? What was it? What were we saying, Sharice? I forgot.
We were talking about biracial kids.
Oh yeah, it is a lot of dusties in New York. There's dusties everywhere, girl.
No,
You
I didn't
can't.
say that. I said we were talking about biracial kids.
No, I was talking to I done told you. She was saying that there must be a lot of dusties in New York. I was saying, yeah,
Yeah.
dusties in New York.
Somebody was saying to me basically like that they think that the New York men were worse. They were like, for the girls that grow up in New York and New Jersey, um, I have to hand it to them because
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't
they
think
are pretty bad though. Because I feel like they're the creators of, yo, yo, well, fuck you anyway, bitch. You ugly anyway. I feel like that originated from them.
like I never like. I mean, I don't know, cause like I grew up in Chicago. Like I've never experienced that sort of like that vitriol until I moved to New York, where a dude
Right.
like, just outright. But I mean, like I became an adult. Like I was in my early 20s here, so
Mm.
maybe it was because like
Yeah.
when I was in Chicago, I was a child, so maybe I didn't notice that sort of thing. But even when I went home, like I don't really feel like catcalling was as aggressive as it is out here in New York. Like I've had men literally walk with me for blocks, and
Right.
and then
Exactly.
they know they completely flip out, call you a
Hmm.
bitch, everything.
Well, like I'm closer to Philly, and like it's like kind of like similar out there. Like when you're walking, you're gonna hit on by basically every single dude, and then you're getting cussed out and disrespected because you're not saying anything. Even if you don't say anything to them, like you don't have to say no. You can literally just keep walking. and it's a problem. And it's scary because remember the girl with the wine that that the guys like attacked.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the shit that like pisses me off. Because I heard men say like, "Oh, well, you just need to change your like what you do in your life. You need to change your route." But like she was just minding her business.
Like if we as black women had to live like that, we would never be able to leave our homes.
Right.
Cause like I've seen videos of like like literally was a video of this real curvy black woman, and this like old crackheadish looking dude was like literally following her, making all these disgusting remarks, and like other men were literally just standing around, and then finally like one said something, but he half said it, like he didn't say it with his chest, and then the man kind of just like he kind of left it alone, but kept making remarks. It was weird. Like it's very, very weird how these men come at black women with such sexual aggression.
I seen a video on Twitter of a guy. It was a curvy black woman too. They were in a store, and he was like had the camera on her butt, but he was jerking off in the camera, like
And
behind her.
like that's why I love the advent of social media, because 10 years ago I didn't know that they was out here this devious. Like I did not know that they were out here doing some of the things they be out here doing.
And I'm
It's,
gonna put it in the comments. Well, I mean, I could say it, but he nutted on her. He ended up nutting on her.
yeah, I heard that like on her, like the back of her clothing or something.
Yes. And I'm just like, wow, like
It's weird. Like they out here like sexual predators. And that's why I say black male culture is literally pimp culture. They see women as nothing but sex and a means of like financial gain. Like that's
well,
it.
that's more like sexual violation. Like you're sexually assaulting someone at that point. Like,
Yeah, I mean that
and
is sexual assault, and but it's also like they see black women as not as a whole person, but more so the sum
right,
of her parts.
right. For you to just be able to do that, it's something really sick and dirty and disgusting. And I would have probably off somebody.
Like it's all you see. All I mean, you from out here, you know all the crazy stuff they be doing on the subway and in the streets. Like
Well, you
it's
remember that girl that got raped on the subway in front of people?
yeah.
Like that type of shit is just like. But then black men say like, "Oh, we do protect women."
And the
Like,
crazy thing is,
yeah,
it was men standing there recording it.
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Like y'all literally stood there and like recorded her be assaulted.
They
And
always do.
like, and I bet you, and a part of me hates to even say it out loud, as I bet you they shared that video.
You know they did. I mean, well, didn't it come out the video? Like, I mean, they didn't show
It
like
was like
everything,
they
but
blurred it,
right.
but it was like it was disgusting. And I'm like, these are adult men, and they just stood there.
And I'm sure the original was like you could probably find it. But exactly, like, and now it's
That's why
just.
I was like, black women, you
And
need
but
to
you
get
know
one
what though?
that
I
looks
feel
like
like
you.
I
You need
feel
to have
like
a
a
woman.
lot of them. I feel like a lot of them condone it. Well, they do condone it. Like we know that.
I
Like,
mean, them not speaking up is in and of itself condoning the behavior.
Well, when they do speak up, they fucking defend it. They say what she did, what she was wearing, what she should have did, but they don't say anything about him. They say, oh, her parents. They say, oh, well, she was out in the streets. They won't say anything, but that he was wrong.
No, I mean, like I don't know. There was I think I showed like quite a few like a while ago that video of that black woman that was damn near getting kidnapped in broad daylight, and black men just kind of stood around, and she kept screaming like, "I don't know him, I don't know him." And finally, someone came and like got her away from him, but like all they were doing was standing across the street recording it, and she was like,
I
"I don't
mean,
know this man."
even with the George Floyd situation, them dudes stood there, and then when that video came out, they said that 17-year-old girl who was recording should have did something. There was men standing there. Like y'all can't be serious.
That's why I say they know no manhood, because as an adult man, how could you even fathom saying that a 17-year-old child, a female child, should have fought the police while
But you see these,
there are adult men around? Like, are you that pathetic? Like, you're that pathetic.
yeah.
Like, I can't even, like, if I was a black man and black men were saying that, I would have been like, y'all need to shut the fuck up. Like, this, you making us look horrible. Like, you want a 17-year-old child to fight the police?
But they don't. They'll say, "Oh, y'all bitches need to shut up and stop talking about black men. Y'all need to stop bashing black men," instead of saying, "Y'all niggas need to stop doing this." They'll never. They
And I'm
just want us to
like,
stop talking
and
about
like, it made them look so weak. You want a 17-year-old child to get a fully grown man off another fully grown man. Y'all smoking crack.
But you know what they'll say? Well, you'll say, "Well, why didn't the men do nothing?" Well, they would have got yoked up too. They would have got killed by the cops too. Okay, but what would have happened to her? Right.
They made it seem like, oh, like, because she's a black girl and a child, that if she jumped at the police, they wouldn't light her ass up.
Right.
Like,
Like,
no, you're just willing to sacrifice a female, like a black female, versus
mhm.
any sacrificing yourself. You fucking oh, girl, they gonna get me to cussing.
For real. It's just
Right,
disgusting.
exactly, Baby Shack. Because when she would have got laid out, when she would have been laid out on the concrete dying, they'd have been like, "Oh, she was masculine. She deserved that." Yeah, so you can't win for losing.
Exactly. Mm-mm.
Like, they
They're
convinced
lucky she
me
recorded that shit. I kind of wish she didn't at this point. Like,
no.
fuck that.
Listen here. I remember one time I was in Brooklyn, because, like, I like to go to this braid shop downtown Brooklyn. And the police were, this was like a few months ago. The police were like arresting this black dude. I don't know if he was caught stealing or something. And they was roughing him up. And the dude, like, he was yelling, talking about something. Record. I wouldn't dare waste my battery life on you. Whatever they said you did it.
Right. Right.
Like,
Officer, you need some help?
you think I'm gonna be late to my box braid appointment because of you? You got me jacked up.
Facts.
Like,
For real. Mm-mm.
Record.
Nigga, never.
Like, I got an appointment to get to.
For real.
Like, how black
Can you
women
get choked up somewhere else? Cause, well, and where's your phone at, mister? Or was it the dude that was getting, like, arrested that was saying record?
It was the dude that was getting arrested.
Oh, well, no.
Talking
You
about
should have. It's recorded. You got the body cam.
Huh?
I would have said it's recorded. He has a body cam.
I was like, I just looked, girl. I was like, that ain't got shit to do with me.
For real. You know they wouldn't have did shit. They would have recorded and just posted it and did nothing.
Like, for all
But
I
yeah,
know, 37 warrants.
it just shows like the just the whole how the community is with the whole George Floyd situation. Like, he basically became a martyr and like some type of person who's like important in the community just because he got killed.
Like, I was, like, to be quite honest, I was sick of them painting that ugly motherfucker everywhere.
Really?
Like, why did
seriously.
you paint these large murals to this man who did nothing with his life?
If you see the videos of him, he was high. He was high, like before he died. Like, he was just high, drooling in the store, trying to buy something with a fake 20. Like, what's up with y'all? But y'all bash people like Breonna Taylor and what's the other girl's name? Lawrence Smith Fields. Like, y'all bash them and they did nothing, literally nothing. They were mad that Lawrence Smith Fields went on a date with a white man. They said that she hated black men, and she never said anything about them. There wasn't any tweets that came out about her, but they just assumed that she hated them because she didn't date them.
They automatically assume black women hate them because they hate themselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, her brother's the one that really took her out because he's the one that gave her the fentanyl, right?
Gave who the fentanyl?
Lawrence Smith Fields.
They found fentanyl in her system?
Mm-hmm. That's how she died.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. I think it was her brother that gave it to her when she was at the hotel with the white guy. That's why he didn't get in trouble.
Mm.
Yep. I'm pretty sure.
That's crazy.
Yep. But like, it just pisses me off. Like, that's why I wish black women would wake up. I mean, I know we're online a lot. Like, can we open our eyes and see what's going on and just move accordingly?
Good
Because
night,
I'm gonna
Sean.
need black women to stop losing their jobs trying to save black men. Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hopefully, sooner or later, black women will stop wanting to win at losing.
right? I think they really just have hope and like they think that they can really do something. But
Yeah.
I don't think anybody on earth can really do anything about other like this group of males.
No, they're gonna have to want to change. Like that's gonna have to be like an internal spark.
Mm-hmm. A spiritual awakening,
Yeah.
basically.
I mean, and I don't think that's gonna happen because I
Mm-mm.
don't believe the black men have a spirit.
No, me neither. I honestly, because I was saying like I think they're possessed, and somebody was like, I think that just takes accountability off of them. But I think that they choose to be like there's good and there's evil, and they just really like choose to be evil and demonic.
Yeah. Because I know, like, I've never, because I hear like a lot of people, like I've heard a lot of people be like, "Oh, melanin is like 666," but like
Mm-hmm.
that's actually not true. It's just like it's 6 protons, 6 neutrons in those elements, and like that exists in like a number of other elements. So I know like people try to say like, "Oh, melanin is like 666. It means the devil." Like
I mean,
that's
they could. I think that they could have put that in the Bible as like that, but I feel like that's why black people don't need to be Christians. Like that's why Christianity doesn't benefit us. I feel like a lot of that stuff is subliminal, and I feel like that's the reason they put it in there.
hmm
But I don't know. I don't even think that like Christianity is for us. Like look at it. I feel like it's not good. It's just bad. It's a bad religion. Most of the stuff that they be doing in there. I mean, I feel like there's can be good Christians, but most of the pastors are doing weirdo nut shit. You remember when Kitten Heels died and that church emailed Cynthia saying that you need to stop slandering Kitten Heels, basically like threatening her. Like, are y'all
oh,
for real? Of all people, Kevin Samuels stopped slandering him because we're celebrating that he's died. He's dead. I mean, maybe y'all didn't, but I did. Like that's like,
I did his funeral.
what'd you say?
I said I did his funeral. You didn't see the video where I did his funeral?
I don't think so.
Oh yeah, I did a
I,
thing about his funeral, and it was like it was about a fish fry and a
I
bunch
gotta
of
go look.
yeah. I can't believe you ever seen that video.
For one, his that's what I'm saying. Like it's really crazy. Like that they still like even cared for him so hard because his funeral was like 2 or 3 weeks later. Wasn't it a GoFundMe funeral that his mom had to put together?
I
I'm
think there
sorry.
was something, and then somebody said it came down.
What happened?
I think a GoFundMe went up and then it disappeared. Like once we
Mm.
started talking about it.
Yeah, because they was probably reporting it.
Girl,
Shit, I would have.
pastors aren't ex pimps. They still pimping. They just pulpit
Did you see
pimping.
that? Oh my gosh. Did you see that clip of the guy, the pastor, calling his members of the church broke and saying like, I'm not worth your Gucci, I'm not worth your Prada.
No, what?
Yes. Basically like shaming them to donate, like trying to get them to donate and saying like, that's fucked up. I'm not worth your Gucci money. I'm not worth this, and calling them broke bums and let me see if I can find it.
And you told New World that too. Yeah. Yeah, because I hear people reiterating like that whole melanin is 666. There are tons of chemicals who have like 6 protons, 6 neutrons, like in the
Six electrons.
so that's neither here nor there, but whatever. But yeah, like it makes me so mad when people say that because I'm just like,
Yeah, I do too. I don't think that it's no, I don't think that's like I don't agree. I don't think that black is bad. But I think that that being in the Bible, I think that that's kind of part of it. Do you?
what do you mean part of it in the Bible?
Like I feel like because I feel like the Bible is not well, I mean, I guess like some people can get benefit from it, but I don't feel like it really the whole religion
Oh
Chris
no, yeah, like I
benefits
totally
anybody.
because for me personally, how I view Christianity, you're gonna echo. Christianity is basically like it's the praise of whiteness. It's the upliftment of whiteness.
Exactly.
It's like when we're singing and praising, we're praising the white man's image. We're praying for him to say, because I mean, people can sit up here and say, "Oh, Jesus is black," all they want to. We all know that people didn't start saying that Jesus was black until like the 60s and the 70s. So, and like I remember even in some like older churches, like you will still see white Jesus up in there.
Exactly.
And so
Wait,
now huh?
no, go ahead. No, go ahead.
So yeah, like Christianity is basically a sonnet to the superiority of the white identity. Like it's crazy that black people don't see this.
Can you wait? Can I play this thing for you real quick? It's like a second. Hold
Mm-hmm.
on.
I know you still poor, broke, busted, and disgusted because of how you've been honoring me. I'm not worth your McDonald's money. I'm not worth your Red Lobster money. I ain't worth your St. John did. Y'all can't afford it no how. I ain't worth y'all Louis Vuitton. I ain't worth your Prada. I'm not worth your Gucci.
And why is a black woman in the back?
Photo watch Sam's. And y'all know I asked for one last year. Here it is the whole way in August. I still ain't got it. Y'all ain't saying nothing. Let me kick down the door and talk to my cheap sons and daughters. I don't want to hear no.
You can get him. You can get him a bridal watch at Sam's. Y'all still didn't get me one. Hey,
What
I'm
he
just
said?
cool. He said you can get him a Movado watch at Sam's Club. I've been asking for one since last year, and y'all still didn't get it. You couldn't hear it?
No, I didn't hear that last bit. It kind of faded out, but yeah, I heard it.
Hold on.
Oh, she's like what y'all can't afford. You can't afford it because you don't see the value here.
I agree
Y'all
with
here
you.
from your path to the Father. I'm over y'all. I'm over your cheap expressions.
And there's black women in there like cheering, like why? I would have walked out.
He's literally telling his parishioners, "You niggas is too broke.
Right.
I like nice things. Give me more money."
And you know that a lot of those black women came up out their purses. You just know
And
they
you know
did.
they did.
And you know black men didn't. Because black men ain't even in church like that.
They show ain't. And the ones that are in churches,
Or gay. And gay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
For real, because where I grew up, like all the boys that went to church were gay. And it was kind of weird to me now that I look back on it. Like, what was they doing? Probably fucking each other. I'm sorry. They probably were. Because we just know that they're so degenerate.
Black male culture is pimp culture through and through, no matter where they are in life. Like, if you
taking on the pulpit,
exactly, like any means that they can, they're they're using whatever little bit of authority they have to demean black women.
Mm-hmm. And like, what's wrong with black women that we just are in the crowd cheering? Like he
Like,
said, well,
and my thing is this church is more often than not in a low income neighborhood. He wants these women that's
exactly.
barely scraping by, that are single mothers,
Mm-hmm.
to give him money so he could have a Movado watch. Who's still wearing Movado in 2022? We better sit this old country ass down.
I can't. He said, y'all broke and can't afford it anyway. And a black woman's like, tell him, Pastor. Like, really?
Like, hold on. So you mean to tell me he calling folks broke but begging for money?
It adds up.
Make it make
But
sense.
I feel like this ain't the first time he probably did this. The person probably just recorded it this first time. But it probably worked for him before.
Like, black women, you are even tolerating abuse in your religious centers where you're supposed to be safe.
Mm. That's what I'm saying.
You are everywhere you look, you're being abused.
And exploited.
By the very men you bend over backwards and contort yourself into all these, and trying to be whatever it is he needs you to be at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane.
Like losing your life for over these sneakers and stressing and just
Exactly. I done told you. And it ain't even like he talking about, oh, we need money to better the community. He need money so his dusty ass could look look fly at church.
right. You know these folks are already pulling up in the Benz.
And whatever worldly woman he probably sneaking around behind his parishioners back with. If he not married, he's still probably cheating, even if he is married.
Yeah, we know the marriage means absolutely nothing. And like, and I feel like a lot of this religion shit is just another way to like oppress black women. Like most of these religions benefit men.
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole polygamy and just the misogyny.
And that's crazy because, like, I read an article recently where they were like, the Catholic Church is having a hard time finding nuns. Women are turning away from organized religion.
But
It doesn't benefit us.
At all. And like, especially because like more times than none, the women are the ones that are like upholding, like and being righteous and moral, but the men are not. The men is the
Yeah.
one violating the children, stealing money.
Yeah, because if you even look at any of those like white church, like those white religious cults, it's always the women that are being oppressed and made to submit, while the men just do whatever they want to and disguise their sexual depravity behind the guise of religious beliefs.
Have you seen that? Have you heard of the FLDS cult?
Yeah, I've watched that documentary.
Yeah, they had thousands of women basically. Like these men had 3 and 4 wives, 60 something kids, and like all the women obviously had one man to share. Like, and I've heard these men in these calls, even Nature Boy, say like women were made to be monogamous, but not men. Men are made to be polygamous. That's why in the Bible he has multiple wives, and X, Y, and Z. And they really think that. And they really use religion for that a lot of times. He was marrying children, just all in the name of his religion.
I mean, and this is the thing, like, when men talk about, oh, in ancient times, men could have as many wives as they wanted. There were totally different living situations. You needed large families to farm and to get by. We don't live on farms. We're not hunters and gatherers. There's no need for, agriculture. Like, we go to grocery stores. Like,
Right,
there's these,
exactly.
like, having large families is no longer a necessity for the survival of your group anymore. So it's weird that they're like, they want to talk about having all these children, but they also aren't talking about these men provided for all of those children. Like, it wasn't
Exactly. It's before their degeneracy,
all willy
for their
nilly.
sexual
Like,
deviance.
manhood had very different parameters back then. It's weird. Like, they want to dip in and out of like historical context whenever it suits them. Like black men they get on my nerves.
That's what they do with everything, even with the stats. Like, if it's a stat that's true, then oh, that's the white man stats. We don't go by that. But when it's something that demeans black women, they love the stats. Like,
I mean, they keep going. When you really think about it, black men don't love stats. They have those two lame stats that they keep quoting about black women being unwanted and us being fat. Like, ain't y'all sick of hearing that shit? Like, ignore that nonsense. It makes no
or
sense.
no, especially them being the most obese, and even when we come online, it be them saying that, but them be the fat ones.
Exactly. Like, because listen, even if all the things black men say about black women are true, even if we bald, we fat, first of all, I could buy a wig, I could work out, or I could get surgery. You motherfuckers can't pull yourself up from the bottom. So, I mean, I'd rather be bald headed and ugly because I could fix that than have no power.
Exactly, and you know I heard that the male weaves are like going up, like they're buying more male weaves than women.
I mean, I didn't know. I realized that like lace fronts for men were like a thing, but like it's girl, they out here with beards. Like that's what threw me for a loop. I was like, y'all out here gluing weave to your face?
Go to AliExpress, you'll see a million of them.
Like
Waves,
so they
waistfront
really out
waves.
here with fake beards. Like I didn't know it was that level.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, think about it. What they do before, they used to wear hats and put makeup on their beards.
Catfishing.
Like there's some niggas that never take their hats off. You look on their social media, every single picture they got a hat on. Catfishing.
That's funny. You got echo. Yeah. It's that's funny that you mentioned that. Every picture they got a hat on.
Catfishing.
Mm-mm. I was like, sure is to come out and then come back in because the echo is like real bad.
Yeah. All right.
They are deeply delusional. It's quite sad. I'm not too well versed in the Bible, and so not bald cap and low IQ. Y'all a mess. Maybe black men's receding hairline is indicative of their low IQ. The further back their hairline recede, the lower they. Let me stop. I'm a mess. Sharice, where you at now? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Mm-mm-mm. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But I can't wait for you guys to see Nakers in the Wild. Like it's hilarious, y'all. Like, I mean, it already is costing them everything. Like, black men are the unwanteds of society.
Yeah. I didn't hear that. What about it though? I didn't. I just heard the unwanted of society.
Oh, she was saying the delusions. She says the delusions are going to cost black men everything. And I said,
Black women too.
yeah.
I think that like a lot of black women are gonna like even with the femicide rates, like I feel if black women don't wake up, they're gonna be a part of that because I feel like right now we're being blessed with the gift of like being able to see what's really going on. Even just social media is like a gift and a blessing that we can really see like a concentrated amount of like what's happening. And we can see that we definitely need to walk away from it. And the ones that don't and the ones that uplift it are gonna have a bad time, I feel like.
I mean, I agree eventually that wider society is going to snap on black men, but I don't know what that's going to look like. Like, I'm not under the, like, Because oftentimes when I hear people describe this, they describe this in like some doomsday sort of scenario where black men are being like gunned down in the street, like just random white men just running around picking off black people. Like, I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Well, remember that one where the guy was whipping the I forgot if they were Haitians, I think. He was whipping them and saying, "Oh, you use your women."
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that was like part of their frustration. Like, they don't respect black men because they're not they're not men.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean,
I think
really, like, go ducking behind your women.
I think I think more so what's actually going to happen in regards to black. I don't think it's going to be like what I think most people think is going to happen is like some sort of violence. I don't think that's going to happen. I think there's going to come a time where it's going to be very hard for black men who want to get jobs and who want to do things aren't going to be able to do that because all of those nobody's going to want to even deal with them. I think that's where I think black men are fucking up whatever economic opportunities they still have access to. I think all of that is going to go. Like, I think that's going to happen because like black men are going to be the first to feel it if we go like, because I don't know if any of you have been paying attention to the Chinese economy. Like, they say it's close to crashing, and like if the Chinese economy crashes, like it's going to be felt all over the world. And who's going to feel that first in America is going to be black people and black men. So,
Hmm.
like, I feel like those are the sorts of things that are going to be detrimental to black men in that way, not so much so in a violent sort of way.
Yeah,
And black
I
men are
agree.
I think
But
white men are going to close ranks and only offer jobs to other white men and other men
hmm
that they feel comfortable um doing business with, and where there's a reciprocal give and take of resources happening. Black men don't have that on no world stage anywhere. So that I feel like that's more so going to be what we as black women get caught up in is
yeah,
the financial aspect of
and that's why black women really need to walk away because they're going to be responsible for their own suffering. I mean, even in that like scenario, I see a lot of black women still trying to advocate for the black men and saying, "Oh, they're keeping our black man out of the workforce like they do now." And I think it's really up to
funny
black
that
women to.
it's funny that they because that also goes. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but before I forget my train of thought, what you were saying, like, oh, they were saying that black men can't get jobs because of white men, but that's actually not true because 60% of the HR departments are are headed by white women. So it's their beloved white women offering them jobs. White women don't want to work
Well,
with them.
right.
White women was like, I don't want Tyrone where I make my coin.
Well, Tyrone's not even applying for jobs like that, so they need to stop capping. Like, I hate
I
that
mean,
they act like they're trying to go to school and trying to get jobs, and they're just not letting them.
and you know what? To further expound on what I done told you was saying, especially with regards to like security cameras, because I don't know if any of you like are. I'm not technologically savvy, but I like to keep up to date on like things that are happening in tech. Like, I like to read the articles or whatever. And another thing is like this facial recognition, this software in regards to cameras. Like, it's funny because I think what we're also going to see is a lot of black men swept up who may or may not have committed crimes being arrested because they're seeing that this facial software recognition, facial recognition software doesn't really work well with black faces. So like they're pinpointing other black men who really aren't making they're arresting black men who aren't actually doing the crimes. Like, so even the software is reading their faces wrong, and so it's like alerting the police. It's like a lot going on. They've got a lot of stuff coming their way. So all these black men are out here committing these crimes. All this is all it's about to all backfire on them. Like, I feel like we're going to see a level of policing that we haven't seen in a very long time, because I wholeheartedly believe the next presidential election is going to go Republican. I do believe
Yeah.
that. People are sick of the crime. People are fed up with what they view as like socialist ideals, and they're ready for like some hard lining, hard on crime, 80s Republican conservatism. Like that's where I think America's going.
I can relate, honestly, because I just all the, I don't know, I just kind of agree, but um, yeah, that's why I think black women need to get on board and like just burn their capes, burn the bridges, and like really advocate for self and other black women, because we're literally the future of basically ourselves. Like if we're gonna even survive, like we have to make a drastic change and take care of ourselves. Like we can't
And
keep
that's,
giving birth to our 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 drillers, like the people that are taking us out. Not even just in life, but just in general, like that are oppressing us the most.
and I applaud black men for getting online and saying the things that they say about black women, because it lets other people see what we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
Because you like I see people of all races speaking on the things that black men say about black women. I've seen white women, Asian men. I've seen Indians from India, like Hispanics, like they're all talking about it. Like all these people see what it is that we're going through, because black men have now brought their degeneracy to the interwebs. So
Mm-hmm.
I think it
Yeah,
works in our favor. I think it works in our favor.
it definitely backfired on them because they thought that they were going to get other people to, hate us. Which I mean, that worked in a way because I mean, they enable other people to attack us, but still, they really just show themselves, and that's
Yeah.
why the FBI is. That's why the FBI is following the manosphere, and even like you see like the shit that's going on online, like how these deaths are linked to the manosphere. Like they're
It's
really
really
showing
weird. Like,
themselves. They're getting on live and telling people that a woman is the reason why they're taking out their whole family.
and I mean, you have to think, like, look at it. Look, as like that's why I say be very careful as black women, the sorts of content, even when you're watching other black women, even while watching me, you have to be careful of the content that you intake. Okay, because oftentimes what'll happen is you'll fall down this rabbit hole and you'll realize that you've now radicalized yourself towards ideas that you did not that aren't your own. And that's what I feel like black men have this resentment. I'm not saying that they have this resentment towards black women, but now they're going online, and what was like a dislike or now is like a pure hatred. Like it has developed into something much, much more demonic, because black men are radicalizing very young black boys to hate black women at a very young age. There was this video, and these boys were literally like 13, and they were like, "Oh, they don't like black girls because they got attitudes," and I'm like, "Attitudes? Like
Right.
you're 13 years old. Like how can you not like all black? Tell me I don't like black girls because they all got attitudes." And I'm like, "Sir, you're literally in 7th grade. However old a 13-year-old is, like it's
Oh,
weird."
look at that. Because black men have the literal worst attitudes, and they don't even deserve
And
a
that's
good
the thing.
attitude from any
That's
woman
why
half the time.
black women need to start. They need to turn this stereotype of like this angry black woman. They need to make that the black men's image, because that's who's angry, that's who's violent, that's who's brutish. You don't see black women just running roughshod through the neighborhood, assaulting folks. We're not doing that. And if you
They
do,
gaslight.
yeah, and if you do see a black woman acting in that manner, it's probably because she's reached the end of her fucking rope. Like all the grace is gone now. She's upset. It's it's
Yeah.
it's it's insane. Because they're the ones like when you turn them down, want to fight you, want to cuss you out. They're the ones that are mean mugging you and saying off-putting things Like we don't walk up to them and say outrageous things. Like that's not Black women's motive. That's what they do. They
Mm-hmm.
approach aggressively on the street. It's
Right.
weird, really, really weird how Black men don't see Black women as women. Like I don't know what they see us as, to be quite honest.
Well, it's like that thing I was reading. They said that like, well, this guy, he was saying like basically men, well, I don't know, he's speaking for himself, but he was saying like we don't have to like you, we definitely don't respect you, we see y'all and y'all are becoming successful, and we see you as an authoritative figure, and we want to basically conquer you and demolish you in the bed. We want you to submit to us in the bed. We don't have to like you at all. Basically, we see your fat ass and we want to conquer you. And I definitely agree. Like
That says
they
more
really
about
need it.
that says more about them than that says about Black women.
That's exactly what I said. I said they really like are just desperate and don't care. Like they're just self-hating.
You have
Like,
no self-worth if you as a man
mm-hmm,
can bring yourself, if you as any person, and as a man, if you can bring yourself to sleep with the person that you are not even sexually attracted to,
well,
then you,
no, they said they were sexually attracted, but they don't like you. They don't respect you at
I
all.
mean, yeah, but like, how can you have sex with a person that you don't like? Like sexual attraction, my understanding of sexual attraction also involves an individual's personality. Like,
No, not for men.
so it's like, it's
Not for men.
weird that, but I mean, I've heard men say, oh, like they'll have sex, like she's ugly, but she's light skinned. Like they'll
Mm-hmm.
still have sex with her because she's light skinned. It's like, it's weird. It when you think about it, being able, I understand that men can detach themselves from sex, but that's a level of detachment that is like animalistic. When you're sleeping
Mm-hmm.
with people that you don't find attractive, like you have a problem. Like you're a sex addict at that point.
I think it's just evil. Like you're just demonic, and you because the way they said it is like we basically want to conquer you. Like, and I feel like they can't do anything else. They can't compete with any men. They can't even like be the head of. They can't even lead Black women anywhere. So they want to disrespect them and I don't know, make them submit in the bed. Like,
I feel like it's just a
I
weird.
wish I could find that comment. Wisdom had talked about it, and it was some guy. He had wrote like two or three different comments. He was so dusty, like, but he the shit he was saying was very like true. And for Black women who don't really see it, I think that could be eye opening for them. Cause like you can, it adds up. Like you can see the way they treat you, even though they're still sleeping with you. They treat you like
Yeah,
shit.
like I mean, yeah, like Black men are literally like, they literally just using your body to jerk off in. Like that's literally what they're doing. Like it's weird
Hmm.
that these men are so detached from their emotions and their selves and their sense of self that they're sleeping with women that they don't even find attract. Like that's weird. That's really weird.
Well, I mean, I don't think attraction and like is the same thing for them. Like they're sexually attracted. Like they want to have sex. They see you. They think
But
you're
how can
pretty
you,
and
like
they like
you
your
don't,
body.
like I mean, you're saying that they're saying they don't like
They're more visual because men are more visual. Like they see your body and they you look good
what do you
and
mean?
it makes them
That? Because like if you're saying that, then why are they with these bottom shelf white women?
because they're white.
That would still, no, because if that was the case, if it was purely visual, they would be trying to get with
No, I
white
didn't
women.
say it's purely visual, but it is a lot visual, especially like the way he put it. He's saying like we don't have to like you, but when we see you, we see your fat ass and we want to conquer you. They see body parts and that's attractive to them. Like they don't have to like you for them to be sexually attracted.
I find that to be really weird. Like I couldn't imagine having sex with someone that I'm not.
No, me neither. But that's what they do. I mean, I've heard them say it. I mean, I've heard men say pussy has no face. So
Like that's weird. Like I could never sleep with a man that I was not sexually attracted to. Like I would be disgusted by the sex.
it's just not happening. Like I'm not even wet or anything.
Like so that's what I'm saying. Like it's weird that you could be in a position like in such an intimate position with someone that you don't really like. Like you're
well,
like
that
that's
people. I
weird.
mean, they
That's
have a
hell
lot of demonic.
Yeah, like you said, it is. It's like I mean, because that has to be how they operate because they're able to bounce from woman to woman, making broken home after broken home. So clearly, they have no attachment to these women, and they feel no sense of like admiration or love. So yeah, you're right. I mean, it's right. I just can't like when you pointed it out like that. Like I hadn't thought about it like that. They
Yeah.
are completely detached, and that's weird.
Mhm. Well, I kind of understand it though, like, cause I feel like I see it so much. Like I feel like they just lack empathy, emotion. They're not emotionally mature, and they just want to have sex. Like that's like their main thing. I feel like that's like probably what's on their mind, like at least 50% of the time.
I wouldn't, girl. I'd say even more than 50. I'd say it's like 92 and
That's what I'm
8%.
saying.
8% is other degeneracy. Like,
Especially like when you see like black men, like you know how they'll just walk up and like say some sexual shit to you. Like you've never seen this person in your life, and they'll literally say like they'll offer you sex or just say something weird. Like it's just I feel like some men have men like sex, but it's not their only like it's not all they think about. I feel like
not like
a
their
lot of black
sole
men.
focus.
Hmm.
For black men, it seems to be their sole focus.
Hmm.
Like
Yeah, like
when you go and go on any like black men content creators channel at any given time,
I
and
was just about to say that.
somewhere either in the comments, the chat, they're talking about sex.
Right. Well, exactly. Like that's what I was about to say. Even the manosphere, like most of their content is about sex. Like they be on there for hours talking about sex and women all day nonstop. And a lot of them are incels. So like and a lot of them have rage because they're incels. So like they're obsessed with sex also, but they're just mad because they're not getting the women that they want.
Yeah, that's
And
why
they find
like
it.
I try to like I like us to have varied conversations on my channel because like I don't want us to fall into that sort of like always talking about like what they're doing, because I feel like we should also focus on like self improvement. Because I feel like oftentimes with Black women empowerment, like we get caught up in this circle of pointing out Black men's failures. And I'm not saying like, of course, we need to point those failures out, but we also need to use this time to, like improve our own selves and to like nurture each other. Like I feel like
Yeah.
it's not a lot of that actually going on.
No. Yeah, I don't think yeah, I don't know. I don't think that'll be even the majority. Like it's hard for black women to get on like a type of code. Like
I mean, and it's the thing. Like, this is why, like, I'm not one of these women. Like, I'm not one of these people that's like I wish that black women we could all coexist and we could have our dissenting opinions, and I would just wish we could agree to disagree. Like, I
mhm.
wish we could agree to disagree and still provide a nurturing environment where we protect each other. Like, I don't know if that's asking too much, but like I really would hope that even if a small group of Black women, if we could do that amongst ourselves, like just to be able to provide that sort of like space for Black women, I think it's needed. I think it really is needed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Cause like
I feel like
huh?
I
Cause
feel
I
like
feel
I go like in those spaces, but I don't know. Like, I mean, yeah, like I definitely agree, but I don't think like there's anything wrong with at the same time like pointing out the shit that's going on.
I'm not saying not to, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying like I just wish it could be more even and balanced.
Yeah,
I feel like sometimes we just
but I feel like
get so caught up in like centering Black men that we forget to center ourselves in these conversations, you know? That's what I'm saying.
yeah, I don't like why are you saying that though?
Like no, I'm just saying like when
Like,
we have
you
the
feel like I was doing that?
no, not that I'm saying I feel like you were doing that. I'm just saying like in general, like as I see different content creators, like I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about women who create content. Like I see oftentimes where the conversation is like focused on Black men, and we kind of like I also think we need to include in these conversations that we're having taking time out for ourselves to heal and focusing on uplifting each other. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like that kind of gets lost sometimes. Cause like I've been in chats where it's just like all the women are focused on like, you know, whatever the conversation is. But I feel like like to just when we end these sorts of conversations, we need to make sure that we're changing the energy, like as we end that's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like I just want us to be. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm rambling. But
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like Black women are like do that. I don't think it's like a large number, but
I'm
I feel
saying,
like the space of women that we uplift each other and we have like a solid core group of women. But yeah, it's definitely not like that
like,
many.
I want us to have like a real sisterhood. Like even if it's just a small bit of us who create these sorts of spaces. But like that's what because even when we see these like when you see Black women entertainment or whatever you want to call it, like there's still a lot of infighting. Like there's the her message is better than her message, or this message is better than this message, and I don't agree. Like I just wish we could all agree to disagree. And even if other Black women's message isn't the same as ours, we can still see that there may be a necessity that some Black women need to hear that message that way. I just wish
Yeah.
there was like that. That's what I was trying to get at. I don't know where I was going, but like that's where I was trying to go. It just took me
No,
a
I
while.
agree because I feel like even Black men, like they stay on code with each other. Even with the degeneracy, they'll defend each other,
Mm-hmm.
even if it's degenerate. Like a lot of us are at opposition, and like yeah, I think we should be able to agree to disagree, especially when it comes to just like public places. I don't think we should be against each other because everybody's already against us.
Yeah.
But
Like I just wish there was more of like a unity in regards to that. Because like I
mhm.
hate it. Like I hate seeing when prior to like getting, creating content, like seeing when Black women will fall out with each other or when there's like this discourse, because then it gives like this space for Black men to come in, and now they're stoking the fires. You know what I'm saying? Even more so. So
Mhm.
it all
Yeah.
like I just want better for us.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, they do have temporary unity. They have temporary unity in their dysfunction.
Mm-hmm. Right. But exactly, they unify to be dysfunctional. Like,
Mhm. Because even like I even noticed it like when, say for instance, it's like the last thing with the Toby Obumseli thing. Like I was actually proud of black women because like we weren't in there for the most part throwing on our capes, and we also weren't in those comments that I saw trying to change other black men's mind to make them see our points of view. Like I was actually shocked by that actually. Like I didn't think
wait,
it would
you
be
say that?
when that whole Toby Obumseli thing
Mm-hmm.
and how black women were like he got what he deserved, and I didn't see
Yeah.
much for that. I mean, like there was that one black girl, but that was pretty. I feel like that was pretty much. It was like one or two that I saw, but for the most part, black women were not on board. Not even a lot of like African black women.
Yeah, no. I seen Megan Good like post his GoFundMe, which like really annoyed me. But yeah, I
I
didn't
did.
see too
Yeah,
much.
I feel like black women that have any sort of celebrity, like those women are mammies for the most part. Like they just to exist in that environment. Like yeah, they're just
Mm-hmm.
mammies. Like most of them are mammies through and through.
Yeah, she would have just been better off being quiet. I mean, like, why do we have to do this? Like, I mean, why would we respond with somebody hating us to like? I'm sorry, but that's just not smart. It's not self-love to respond to like the way that we're responding to some of this stuff. Like,
Not
I'm
Becky.
sorry, you're not gonna demean me while you're alive, and then I'm gonna support you just because you died. Like, uh-uh.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Especially not like, and that's why I bring it back to like when black women are trying to defend black men from their preferences, we gotta stop doing that because even like I know like some people were making it a race thing, and it's like that was his woman that he was with.
You
Like,
sound muffled now, Sharice.
I was just saying like that's why black women need to stop defending black men from their preferences because even with Toby, like that was his. It wasn't about race at all. Like that was his woman that he was with. Like.
Exactly. And it's always weird because like black men will then they sing the praises of white women, and then when one of them is murdered, they'll be like, "Oh, white women, that's what happens." It's just like what?
I think
It's
it's worth it to them. Because even remember, dude, that was on Nyla's show. He was like Emmett Till, but he has a like a biracial kid and is with white women. Like, so Emmett Till doesn't matter to you. Like,
they scream Emmett Till because it's a dog whistle for black women. That was a black woman's son. Like that's why they keep screaming Emmett Till because they want you to have these weird fucking flashbacks if you have a child to your son or your little brother or something like that. That's what they want you to identify. Leave that shit in the past. That's where
mm-hmm,
it is. Black men did nothing then. What the fuck do they expect us as black women to do about it now?
exactly. They walked past the men in the house and grabbed them up. But like, even when that happened, like they still kept pursuing white women, so that didn't matter to them.
Girl, I wouldn't put it past if black men who were lynched from trees for supposedly messing with white women. I bet the last words out their mouth was Becky.
For real.
Like they could miss me with that.
Even now, remember I was talking to you about the guy that's in the coma? Like, I honestly feel like that was worth it to him.
Girl, I wouldn't watch some of them weird ass videos.
Did you see Paris Milan's video?
That
It's
was
really
like
long.
3 hours. I couldn't. That was real long. I
Yeah.
couldn't sit.
But he had basically all the videos though. That's why like I watched it. It was good because it was kind of like in chronological order. Because you can see how like what he used to look like in the beginning of their relationship,
Mm-hmm.
and basically how he fell out with his mom because she told him not to get with her. Like she was 30 years old and had 2 kids, and like all that shit started happening. He started having seizures. stopped talking to his mom and then fell into that coma. Like, and I feel like it was all worth it. And I feel like if he was to wake up, he would go right back to her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think he would see her.
Wake up out that coma and be like, Becky, it was your spit that you rubbed on me that saved my life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was disgusted when she said she was rubbing her saliva on him.
Yeah, I don't think he would think that she did anything wrong.
Yeah.
Like, they just don't see it.
Are you in bed? Because it sounds like you moving around.
Yeah, I'm like sitting in the bed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But if I lay down, I'll open up all please. That's why I'm not.
But yeah, it was. I think dying at the hands of a white woman is black men's. It's like that's their death wish. That's what they want.
Yeah, I really do too. Like, it's worth it to them. Like black women is definitely not worth it. The attitude, the whatever they want to say about it, it's not worth it. But if it's on a white woman, it's completely fine. They'll lose their lives over it.
And that's
Even like
go ahead.
they don't see them as being able to do any wrong. Like when those white girls had came out with their group chat talking about like just being like discriminatory towards black men, they said that wasn't white women. That was black women pretending to be white women.
Yeah, even after one of the white girls came out and was like,
double down.
Like, they're not gonna stop jumping in her DMs. Like, she said something crazy.
Right. She doubled and tripled down. But they just don't, like, even when they want to complain about slavery and being oppressed, they never equate it to white women.
No, they never do. They can't, because then that would mean that white women aren't the status symbol that they try to tell us that white women are, even though we already know that that's not the case. Because a woman can't elevate a man in a patriarchal society. Like, that's just not how it works. Like, we're not.
They really think they're business. Like, they really do. It's pretty sad, honestly.
Like, I think black men know that nobody believes their bullshit but them. And like the few black women, that's why like they need to beat down our self-esteem so bad, because they need us to believe the delusions like them.
Right. Yeah. And it's working for a lot of us.
Yeah, it has. It's been working for centuries.
It really sucks though, because like there's like black women are like, I don't know why, like some of it is pretty demonic and evil. Like, it's like there's some black women content creators that literally do not talk about anything that black men do. They just basically talk about the black women that are disgusting.
You sound far away, Trey.
I don't know why, but there's some black women content creators that don't talk about anything that black men do. They just talk about the black women that complain about it. Like, they'll never mention the feminine.
It's true. It sounds like Baby Shaq said, it sounds like your phone keep dropping in between your pillows.
I don't know why. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
What did I say? I said, oh yeah, there's mammies online that will never talk about anything that black men do. They'll just talk about the black women that discuss black men. Like, they'll never talk about the femicide rates.
They can't talk about what black men do.
The sexual assault. They just talk about the black women that bash black men. And I say bash with quotations.
They can't talk about what black men do, because if they talk about what black men do, Like they won't get Naker snacks. Like they want
Right.
black people to be like, oh yeah, look, this is, yeah, sis, yeah, queen, whatever the hell they be talking about. They'll
Well, you
queen
see
you to
what
death.
happened? Well, you see what happened with this girl right here, this therapist. Like, I really thought she was like trying to basically uplift them, and they took it as her slandering them.
Yeah, like that. That's how I felt too. Like I kind of felt like even in her sort of like dragging of them, she was still uplifting them. Like
Mm-hmm.
it
Like
was,
she's seeing hope in them or something.
yeah, it was like they were victimizing her, but she was making them the victim.
Right.
Like, no,
Exactly.
like none.
Because she was calling out their emotional abuse, but she was at the same time calling them kings and saying like, we're like Cynthia brought this up, and she was calling them men, but she was calling us bitches. Like, yo, bitch, don't you want your bitch to be able to communicate and blah blah blah? Like that shit was really cringy to me. Like, but I feel like she was trying to speak their language
Yeah,
by
like she was
calling.
probably trying to speak their language, and like first of all, she should. I don't think she should have done that in the first. Like I don't like. People are gonna say this sounds weird. I don't see the point in a black woman being a therapist geared towards black men. Like I can
Really. Right.
imagine. Like I mean, being a therapist in and of itself is probably already emotionally draining because you're
Mm-hmm.
other people's problems all day, every day. Like I read somewhere, I don't know about psychologists, but I know like psychiatrists have like high incidence of suicide rate. They have high, suicide rates. And like they also deal with high levels of depression. So I can only imagine that also psychiatrists and like clinicians and therapists deal with that as well too. So now you're dealing with men who are emotionally unintelligent and emotionally unstable, and you're taking all of that on. I know sis stressed out. I know she is.
Mm-hmm.
That's why she's
That's what
I'm saying you need to go to her TikTok. Like when you get off of here, she looks stressed out. She has bags under her eyes. She looks really bad. Honestly, I'm not
I
even
mean,
gonna
because
lie.
like, listen, I don't think you were here when I was talking about it. Like how me as a Pisces, like, because I consider myself like a very self-aware person, and I consider myself very introspective, and so like I pride myself on trying to be very honest with myself, and it's something like I
Right.
had, because
I can
honest,
relate.
like you have to be honest with yourself if you want real change,
Right.
and I feel like she's not being honest with herself as a clinician, and as she's treating these people, she knows the signs of whether or not this therapy is working or not, whether or not these men are changing or not, and she's allowing that to now reverberate in her personal life. That's why she's all online, stressed out, crying. These niggas is wearing her down emotionally.
And
Like
physically, because
they
like
take
Irene pointed out, like her whole situation is disheveled. Even her background, her door was off the hinges. She had shit everywhere. She didn't have her bra on. And like even in her most recent video, she now has like bags under her eyes. She took her braids out, which like it just kind of like I don't know, goes more to I don't know, but yeah, she's definitely going through it, and I think that she thinks that they can be fixed through therapy because maybe it's
yeah,
helping her,
and
but she's in
but
denial.
is it really helping her? Because if her
True.
therapy is about being able to unburden oneself, it don't look like she's being unburdened. It does like this got
Right.
back. She's got. I could tell from that the little bit because I didn't finish all of Sin's video because I had to step away for something, and I was just like, she looks stressed out. Like she looks stressed out, and I spoke about this earlier because I don't know. I can't remember if you were here or not, but like I remember I was in a relationship once where like I kind of felt like I lost my spark about myself, and
Mhm.
like when I ended that relationship, it was like a weight was lifted off of me. And I feel like that's what she needs to do. Like she needs to unburden herself of black men's issues and do what's best for her, because stressing about them ever becoming emotionally intelligent is going to drive her into an early grave. Like, sis, you're going to have high blood pressure and diabetes.
Right. I
Like,
wonder if she like didn't grow up around them and she hasn't had like that many experiences. Because like I wonder like, you know, she's not tired. She's not fed up yet, obviously. Or she just wants
I mean,
to
like,
closure.
you could, I mean, you have black men. Like, I don't know if she grew up around black men or, you know, the types of black men that she grew up around, but she sees how the community operates.
Yeah, because she laid it out.
Like, she's not blind to the issues that are apparent in the black community. So for her to think that she, as a woman, could take on the issues of black manhood is asinine. Like, she's dumb.
I think
She's
she
only,
really thought like because she might be getting to her clients, her black female clients, that she could probably because like she calls herself your favorite black woman therapist or whatever, your favorite therapist.
like I was saying
And
that earlier, I think that whatever vulnerability she's seeing in her clients personally, she's taking that with her to her social media crowd.
right.
And I don't think that those men are ready for maybe the vulnerable conversations that she's having with men in her sessions. Like, you can't be viewing men in your sessions, because therapy is a place where you're supposed to feel your safest, where, you know, you can lay your emotions naked. So they're being vulnerable with her, and she's seeing this vulnerability, and she's thinking she can now apply this vulnerability that she's seeing in her therapy sessions to all black men. That's not how this works. Like, she should know better.
She really should. I mean, it was really unprofessional. I wouldn't, even if you were gonna be on TikTok, I wouldn't have even told them I was a therapist. If that's gonna be your content, honestly I would have been anonymous. But if you're gonna show your face, you shouldn't tell them your
Yeah, she
occupation.
shouldn't be doing nothing. Like, if she was going to give advice, she should just give advice and never gave the advice from a standpoint of, I'm the professional.
Right.
Like, she should
Exactly.
put that in the background.
Exactly. Because like we said, we know black men wouldn't have ever like really doxed her. And if they didn't know that she was a therapist, they would have no job to call. Like, I mean, they might try to look for it, but they wouldn't right off the bat know to look for, you know,
Yeah.
all that.
And then Sin was saying, I think where I ended the left the conversation, is they said it was a black woman that got her fired.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's
That's
she wrote the black woman wrote the article, and I guess doxed her. Like
article for where?
she put her address. I don't know, some website, but because I was on the girl's TikTok, because seeing when stuff like this, I go look.
You keep going in and out.
Yeah, so basically the black woman wrote the article and she put her address and her name and all that out, like to the public.
She put the therapist's address out?
Mm-hmm. And her job. I don't know if she put her home address, but she definitely put her name and like workplace.
So she set this other black woman up to be harmed because of something she said on the internet?
What the fuck did she say? Like, honestly, are y'all really that mad? Y'all gotta be sick. And she's really trying to, I mean, I don't think she's really trying to help black women. She's trying to help herself. So black men can be dateable. But still, like, what did she say that really pissed me? Y'all are sick and demonic. Because y'all would defend pedophiles. Y'all would defend R. Kelly. But y'all come at this black woman, we're saying, do better.
I can't hear you. You're going in and out.
I was saying, like, they'll defend pedophiles, they'll defend R. Kelly, but they're coming at this black woman for telling black men to do better. Like, I can't deal with that.
Because black men can't accept accountability in any way, shape, or form.
But black women, like, go along and enable it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's been black women that defended R. Kelly and said, "Oh, well, I'm still gonna listen to his music. I'm still gonna play him at the cookout." But y'all are so appalled at what did she even say? What point? Like, what part was the worst part? Because I'm not sure.
And the crazy thing is black men say worse things about themselves. Black
About
men
us.
talk about other black men. Man, fuck them.
Exactly.
Sorry, y'all. I was
I
like,
hate that they were comparing her to Kevin Samuels because like her message was in no way like Kevin Samuels. Like she was actually trying to help them. Kevin Samuels isn't trying to help anybody, but himself and like the pedophiles.
it's funny that they were comparing her to Kevin Samuels, but then uplifting Kevin Samuels. That's funny.
Mhm. That's a good point.
Like that. Black men are like, I can't even. Somebody really needs to do a sociological study on them because, like, their personality, like their pathology, is dumbfounding. Like it's really strange. Like it's like they almost don't function. They function as beings not able to like operate in modern society. Like it's I don't know what's wrong with them.
But that's where I gotta leave black women in the dust too because y'all are like doing too much. I'm sorry. Black women got outraged enough to really dox this woman. What the hell? Like, why are y'all mad? What the fuck?
And the
Or are
crazy,
they just mad?
like I mean, like the crazy thing is black women think these same fucking things. We think these same
Exactly.
things. Like we're having these same fucking conversations, but because a black woman dared to go on the internet and say this is a mixed company, now everyone wants her to lose her job. And we're in such trying economic times, and you want a black woman to be without a job? Like, are you serious? As you scream, protect black women? Like, it makes no
Right.
sense.
That's
Like,
why Sin said, like, when she was saying, y'all want to say protect black women, you know she was talking to black women when she was saying that.
yeah,
Because black women are the only ones screaming that. But no,
like
they
it.
don't care about black women. That's why I say, like, I have to divest from most of them because most of them are mammies and they're not going to change. Like, there's some that will and that have changed, but a lot of them aren't. And they value men more than they value black women.
Yeah, I mean it. There's no denying that. Yeah, it's sad though. I'm prepared now. Yeah, I have to put that away. What you doing this weekend, Sharice? You got any plans?
No, nothing specific. Just probably gonna like be in the house, crocheting and stuff like that. How about you?
Girl, nothing. I'm gonna Saturdays I sleep in. I need to go get my eyebrows done. I'll probably do that. I have some little self care stuff I want to take care of, but other than that, mm.
Yeah, I just got I'm a month locked. Like I had my hair locked for a month
Uh-huh.
yesterday, or like the 25th, and like I just like retwisted it like over these last 2 days. But I don't know. I'm like obsessed with my hair right now. I like it.
Mm. I ain't doing nothing. Like,
Yeah. Do you watch American Horror Story?
mm. Like, I haven't watched that in like a real long time.
Oh no, that's my show.
Mm-mm.
They
Mm.
have like a spin-off version that's like short stories.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like not like a whole like it's a series, but the episodes are not like all about the same thing.
Mm. I like that.
Yeah, I just like
I like
hmm?
the. I like was it Angela Bassett and Jessica Lange?
Yeah, me too. I I like horror. Horror is like my main thing that I watch. Like I don't really like action movies or like I like Lifetime movies and and horror. Because I feel like sometimes Lifetime movies can be kind of scary because they're like corny, but they're like also realistic.
Like I grew up every Sunday. Like that was like me and my mom's thing. Like watching Lifetime movies on Sunday after dinner. Because
Hmm.
it'd be crazy. It'd be like all my life I had to fight. My husband beat me, but I finally got away from the
Yeah.
story. Crazy.
Hmm. Even like now, like they be having like a lot of stories where it's like a teacher like stalking like their students or just like all types of like crazy shit.
Yeah, like Lifetime used to be like my husband beat me, but I finally got him back, and then I murdered him. It was like,
Exactly. That'd be like most of the storylines.
uh, like yeah, it's some pissed off women at Lifetime.
I love a twist though.
Hmm.
Like, you know, when there's like a crazy twist.
I haven't watched
Have you
Lifetime.
seen that? Do you like scary movies?
No, not really. I'm not here
Yeah, I
to
figured.
like horror movies.
Do you like the Jordan Peele movies like Get Out and Us?
I never saw Us, but I did see Get Out. Like,
Yeah, I feel like Us was underrated.
like I like how Jordan Peele, like I like how he tells a story. Like the way he tells a story is very like his cinematography is like amazing. But I feel like a lot of people applaud him as if he's doing something new when I really don't think he's doing something new. Like he's basically like those movies were for made for white people. Like because we as black people already know these things. Like we know that they want to consume blackness in its entirety. Like I feel like he made this for white people to be like, oh yeah, like this was like some white liberal, hey, we see what we're doing. So I don't know. It was weird. Like I didn't.
Well, he just came out with a recent movie. Like his recent movie came out. It's called Nope. It's about like UFOs and aliens. It looked really like I tried to watch it 3 times already. Like I could not get through it. But I'm
Is
gonna try
it,
to watch it when we hang up.
what is it like? How is it? What's it about?
It's about like UFOs and aliens, and Kiki Palmer's in it. So I love Kiki Palmer.
Is it like his
But
other movies, or is this like completely different from his other movies?
I mean, it's pretty much like it's similar. I mean, like they're not related, but they're kind of like in the same universe, I guess.
Mm.
Like Us and Get Out is not like really related, but you know, you could see kind of like how the same maker made them. But I don't
Mm.
really know what the plot is. Like I couldn't tell you. I just tell you I could tell you it's about aliens. But the guy from Get Out is in it, the main character.
Mm. I don't know. Like I was just like Get Out was just for me. I was just like, it was a good movie. Like
Hmm. I liked
I like,
it.
I like the imagery, and then I like the nuance in the movie. But it was just like I don't know, because it's like almost like black people are.
I
I
liked
don't.
it.
It's just like I keep like black people are still putting themselves in these same situations. Like these movies do nothing to deter.
Right.
Yes, just
Well, I
like
mean, I feel like Get Out like even shows that because he was still with the white woman.
yeah.
Like even though we all know, like we've all heard these stories like pretty much our whole lives. Like he wasn't new to the story. Like, but it's funny because I liked how she played how like she wasn't a part of it. Like when they got stopped by the cops, she acted like she like, oh well, why do you need his ID? What do you need it for? I was the one driving, but she really did that because she didn't want him to be identified because she was gonna take his soul and his body.
Hmm.
I think Get Out was better than Us. I liked Get Out better.
I never saw Us.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be good, but I wasn't really impressed. Cause I feel like Get Out was scary, but it had like a twist also, which I like.
Mm. I just felt like it just basically personified Black people's unwillingness and inability to get themselves out of this trap of like white seeking whiteness and proximity to whiteness. Like that's what the movie represented for me, and I was just like, I already know that. Like that's
Yeah, I think it was more so like Black men though. I mean, there was the one Black woman in there, but I think it really showed how Black men like
yeah, their
wanted to
relationship
be.
with whiteness, yeah,
Mhm. Because
especially
her like
Black
when he went through her pictures, she had like 20 pictures of like different Black dudes that she dated, and then it's like kidnapped, I guess.
men. Hmm. And probably this entire time, like he thought he was, the magical Negro, because
Exactly.
that's
Because
like
she was saying that she's his first. She said that he was his first to all of them, I think.
yeah. And I feel like I feel like white women tell Black men that, especially when they don't have, the evidence of it with like a biracial child, because like it
Right.
feels some sort of weird fantasy for Black men. Because look, when you like, when oftentimes when I'm looking for content, and because Black men are having the same weird sexual conversations with their non-Black women, they're always asking them, "Are these Black men or white men?"
Yeah, they
Always
do.
this perceived idea that they're better than white men because they're now sleeping with white women.
Mhm. Well, I don't even think they think they're better. I think they just think they're better in bed, which they're
No, I
not.
think they think white. No, it has to be, because I don't think it's just about they. The white women may not even be like white women are literally sit in their face and tell them that they're not. But I think deep
Mhm.
down, Black men don't even believe that. Like they're so wrapped up in their delusion, they think that the white woman is lying. I think
Yeah.
it's part of the delusion thinking that they're on par with white men. That's why they need to be with white women. It's to be on
Yeah.
to be seen as, oh, just like Franz Fanon said, to lie down with a white woman makes me a white man.
Mhm. Exactly.
Because whiteness is choosing me, a Black man. Like that's what it's about. Like it's about being on par with white men. It ain't got nothing to do. Like that's all that is. That's like Black men. Nobody worships white men more
But
than
that's
Black.
why they think that in the bedroom, that's how they're like competing with them. Even though they're really not, because Black men are not even that good in bed. Like they don't even want to please women for the most part. Like, and I'm kind of tired of like Black women talking about BBC and it being good, because it's really not, like, especially when they're saying majority of women have never climaxed or came, like they obviously ain't doing something right.
Like, what's the point in supposedly having a BBC when you don't know what to do with it?
Exactly. That's exactly. You're just trying to get a nut off. You're not trying to please the woman at all. Like,
Exactly. Yeah.
and like
Because
it's obvious, like just by the way they act.
just even if you just listen to how Black men talk about sex.
Mhm. Well, look at the way they approach women, and they don't value any like long-term commitment or serious relationship or anything.
Nope.
Pump and dump, SYSBM. Because I heard a Black man say, SYSBM, because you can basically take $40 over there and like support a family.
And this is the thing. Like this this is how you know that Black men don't even, I don't even like to use the word self-esteem in the same sentence with Black men. Because you have to think what how a man must view himself if he thinks he's going like he's going to take his $40 and go to a third world country
Right.
and have sex with a woman who lives in a favela. You're out here paying for slum pussy in a third world country. It don't get no lower than that. You might as well be out here having sex with dead bodies. like,
I'm sure they would.
And it's like, it's weird. Like, you're going to a third world country where sex tourism is known, and they have like Brazil has extremely high rates of HIV. And you're going out to have sex with women who slept with hundreds, if not thousands, of other men for $40.
Yeah.
You don't see anything wrong with that. Like,
they're saying that
you're going to foreign countries to get the equivalent of drive-through vagina. Like, these women have served more people than Starbucks.
Like, that's why it gets annoying when they. Yeah. That's why it gets annoying when they want to talk about Black women's bodies, because. But you know what? If they want to go to save themselves in South America, I'm all for it. I'll get them a one-way ticket.
Girl, yeah,
because you know what? Another thing, those men are going to deal with them accordingly after a while. Did you hear about the guy? There was a guy that went to, I think, like Colombia, or I think it was Colombia, yeah. And he was like a SYSBM male. And he had a restaurant, I think, but he got drilled out there.
Yeah, he did. I mean, and the weird thing is, like, they get drilled left and right. So that's what another thing Black men aren't reporting on is Black men are out there because I stumbled upon this video. Like, one day I was up like real late at night, and it was this Black dude, and I think he was like, I don't know what country he was in. He was in some Asian country, and what appeared to be like a shanty. If you don't know, a shanty is basically like a shack house. And so he looked like he was in a shanty talking about, like, you know, basically SYSBM or whatever the hell they call it. And he was reporting on how, like, Black men need, like, when they come to these countries, like, they need to move accordingly because a lot of them are getting, like, arrested. They're getting caught up. They're getting scammed.
Well, even like with Nature Boy, when he was like going to those islands, he was over there abusing those women that he has and just doing all types of shit. Even during like the pandemic, he was having a whole bunch of people like in places where he wasn't supposed to, and he got arrested and kicked out of like most of the countries that he went to. Like, he really thought that he could just escape America and just go like run amok somewhere else. Like they're just gonna have that.
Yeah, and it's funny because like, just to further talk about how like Black men create, you know, they have a path of destruction everywhere they go. There was I think it was an African dude, and he was like, he travels, but like not in like the passport bro type. Well, at least he doesn't present his channel that way. So, but I don't know what he's doing. But anyway, and he was like in Costa Rica, and he was like in the video, because you know there's Black Costa Ricans. He was like, pretty much all the Black people in Costa Rica are now mixed, and he was like, I don't see any like fully Black, like little Black children. And he was speaking to like a Black Costa Rican man, and literally like this man went on like this spiel about like, yeah, we're mixing, like there are no more Black kids, and how it was good that everyone there is now mixed.
It was a Black dude, right?
Yeah, this was a basically like a Afro Costa Rican, and like he's speaking English with this other dude that was African. I think he might have been Nigerian American. And he was like, the entire time he's been in Costa Rica, he was like, he's not seeing any like little Black children. He's like, all he sees is like, you know, biracial. And the man was like, yeah, you don't really see any more like fully Black Afro, you know, Costa Ricans, because everybody's mixing. And he was like, the African man was like, so you're okay with there no longer being Black children? And the Afro Costa Rican was pretty much like, yeah, it's great that everyone's mixed. Like, it makes us better.
Of course, that's what they always say. American from the UK, from everywhere. They really think that. Even like in Africa, like we know that that's what they think.
Yeah, because
I
even like
mean,
the biracials over there, like I've read blogs where like the biracials over there basically put on a pedestal as well too, and it's predominantly by black men because they're
yep.
bringing
Even like
women
the
back.
East African women are put on a pedestal over West African because they have that mixed phenotype.
I mean, yeah, because like their phenotype is different from West African, but also that even
Mhm.
goes for like South African women because South African women tend to be high yellow.
Mhm.
They tend to be more light skinned, and so they also do that when it comes to South African women.
Right.
That's why you see so much bleaching and all like this bleaching epidemic that's rampant in West Africa, because in
Mhm.
Africa, black men are upholding the beauty standard of whiteness.
Yeah, on the islands like Jamaica, they be doing that too.
Yeah.
So it's great. It's scary. Like I follow this girl. She's actually from Brooklyn, and she be selling like purses, like the knockoff bags and stuff.
Mhm.
And she bleached, and like within like 2 months, she was like completely like pretty much damn near white. And she was like a nice brown skin like tone. Like she wasn't like, I mean, not that it would be bad if she was dark skinned, but she was just brown skin. You know what I mean? She wasn't like really dark. She she had nice skin. Like I just I don't know. And she was Caribbean too, I think.
Mm. But yeah, and Jamaicans bleaching.
Yep. And like that should be looking bad. Like,
Baby,
cause
look,
like
you looking casket ready. It's this black dude.
exactly.
It's this Jamaican dude. And the crazy thing is like you could look at him and tell that like if he wasn't bleaching, he'd be a decent looking dude.
What, that singer?
Huh? No, I'm talking. This is a black dude that works at this coffee shop near my job. Like,
Mm,
girl, yeah, like he's got that weird. Like he don't look like a normal humanly color. Like it don't even look like he light skin. He looks gray.
that's what. See, that's what I'm saying. Honestly, it was like a 2 month period for her, and I feel like a month into it, she looked a little brighter, but her skin looked clear. It wasn't really like nothing that noticeable. It looked like she went from like summertime to wintertime. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Like how you get a little lighter in the wintertime. But
Yeah.
then she just kept going and got that gray undertone. Like,
Yeah, because he looking washed out.
mm-hmm.
And that's exactly
It's not.
like it was just like it was like he wasn't really like he wasn't I can't even it was like someone took all the color out of his skin and it was just kind of gray.
That exactly. It's
And
not what they think it
he looked
is. And I feel
he
like,
sick. He looked sick. Like he looked like he was like that man looked like he was on death's doorstep. Like
mhm. But there's a picture of this guy. He's like a Jamaican like rapper or singer or whatever. And yeah, he looks the same way, like gray as fuck. He looked normal, and before that, and he just looked terrible. Like, I'm sorry, the self hate is just sad.
you know
But
what's
y'all gotta know, like that shit don't look good. But like I was saying, like at one point she didn't look gray, and then she just kept going and kept going. But I guess you can't stop once you start. I don't know.
yeah. Like I've never really like because Haitians are typically dark skinned. Like I don't really know. I don't know too many. Like I've never heard of like that being a thing with us.
Unless they're like mixed, right?
Yeah, like unless they mix or something. Like then you see a lot of that. Like because I'm not gonna get me wrong. Like you do see a lot of colorism
Hmm.
in the Haitian community, but I don't feel like it's to the extent because for the most part we're dark skinned people. You
Right.
know,
Yep.
like because I've seen like colorism in my own family because like on my grandma's side of the family, they're all very light skinned Haitian people.
Mhm.
Because my father is dark, but like me and my mother and my sister, I don't know if you saw like because I'm not that dark, and my sister's just
Mhm.
maybe a bit lighter than me, and my mother's even more lighter than my sister who's lighter than me, and then my brother's just like he's just brown skin, and
Uh-huh.
but yeah, I've seen where like not so much the bleaching where like they'll make little comments like oh stay out the sun or oh you've got
Right.
nice hair, things like that.
Mhm. Yeah. It's really sad, but
I say
I
now
don't
like
know.
now I'm seeing like an influx of like what I've noticed is there's like a lot more biracial Haitians now.
Yeah, I seen one on it was some I forgot. I think it was like Bad Girls Club or something like that. Somebody or like one of those MTV shows, but she kept like oh no, it was Love and Hip Hop, but she kept representing hate like she was Haitian and shit. But I'm like, she's not black, like, and like
Yeah.
I like attribute I mean Haitians to black people for the most part.
I mean because most Haitians are dark skinned like
Hmm.
it's just
Well,
that's
they're
just
Africans anyway,
yeah like
and
we're
like they go by black. Like the Haitians that I met, they actually call themselves black. Like,
Yeah, because like if you like, I think I don't know if any of you have read that, but like with ancestry, when people were like big on doing their ancestry, like they were finding that like a lot of Haitians, like we don't have as much like you know uh forced like white ancestry. Like a lot of us don't have really high numbers of like white ancestry. That was another thing. Like a lot of the slave
right.
owners and
Well,
Haiti
yeah,
didn't
because
they didn't really mix
right,
the
and they
way
didn't
white
have their slavery wasn't like ours. Like
it
they
wasn't
weren't
like
enslaved.
the
Like,
chattel it was not to the extent and we always outnumbered white people
right. Well, they
on the
had
island.
the revolt.
Yeah.
So I mean, it wasn't
And then
like how
crazy is like what I always and this is again to speak to how this need for whiteness like is rampant throughout the diaspora because I don't know if any of you know, but like after the Haitians freed themselves, we went and fought with white people to help free themselves from the British. Like we went and fought for the very people that had enslaved us in our island, and then thought that they were going to offer us some sort of opportunity when they just turned
Mhm.
around and kicked the Haitian people out. I
Of
mean, and that
course.
went further up to Canada. But it's like we like white black men have always been chasing the acceptance of white men. Like there's no getting
When I was
around it.
when I was in Florida, like it's a lot of like Haitian people out there in general, but
Mhm.
those Haitian dudes love white women, like white girls, fat
Oh,
white girls,
like them white
and they be
Latinos. They love them
yeah,
in
and
white.
there's a big like sex trafficking like uh, culture out there, and a lot of them have like pimp and hoe dynamics. Like I've literally seen that, like, cause I'm like thinking about it, and most of the black dudes that I've even seen out there, like if there would be a black woman and a white girl, they're going for the white girls.
Yeah, like I hear it's like really hard for black women out in like Miami
Mhm.
and in these more like southern tropical states that have large pockets of
Well,
like Hispanic because black
well,
men
New
are
York
chasing.
is kind of like that too.
Hmm?
Like I would say New York is kind of like that too. Like
Yeah, because they always come out. They gonna get a Spanish girl. Spanish. It's weird.
right, exactly. They uplift the Hispanic. Well, they call them Spanish,
Yeah.
but they're Hispanic. But they like they always would get picked over the black girls.
Yeah. Like but they could have them. The more I want to be like Oprah. You get a Becky, you get a Maylene, you get a Sarah, you get
Yeah.
a Maria. Like we
I
handing
mean, I
out.
just don't like that it takes like opportunities from, black women that are in like those certain industries, like those clubs and like videos, music video girls and stuff. Like the colorism.
You
But
sound far away, Sharice.
no, I was saying, I mean, I just don't like that the colorism affects like their work. Like some of them girls that are in the clubs and that are video girls, like that colorism, Hispanic, Latina situation, like affects them in that way.
You know what? Like I wholeheartedly believe black women don't even need to be in those situations because I can only imagine like in these environments where black men are able to run rampant and free where no one is checking them. I can only imagine the sort of harassment and abuse that black women are facing on these, you know, on these music video sets. Like black men
Yeah.
are going to take advantage of these women.
I mean, I agree. I don't think they need to be doing it either, but they
No,
are.
let white women and non-black women become the face of hypersexuality. Let them shake their ass half naked for the world to see. We're no, like let them have that. Let them have this slutty bimbo-esque image. That is something we no longer want to. I don't want black women to partake in that. And yes, you have every right to celebrate your sexuality. That's not what I'm saying. But like I don't feel like because these spaces are unsafe.
hmm I mean, yeah, but I mean, right, but I mean, they're gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're doing it regardless. But
Yeah, they're going
that
to.
whole, even like with like celebrities like Chris Brown, how he doesn't pick really dark skinned girls, and then when he picked Normani, everybody was like, he's just pandering, which I felt like he was too.
Yeah, he is. I mean, like he literally made songs about supposed that black women's like he only like bitches with good hair. Like, and then my whole thing is
He
like
don't.
I saw those. I like because it was like for the most part, like when I'm on social media, I don't see a lot of black male content due to how I've curated like my feed, and
Yeah,
so
me neither.
like randomly like I this picture of like this girl like all hugged up on Chris Brown and it was this dark skinned girl and then I read like the comments and I was like apparently they paid $1,000 for these pictures or
hmm
something
Yeah, it
outrageous.
was a meet and greet.
I was like you paid $1,000 to take a picture with a man that says you have no value, who calls you ugly and makes songs about how he only like bitches with good hair. Like you're giving this man your hard earned cash, a man that
hmm
detests your very image. Like this is like y'all out here smoking crack from the 80s. Like this is
Right.
strong crack y'all smoking.
Like
Like
really though, a whole wreck just for a picture, and he's faking it. Like he's
exactly.
getting paid for this.
And I bet you with every fiber of my being, when that meet and greet was over, he talked shit about all those black women that were probably dark skinned or that he thought was just like it was beneath him to even be in their presence.
hmm
I bet you he did with his crackhead looking ass.
Yeah, he does look like a cokehead,
Like he
but
looks scary. Like he looked
yeah.
like hard drugs.
hmm Well, he was doing coke. I heard. I saw it.
Because remember that one? I don't know what he looking like now, but he still look crazy. But he look real crazy.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like he
His hair
used to
was
look really
falling down.
bad. His
Remember
hair,
when his
exactly.
hair
His
was
hair
down?
was thinning. He probably got a lace front now,
He probably got
but
he got money to get a hair transplant. He probably got a hair transplant.
hmm but he got money for them good lace fronts, so you never know. But yeah, I just can't. And like, I feel like black women have such a like with the men that they.
I can't hear you.
I was saying, um, yeah, but I feel like black women have a hard time with the men that they choose to like accept, support, date. Like there was video of Normani like she was like in that group, that girl group that she was in, and she would
Hmm.
always say stuff like, they were like, well, what about?
I can't hear you, Sharice.
they were saying to her, like, what about, like, Chris Brown is abusive, what about what he did to Rihanna? And she was like, well, I can fix him.
She could what?
So, fix him.
Girl, bye.
Come on now. But, like, I don't know. I just wish black women would stop supporting, like, people like him. I really don't like Chris Brown at
And I'm
all.
like, how is he even? How is he even still relevant? How is Chris Brown relevant?
I
In
mean,
20?
he has some good songs. I can't lie, like, he does, but
He just came out with
I
new
don't even.
music.
Yeah,
When?
he just came out with a song. He just came out with a song with Normani like a couple of months ago.
Oh, I ain't heard it, girl. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I just was talking about. But people were upset, like,
Yeah,
because she
I
did a
thought, like,
song with him.
when you said new music, I thought like he had a new album or something out, like, or just a
He
single.
might.
Oh,
No, he got some other songs too.
oh.
But I don't know if he has an album. I don't really like. I just heard a couple songs, but people were saying, like, why did she do that video when he doesn't like light skinned girls? I mean, dark skinned girls.
Mm-mm. I mean, he was just basically like, we exist in this, like you said, he doesn't like dark skinned girls, but he's releasing music and putting a dark skinned woman on it because it makes him look better.
Yeah, he was just pandering.
And that's all it takes. Like, let me just throw this black woman on here because at the end of the day, he knows that he's not going to be like, the black community isn't going to be like, oh, why is Chris Brown making music with, she's gonna get the brunt of the, the talking down, and the black community is going to be directed at Normani because she's the black woman. And who do we all bash? We bash black women, even though it's like, why are you still listening to Chris Brown music anyway? Because
Yeah.
I'm one of these people, like, if you make a comment about black women on my Spotify, I go and I push, do not play this artist. Like, I don't want to hear none of your music.
Yeah, I don't stream none of that, but I do follow Normani, and she wasn't she had, like, was promoting it. I actually commented on her thing, like I just hate that he has access to dark skinned women.
Yeah,
But
because he's using.
I mean, people were also saying, like, well, what do y'all expect her to just not work? Blah blah blah. But I don't know. No, I don't expect her not to not work. But if we had some standards, like, they wouldn't just. I don't know. They might keep doing it, but we wouldn't be a part of it. Like, if we just, like, disown them. Like, I'm sorry, you don't like me. I'm a dark skinned woman. Like, but she actually liked Chris Brown. Like, she had it been for years how, like, she was talking about that was like her celebrity crush.
Mm-mm.
That's kind of embarrassing.
I want better for black women. It's gonna come one day.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. But I just can't believe black women spent $1,000 to take a picture with that man. Like, that's insane.
No, it was like a really intimate picture. He was, like, really hooked up with him, but
Yeah, I mean, but like, ew.
right.
Mm-mm. What?
It was that took pictures too.
Who took pictures?
Dude.
Dude took pictures too?
They were, like, hooked up, but they were, like, standing there with him and shaking hands.
Like, were these gay men?
I mean, they didn't look gay.
Hold on. I can't hear you, Sharice. You keep going in and out.
They didn't look gay. They looked straight, but I can't tell. Like, it was just from a picture. But they were, like, they weren't hugged up with him.
What man pays $1,000 to see another man?
If Kitten Heels was charging $1,000, they would probably try to get the money up to go.
That's weird. That's really weird. Like, I could see if, like, this was a man hosting some event and you were gaining some sort of knowledge, but to pay $1,000 to stand next to another man to take a picture, Like, no,
Yeah.
it's giving homoerotic.
Oh yeah, I definitely think most of them are gay.
I like if you even just watch, like, just watch black men's content that they're creating online, whether no matter where they're from. Like, I always pick up on this feminine essence. Like, it radiates off of them. Like,
Well, even when they argue with like black women, like they are like they always say like first of all and period, and they're
yeah,
just
like that
feminine. Like
killed. Like, I was so shocked when I got on, like, because it took me forever. Like, the first time I downloaded TikTok was like right before I made my first video. Like, it took a while before I got onto the TikTok bandwagon, and I was just like, I was like, when did black men start saying period? And like, I would see them clapping their hands, and I'm just like, as they speak, it's just like all of this feminine, and like it was weird. It was weird. It was really weird. I'm just
yeah.
like, because it was this one dude, and he was like, "Ain't no man," and I'm like, "Sir, why are you clapping?" Like,
Well, that was like the guy that came out that was supposedly that woman that didn't know that her husband, her fiance was gay.
No, because
Like
you told me to go watch that video. Like, sis had to know, because it was sugary as hell when I opened up that video.
he looked like he was her gay best friend, like beefing with some girl, like.
And I always thought it was weird when they be like zaddy.
They
Like,
say that too much.
Like, why? I'm like,
Yeah.
why are you calling other men zaddy? You better call zaddy, like that. That don't even sound right coming out of a grown man's mouth.
Like really. But they know, like they really are. I think they are. Like even like with the whole manosphere situation, it's a whole group of men that hate women. Like they're gay.
They aren't, because it's weird. Because it's like there's this whole idea that you don't need women. You don't. Oh, don't have nothing to do with women. Don't treat women nice. Don't. And it's just like, so who are you going to do things with?
Well, who's
Like,
gonna birth you? And exactly, they're gonna do things with men. But Kitten Hill said that they didn't need women because they used to sleep with their pages and male squires.
yeah, I know. Like, I heard someone. I didn't see the actual clip of him saying that, but I've heard several people say that. And I'm like, this man was talking about going back to Roman times when they were sleeping with little boys.
Right, and they still supported this.
Like, that's hella weird.
But the crazy thing is that he was just blatant out in the open with it.
Girl, I don't know. Like, cause I see black men doing all types of fuckery on the internet, twerking, dropping down in splits. I don't know if you saw that video that I showed, that black man that was on the pole, girl. And that pole was high up. Like, I'm telling, that pole was high. I ain't never seen no stripper pole. He came from the ceiling, Sharice. And slid down and slammed his junk on the ground like he didn't have no penis.
Ew. He did a split.
I tell you, and you know how, like, sometimes, I don't know if you've seen it, like strippers where they'll start at the top of the pole and then spin all the way down, like they'll free fall, but then stop themselves before they get to the bottom. Well, he did that, but he didn't stop himself. He slammed nut first into the ground and split. And when I tell you, the man's was at least, he was at least 10, 11 feet in the air. Like, I'm not even shitting, Sharice. He was up there. Like, I ain't never seen no stripper pole that high up in the air.
That's hilarious. Wait, did it hurt though?
He had on these red hooker boots, and he was doing this thing, and like he was popping his pussy, and it was a fat dude running around screaming. It was a lot going on. I was like, they say we are emasculating them.
Did he hurt though? Did he act like it hurt?
Sharice, he act like, I'm telling you, he ain't had no penis down there. I don't know what he had. The way he slammed them nuts to the ground, I was like, sir. He slammed his privates to the ground so hard. I had to grab my own crotch, Sharice. I was like, and I don't even have a penis. Like, that's how hard he slammed his genitals to the ground. I was like, this man is a maniac.
They can push it inside the body. They can push it in inside your body. That's what they do when they get it cut off. They don't get it cut off. They actually turn it inside out.
Yeah. That's how they get it. But yeah,
He probably had it taped up.
Because also, like, in my last video, there was like, I don't know if it was like a group of black men, and they were like, it was a group of all dark-skinned black men. They had on like bras and t-shirts. Like, these dudes was Haitians. Like, they had Creole at the bottom, and I was like, and I should have translated it in the video, because on the thing it was talking about like girls' night out. And I was just like, wow. Like, why are y'all, like, I don't understand how this is entertainment for a bunch of men to put on women's clothing and dance around half naked. Like, it's weird. Also, like, on those videos, like, I don't really so much, maybe, I don't know if they are still are creating these sorts of videos, but I don't know if you remember when it would be like a video and it would be like a bunch of black men, they all got their shirts off and they oiled up and they like in a line dancing. Like, it was weird. Have you ever seen that video?
No, I don't think so. I've seen videos like that.
Yeah, and it was like at one point in time, it was like they were making a ton of these videos. And I'm like, when did it get, like, how did this conversation come about? That y'all always gonna take off y'all shirts, oil yourselves up, and then make a TikTok video? Like, who was like, yeah, bro, like, let's do this. And everybody was like, yeah. Like,
they were probably sitting there with their shirts off already, because they be doing that gay shit.
Like that, like, I don't even understand how these sorts of conversations come about. Like, because the videos were like very homoerotic, Sharice. And it was like, and I'm like, they all greased up. Like, who put that oil on your back? Why are you
men here?
Like, why are your laterals so greased? Like, who put that baby oil on your back lats? Like, what's going on? The small of your back is oiled up. And I was like, it's weird, because it was like, I remember one of the videos that gave me the creepiest vibes. It was like 8 or 9 black men of all different shades. And they were all like sort of brolic, but they were all greased up and like cheesing and licking their lips and doing all this other weird shit. And I was just like, and people in the comments, like black women in the comments were like, just basically going gaga over these men. And I'm like, y'all don't see this as gay? Like, this ain't gay to y'all?
Right.
Like, at any point in time, have my father or my uncles or my brother been like, yo, let's oil up and make a social media? Like, that's crazy. And these men were like in their late 20s, Sharice. Like, these weren't teenage boys. Like, I could see it if they were maybe like teenage boys doing something silly to appeal to, young girls. But these were adult men. It was weird. And also, like these, I see a lot of like these, I forget what they call themselves. I think they call themselves like the basement boys. It's like these 3 black men that are always doing these goofy dances together.
I've seen them.
Like, I think that's weird too. Like, y'all sitting around choreographing these dances as adult men. Like, y'all don't think that's strange?
For one, these dudes, they be having because I be watching like certain choreographers, and they be doing like their little dance combos and shit. There's black men that have channels of like 3 or 4 black men watching these videos, and they're usually like biracial women, but they're being like real colorist, and they're basically acting like they're watching a porno. Like, they're pausing it every minute and saying like, oh my god, damn, look at that ass and look at this and that. Like, it's really cringy.
And I don't
They're
know, like you're
watching,
sitting there with three
like,
dudes.
so they're watching women's choreography like it's porn.
Basically, in my opinion.
Hold on, let me see. What don't have me looking up nothing crazy, girl, this late at
You
night.
can go to like Aaliyah Janelle reaction. She's like a choreographer. She's biracial.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, they're weird, and like if there will be black women and white
Uh,
girls on there. They'll look right past the black women.
why would you make me go look at that?
Why? What is it?
It's black men passing raw egg from mouth to mouth. Like it's a fraternity egg pass. Like they're literally spitting the egg into each other's mouth and passing it from each other to each other.
That's not what I was talking about.
No, I'm talking about her in the chat.
Uh,
She told me to look up fraternity egg pass. That's gross. Like I'm gonna need to pour bleach in my
no,
eyes.
but that just shows how gay they are.
I mean, like, have you like I don't know if any of y'all have ever seen like those old videos that were floating around of like the Omegas. I know when I was in college, like they were looked at as like, I mean, even though they're supposed to be like the big black dudes, like everyone knew the Cubes was gay. Like they'd be on gay
Right.
stuff. Like there was even a video of them like I think it might have been like a homecoming or something. And like it was a bunch of black men with like they booties exposed. Like they was sagging, but their booty meat too. Like their booties was out. It was
Yeah.
weird.
Ew.
But I mean, like Greek fraternities are like, all of that.
Well, they always doing gay shit. Like even when they be doing that hazing, a lot of times they be like playing with each other
I done
and
told you, if
making each
I
other.
ever see you out in the street, be ready to fight. Because that was
Why?
disgusting. I will put hands on you for making me go look that up. Like, no, when you get the chance, Sharice, you should Google what she said to Google. It's horrible.
Fraternity egg passing
Yeah. It's like the first video that pop up.
on YouTube or
Uh-huh.
Google.
On YouTube. The underwear
I
down
was
to
gonna
your
say, hopefully it's not like two girls in one cup.
Oh God, not that movie.
But with eggs.
That scarred my childhood.
It really did though. Like, and like, why were we so young and that shit came out? Like, and we knew about it.
Right.
Because I was in like probably like 8th grade.
It was the internet. Like it was when like pretty much when more people started getting access to the internet.
Yep. I think I was in like 8th grade when that shit came out.
Yeah, like I was like, I might have been like a freshman. It was wild.
It really was. And like everybody knew it and everybody was like, hey, did you see two girls in one cup?
Yeah, it was
No,
like
what's that?
everybody was talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And like if
Wait, do
didn't
you
know,
remember this?
go look it up.
Do you remember this other thing that happened? This girl called Amber, she did something. She like did like a sex tape or something on MySpace. Her name was like, fuck, I feel like you would have heard about it because you're from the East Coast and shit. I cannot remember her name, but she was like a white girl and like I guess she like had a nude picture come out or something on yeah, it was like a big thing and everybody was always talking about her first and last name. I feel like it was Amber, but I don't know. Mm.
Yeah. Did you see it?
What?
What she told you to look up?
Oh no, hold on. I don't think I want to.
Your eyes should be assaulted too.
Ew. Oh no. Oh hell no. No, Nah, I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah, I had to click out. I was like, that's too much.
Mm-mm.
Disgusting.
Like all that, just I'm sorry. Like, why can't y'all just do normal things? Like, why are y'all doing gay shit?
I mean, it's a Greek fraternity. It's steeped
I
in
agree. Yeah,
Greco-Roman culture.
spitting. I thought they were like had the egg shells and everything, not like the actual cracked egg. Like, damn.
Yeah, and they spitting it from mouth to mouth. That's disgusting.
Ugh. I would hate to be the last one. I'm sorry, I ain't doing it.
Yeah, I would have
I'm
to
not
go.
even, I'm not even about to pretend. And how come there's so many black men? It's like one white dude and like 10 black men.
I mean, because it's probably a historically black fraternity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Well, y'all, like I'm tired.
Yeah, me too. I was like, those enough. But this was fun as always.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, and I appreciate everyone for tuning in. Be on the lookout for Nakers in the Wild. Hopefully, YouTube will get his knee off my neck with my videos. Like,
For real.
yeah, they like my last video that I tried to upload, they age restricted and copyrighted, so I gotta redo it.
Really? What was it?
I did like they did that to my other like my most recent video. They age restricted that video too. And they were like, my channel was under review. They haven't age restricted any of my the new video that I tried to upload, they before I could even upload it, it was age restricted and it was it was a copyright. So
Wow. I haven't even been getting notifications. I don't even think I got this notification.
like I don't know what's been going on because I was telling like my last 3 videos, like my impressions have been lower than what they were before. And it's just like I don't think people are getting notified of my videos. Because even on my, like my private, like the channel that I view YouTube videos on, like I don't even get notifications from this channel.
Oh, I actually did get a notification, but I was asleep. But I got one because I just looked and looked a thing.
Yeah,
I don't
like
know.
because sometimes
But
I
like
don't.
your last few videos, I don't think I got a notification.
Yeah, and like I've done like I've clicked in and like subscribed and unsubscribed. Like I don't know what's going on.
Right, no, well, yeah. Yeah, you have to unsubscribe and then press all notifications. I mean, I don't know. That worked for me, but you have to
Yeah,
click the bell.
it's weird because like I've noticed that like my engagement on my channel has went down. And I kind of expect that because like I'm unable to like regularly produce content.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't like I haven't
Right.
lost. I feel like you guys wait on it. Like my
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
down a
You
little
still have
bit.
the same.
Yeah, but
But like
like
a lot of the girls said that they haven't get like they don't get notifications either, and sometimes like it be unsubscribing you.
yeah, it does. Because like
Like you
sometimes I
should be
won't get
looking in there.
notifications then, and then like it'll randomly pop up like right after the video is over.
Right. We really need a Black woman platform because this platform is really not for us. Like we're always disrespected on here. We get shadow banned. Nobody gets banned for disrespecting us, but we have to watch what we say. Our shit's always censored. Like I don't know. It's not. We definitely need like our own platform where we can say what we want and post what we want because even like in the comments, like I can't even like say certain like just random things like you can't say like you have to like I've had to like keep writing my comment over and over and spell words different because
Yeah,
YouTube wouldn't post it.
yeah, I've had that. It'll be like connection error or some whatever the hell that message is. Like when
Well,
I
no,
try to
I mean
post,
like when you go to write a comment and then like say you back out and then go back to it and your comment's not there
oh
like when
yeah,
you're in the chat because they're like you can't say certain things like they're deleting your comment.
Like even when I do like in the studio, like when I do the description of my videos, like you can't even say the word sexual. Like
You
I can't
can't
even
say really anything.
you can't even you can't you can't even type those words in like the description box.
Right. Well, I spell sex SECKS.
Yeah,
Like,
like all of that affects your impressions. Like, and I really like if I had the time to like really sit down and figure out how to beat the algorithm, like, but I don't really have spare time to do that. Like,
right.
so, but yeah, I mean, it's weird because like Black women's voices are stuck. But I also love it. I'm glad that you brought this up because there's an essay that I want to read on this channel, and it's called "The Invisible Black Woman."
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much like it delves into Black women having no don't have their own identity in America. Like we've existed what like the well, I think the tone of her essay is pretty much that Black women's position in America is to be seen but not heard.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to do work and expect nothing in return. Like you have this, you exist while also not existing. Like it's a beautiful essay. And I think,
Well, yeah, it's like we live. It's like Black women are made to serve others. Like,
yeah,
even with the therapist. Like, I know I keep mentioning it, but
no,
like
because
we
it's like,
said, like you get your degree, you spend all that time in school, and your main focus is to help Black men and the Black community that doesn't appreciate anything that you do.
yeah,
It gets
because
really.
uh-huh.
No,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, go
No,
ahead.
I was just gonna say it's really sad. Like we were like I feel like Black women are definitely conditioned to prioritize and see them as victims and needing
Yeah,
our help.
because even in this book, The Sojourner's Passport, like she was talking about how Black women need to stay out of public service. And when I first read this book, I was like, what does she mean? That's just a means for Black women to, gain financial stability, like blah, blah. But she's right. Like,
Mm-hmm.
can't continuously tie ourselves to servitude because it serves us
Right.
no, like, it serves us no purpose. Like, it does nothing for us.
It's getting us hurt, if anything.
Like, we're putting ourselves, like, think of it like Black women are literally pulling themselves about the gutter only to then dust all of that ick off and dive right back into it. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's literally what you're doing. Like you're saving yourself and then returning to the spot of your trauma.
Right. Like they feel like they can save
Yeah, it's just
other.
like that's the thing. Like Black women, it's been ingrained in us to have hope, and our hope is stifling our own growth. We're too
Yep.
focused on everyone else.
Mm-hmm. It's like the crab in a barrel. Like it's like Black women don't see it that way, but as soon as they go back to help them, that's when everybody starts pulling them down, trying to pull themselves
Yeah,
up. And like, I don't know, I feel like they're just so jealous of Black women. Like that's why you have to get away from them. Because when they see you in those positions, they just think like, oh, why can't I do that? They don't deserve it. And if they're not
exactly.
helping me, they definitely don't deserve it.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Like oftentimes, like you just can't help. You can't help those that don't want to help themselves, and that's where
Mm-hmm.
Black men are. Black men don't want it's weird because they want help but they don't want help. I can't even really put my finger on it. Like it's just their entire existence is weird, and like how they live their lives.
You think they want help? I don't.
I think this is the thing, like I think Black men know that by saying they want help, that's a means to tie Black women to them
Right.
because they
Yeah.
know down they don't want to change, but they want you to think that you can change them so that you can stay around.
Right, like there's a chance that they might change.
Yeah.
But I don't think there is. I really don't have any hope for them to change. I mean, all we can do is change what we're doing.
Yeah. I don't like years ago when I was like a gung ho, like social justice warrior, like I really thought black men wanted change. They just didn't have the opportunities. And it was
Mhm.
just like once I got out and really saw it for myself and took my blinders off, I came to the conclusion they don't want change. Like they don't want better. They don't want other black people to want better. Like they want because if black women collectively raise their self-esteem, who are they going to have to to leech off of? Who are they going to have to abuse?
Exactly.
That's
They
why
can't
they
do anything without us. They literally, for one, they can't exist without us, but they can't even have these channels without us. All their channels revolve around black women. What we're doing, um, dating, like, I mean, the whole thing is about us. They dress up and pretend to be us for comedy. Like,
I mean,
they literally
black
couldn't do anything without us.
I mean they really couldn't. They
Mm-mm.
really
And it shows every day because even like with Kitten Heels, if only men were watching him, he wouldn't have been shit. Literally, nobody would care.
nope. And I mean,
But
you really just like even when you think about this whole idea that black men have like this code, look at the way black men interact with other black men. Look at how even in their supposed like hate of I'm not saying supposed because it is real. It's very much a real their hate for black women. Like look at the conversations they're having with each other. Oftentimes you have the black man who has positioned himself as like the authority and he's trying to tell other black men why they're failing. So he's it's this positioning of himself and he's like, "Oh, I'm above you Negroes. I'm going to tell you what's wrong with you and here's why." And this is like they don't even talk to each other in like a
right,
caring manner. Like they demean each other, but long as at the end that that degradation of themselves also involves black women, they're okay with it. It's weird. Like it's really, really weird because they don't even seem to understand that black men are sitting in their faces and telling them, you ain't shit. And here's what you
right,
need to be. Like here, like let me give you this pimp knowledge so you could be a better man because you ain't getting bitches like I am and all this other weird shit that they sit online and talk about. But they don't even realize that black men are literally sitting in front of them tearing each other down. But because they like to throw in or sprinkle in, oh, black women ain't shit, they bald headed bitches. That makes all the other stuff that they're talking about okay. It's really weird. Like I don't
mhm,
understand why black women don't catch on to that part of the conversation. They're literally sitting in these conversations, tearing each other down while also tearing down black women. Like it's a cesspool of self hate. Like that's literally
mhm.
what it is. And black women need to literally just let them drown in that shit. Let them drown in it. Stop trying to save these men because all you're doing is you're getting swept up in the undercurrent of their self hate. Like
Right.
let them sit around in their misery and say that they're oppressed and they can't be men because white men won't let them lead and they're going
Black women won't let them leave.
let them sit and all let them stew in that shit that is the shanty town of their own making. Let them die there.
Well,
Like
yeah,
just let
black women won't let them lead either, or let them be men.
there's all these obstacles that they can't seem to overcome, but they're supposedly the most desired and most powerful men. It makes
Yeah.
no sense. And you and like us as black women, we look, and I hate to use this, we look fucking stupid when we sit up and tell black men, we call them kings as they say out their own mouth that they can't be men.
Really, and because of you, like because you won't let them.
Exactly. And what patriarchy do women have so much power that they can take a man's this position of a leader? Like that don't even make sense.
Yeah. It irritates me because they'll say, "Oh well, white girls they let their men be men." Like no, their men are men. Period. It doesn't matter what white women are
Exactly.
doing,
Black
whether
white
they're being
men,
feminist, whether they're like advocating against them. They're still gonna do what they have to do. Like
black men, white men's masculinity and other men's masculinity is not tied to what their women are doing.
right,
It has nothing to do with that. And that's not even how a patriarchy works.
right,
So like this whole idea that women aren't allowing them to lead makes no sense in a world where men are supposed to be the leaders. Like they made themselves the leaders. How can we take that position from them? It's something they
right.
gave themselves.
Well, how can a book of food stamps do that either? Like welfare took them out of the home and took their position of men. Like I mean, of the head of the household. Like
And I mean,
basically, they
like
say,
Google, like what? Let me look up what was the let me see average welfare payment in 1960. So basically, they're saying that black women threw them out the home for $203.
yeah, pretty much. And it gets on my nerves because they kept saying like, oh well, no, they weren't allowed to have men and be on welfare. It wasn't just that black and white. They weren't allowed to have men that were supposed to be working and
Exactly.
living off the
My thing,
system.
and my thing is if your woman, your wife, your life partner traded you in for $203, you wasn't worth shit to begin with.
Mhm.
She
Exactly.
kicked you out for $203 because that's what they say the average welfare payment was in the 1970s. An average welfare family received $203.
Yeah, and plus that law was only for like less than 4 years. It's
Yeah,
just they're just gaslighting, but black women spread the same message. They
yeah.
agree with it.
And it's crazy because like how did welfare kick black men out the home as if white men weren't also received, their families weren't also received. It didn't kick them out. They were still
Right.
able to maintain, a household. But that $203, it was every time that check came, it was like, black man, get your black ass out of here. Like that doesn't even make sense, Sharice. Like
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that.
no, they was like every time she got that $203 check, they was like, black man, get the hell out of here. My check come. He
That's
was
what they
like,
do.
I need my government cheese. Get the hell out of here, black man.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah, this 200 is gonna take care of me and my 4 kids.
like that. Remember that? I don't know if you saw that video where that black woman. It was from like the 1960s, and she was like, her children were having to fight off rats.
Rats?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. There's a like yeah, because she was living in squalor. Like I think she had like maybe 3, 4 children, or no, she had like 5, 6. She had an outrageous number amount of children. Her husband had ran off, and like she was basically trying to make do. And she was like, people have tried to break into her. Like she lived, it was squalor. She was just like, people have tried to break in here. It's unsafe. And she was trying to get like another government apartment, but she was like, they don't have any in nice neighborhoods. It's like, and like Khadija Nassif said, our existence in America as Black women isn't that much different from our enslaved foremothers. Like when you really, really think about it, we are still just barely getting by. We are still just trying to survive the same way they were.
Mhm. Yeah.
Girl, yes, black men are worth less than $203.
I think they're only worth like $6.75. That's their net worth.
Girl, they barely worth, like my granny say, 2 wooden nickels.
2 wooden nickels. They're not worth that. I'm sorry, they're really not. I can't.
And it's just like, and I always, these videos, like, black men's narcissism and delusions of grandeur are so profound, because like I see video after video of them talking about, oh, after a while we not gonna date black women, we gonna take our resources to the non-black women, and because they know how to treat men. And I'm like, sir, you don't have no resources. You taking your 3 trash, but actually you ain't even got 3 trash bags. You taking your
No.
1 trash bag
Right.
to Becky Sue, and she paying all the bills. We know what's going on.
Exactly. You don't have 3 trash bags worth of belongings.
Exactly. Like, sir, you didn't leave the black community and like Superman all of a sudden going to a telephone booth and come out a better black man. You still a dusty Negro. Like, get out of here.
And that's why I don't respect them, because even like the celebrity black men, they don't do anything to uplift the community. Like, none of them have any intention on doing anything for the community at all, ever. Even the ones that can.
Nope. Like they get on my nerves. I'm just glad that like them trolling my channel has kind of died down, because it was like y'all some weirdos.
It's closed.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nakers don't nake.
Mhm. They gonna make.
Like, it's weird because like it's this one dude, like he makes these videos, and when I tell y'all, like, I don't know if you've ever heard like a real deep, like someone that's got a real deep Southern accent where they so Southern they sound retarded. Like, that's how this man on TikTok sounds. Like his Southern accent is so thick, it sounds like he has a mouth full of rocks when he speaks. And it just makes everything that he say sound even more dumb. And people don't take this if you've got a Southern accent. I'm not saying that Southerners are done, but your accent just sounds kind of, it doesn't sound. Yeah, it just sounds, how it sounds. And so he's here and he's talking about, yeah, we're gonna take our resources. And it was funny because black women were in the comment section like, Tyrone, take your Jordans. We don't want them no way. And they was like, what we gonna do with a bunch of fitted caps? And I was like,
fitted cap?
Black women were like, they were like, take your 20-inch rims with no vehicle over to white women. I was like, oh my God. I was like, what resources? Y'all barely got jobs.
Like, really?
I always like, and it's weird because like when they have these conversations and they're talking about men built this, men built that. It's like, no, sir, you didn't build none of this. You had no input in any of this. They may have used your body to do the labor.
Right.
But beyond that, you did no building. Not on like a large scale. Like, I'm not going to take away the strides that African Americans made in this nation, with their black settlements. You could never take that from them. But you cannot just keep recounting those incidences hundreds of years later to be like, oh, black men were building. Well, what have you built since 150 years from that? Like, what have you built in that 100 and so years? Nothing. You've built nothing.
Right. Well, they'll bring up like, oh, well, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X.
Man, they need to let Martin Luther King they need to let that man rest. They stay dragging that man up out the grave, and I'm like, you can't sit around and try to use Martin Luther King as like he's supposed to be black male image. That's not what people think of when they think of black men. They don't go to Martin Luther King. Like the black male collective does not reflect the image of Martin Luther King.
Seriously.
Like literally, they've destroyed cities. Like businesses are literally moving out of Chicago because of the violence. Like the state of Illinois want to literally annex Chicago from the state of Illinois. Like there are literally white people trying to get Chicago to become its own state or whatever the hell they're trying to do. Like it's silly, but that's what they're like. They want to be removed from the violence that is happening in Chicago because it's no longer just confined to like the hood. Like it's spilling out into the suburbs. It's like on, what is it, the Magnificent Mile. Like they shooting in front of Gucci stores. Like they're doing too much. Like the white people are fed up. And it shouldn't even be about the white people being fed up. It should be about black men being fed up with the way the things are happening in their communities, but they don't really care.
Right. I'm sorry, I was like kind of dozed off.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off here, y'all, because it's late.
Yeah.
I had an amazing time talking to all of you.
Me too. Thanks for having me.
I hope you all.
When's your next next live? Are you just gonna do your lives on the weekends?
Yeah, like I typically just take because like during the week I can't. I typically just do it like Friday, Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you might come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I might come back tomorrow and we could talk because there's like a essay that I think that would be important for all of us to hear. It's like a few paragraphs about the invisible black woman. And it was like it's funny because like this essay was written in the early 1900s, but it still applies to black women. Not in the early 1800s, the early like 1900s, maybe it was like, was it after the Great Depression? I don't know. It's not a new essay, but I think it still is relevant today in regards to black women. But yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep. I got some errands to do today, and I'll probably jump back on here later on.
Okay, girl. Good night.
Good night, y'all. And I hope you all have a dust-free weekend.
Yeah. Fuck nigga free Friday.
Yeah.
Well, it's Saturday now, but y'all get it.
Yeah, all right. Good night, you guys.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye.